Good evening, everyone. Come on in. Get you a place to sit here around the fire, man. It's looking nice. We're crowding up pretty good. And it's a good thing. We got a good story tonight. One of our listeners, he sent in a story that he wrote. And it looks kind of promising. It's about a Bigfoot. It's about a Bigfoot hunter. And I know y'all like them kind of stories. So I haven't read it. We're going to read it together. Tell this story. Well, let's give it a try. Find a place to sit down, get you something to drink, bowl of popcorn if you got any. Some people over there are making some s'mores up on the fire. I can see that. Well, let's get into this one here. It's like I say, it's Thomas Robinette, the Bigfoot hunter. In the beginning. For the past 21 years, Thomas Robinette has been hunting what some people call monsters. Others call a mythical animal, and still others claim to be a hidden race of people. If you met him on the street, you'd probably just walk by him, not even give him a second thought. Unless you were a woman. See, when women see his 6'2" frame carrying his 245 pounds, his dark olive tan, short and curly black hair, and his light blue eyes, they usually give him a second glance and a smile. His quiet demeanor wouldn't betray the fact that he has had a life of action and misadventures related to this creature called Bigfoot by popular culture. He calls them the old men of the woods. It's a term of respect for him. It's a term he thinks about, but he never uses flippantly. The old men of the woods are the absolute masters of their natural world. At times, their abilities to hide in seemingly plain sight appear to touch upon the supernatural. Other times, they seem to be nothing more than an ordinary hairy ape. Yet at other times, they seem to be an enigma. Some people call them Sasquatch, while others call the creature Bigfoot. Every tribe of First Nations people have a different name for this creature. Some revere it, some hate it, some honor it, but none of them disrespect it. All believe in the creature's existence just as much as you, the reader, believes in the existence of other animals. Across this continent, the various cultures know it as flesh and blood animal, while others claim that Bigfoot is a creature that lives between worlds. Whatever it is, Thomas Robinette hunts it. Unlike most self-appointed experts in the field, he actually finds them, observes them, and can figure out how to help most people coexist alongside them on the same property. Whatever one may call it, no matter what one may think about it, there are too many witness accounts shared with Thomas by men and women of integrity that can't be ignored. Before anyone writes this off as crazy, let him share with you a typical weekend conversation around his campfire. And as a matter of fact, the account that he is going to share with you is an accurate representation of a small meeting that he held not too long ago. He had already scheduled some friends to come over for a campfire so that they could discuss the subject of Sasquatch. So Thomas was preparing for the guests to arrive when his cell phone rang just out of the blue. Now this is his story. This is his reality. Just because you don't believe as he does doesn't change the fact that these old men of the woods are real. If you enter the wilderness with your unbelief, that doesn't guarantee your safety either. Now you come along with an open mind and you make your own decision. Now this story starts off with a phone call. Hello? Thomas answered the phone. The voice on the other end was that of a mature man around middle age. He asked, "Is this Mr. Robinette, the Bigfoot hunter?" Then came the telltale pause of doubt that separates the genuine people from the frauds. "Yes," Thomas answered, "this is Thomas Robinette, and I do hunt Sasquatch. Can I help you with something?" "Well, my name's Louis Crandell. You don't know me, but I'd like to talk to you about something. If today ain't convenient, I know you get a lot of crazies calling you, but I can promise you I'm not crazy." "Well, nobody here says you are. Matter of fact, I am busy right now, but I have a few minutes to spare." Thomas gave him his usual response when he thought that he may have to cut short a conversation. However, this guy didn't seem to be a scoffer. "Well, where are you, Mr. Crandell, is it?" "Yeah, my name's Louis Crandell. Mr. Crandell is my dad. Just call me Louis or Louie like everyone else does. I'm actually from Oklahoma, but right now I'm living with my wife and my kids in a little place called Rainsy, Mississippi. Okay, Louie, Thomas replied. I actually live in Jumperstown, Mississippi, so I know your area really well. Now, what can I do for you today? Well, I've seen some things that I can't wrap my head around here in the woods when I was in Oklahoma some years back. Now, after moving here to get away from what I saw in Oklahoma, I need someone to talk to. People on the Facebook page that I follow say that you can help people without making them seem stupid or feel like they're lying. Can you really do that? Because I was told that you're the big expert on Bigfoot, and I do need some expert help. Well, understand one thing, Mr. Crandall, Louie, Thomas stated. There are no known experts on Bigfoot. I saw one day when I wasn't looking for one. I was hunting in southeast Texas some years ago. I was tracking a deer that I shot with a traditional native longbow. The blood trail just stopped. Now I circled around that last drop of deer blood for 25 minutes before I noticed blood on the trunk of a tree about 60 feet away. I looked up in the tree and, well, there was my deer. There weren't any big cats in my hunting area, so I was just stumped as to how it got up there. As I climbed up the tree and dropped my deer down, I heard the most awful crashing and roaring that I'd ever heard. All the time, all I could think about was that it was a bear. Nothing else could make that much noise in the woods except maybe a hog. Only bears cover their kills, and they do not carry them up trees. I jumped down from the tree and swung the deer over my shoulder and started to leave. That was when I saw my first Sasquatch. At first, I was caught off guard because the thing making all that noise looked like a giant primate. It had long, dark brown hair, ashy black skin like a gorilla skin, and it had hands and almost a human face. It was a large female with a baby on her back. Now she came crashing out of the underbrush and was upset that I got the deer that I had shot down. I knew it was my deer because it still had my arrow shaft sticking out of its shoulder. Well, when I saw that it was a female carrying a baby, I dropped that deer. She wasn't even looking at me. She was focused on that deer. I regained my composure when I realized that she was focusing on that carcass that I'd just killed. So I spoke quietly to her, and I told her that I shot the deer and thought that a bear had carried it off. Like I said, I dropped that deer and I walked away. She waited till I was at least 45 feet away and then walked over there, put the baby up in a nearby tree, and began tearing that deer apart. Right then and there, I took it upon myself to find out if I was to be its next meal, in a fight for my kill, or left alone with my kill until I left the gut pile behind. I wasn't in desperate need of my deer, but I could see that this female needed it more than I did, so I let her have it. I tell you what, Louie, Thomas offered. Come over to my house this evening. I'm having a campfire with some friends over, and I think you can benefit from this conversation that we're going to have. You don't have to say a word if you don't want to, but the only rule is respect. Some of these people who will be here tonight have a lot to lose by being here. What goes across my campfire burns in the flames and doesn't leave unless the person telling their account gives permission to share what we're all told. Now, if you can do that, then you're more than welcome to join us. Text me your number to this number with the words, "I agree," and I will send you the address and the time. By the way, new guys are always checked out, so as long as you're honest and straight up with us, you're fine. But if anyone has objections about you, I'll talk to you before the campfire, and then you can leave. After saying the customary salutations, they disconnected their call. Almost immediately, Thomas got a text with the words, "I agree," and a phone number to send information to. Well, after sending Louie his address and the time everyone was going to start to arrive, Thomas, he made a couple more phone calls to the 3 men that he knew were coming to the campfire tonight. The first call went to Layman Grisby. He's a 54-year-old, a mountain of a man, and a descendant from the Métis tribe in North Dakota, lives outside of New Leipzig. Until around 2 or 3 years ago, he was a lifelong hunting guide. Layman's traveling partner was Harry Murdoch. Now, Harry retired as a decorated Chief Master Sergeant with the U.S. Air Force after 36 years of active service. His Sasquatch encounters began when he was training in pilot evasion and illusion drills in the mountains of Montana. These men were making a 17-hour trip one way to make it to my campfire. Now, I was able to contact both of them as they were both en route to my house. They didn't mind a newbie coming, so Thomas contacted his other guest, Jackson Hughes. Now, Jackson, he's a 49-year-old African-American government contractor who brokers armored vehicles for the military. Jackson originated out of Amory, Mississippi, but after joining the artillery unit in the Army, he traveled around and saw the world. It was when he was stationed at Mount Rainier, Washington, that he had his encounter with the old man of the woods. During a hiking trek between Skyline Loop and McClure Rock in Washington, the encounter caused him to rethink his career options, and after he left the military, he went to college to get a business administration degree. Although Jackson was always a little apprehensive about meeting new people, he readily agreed to welcome Louis Crandall when he met him that evening. Over the years, many people from all walks of life have sat down around Thomas's campfires, besides others who they may never have met in any other situation in their individual lives. He has seen CEOs sitting next to janitors, sharing their encounters and treating each other as equals. He's had doctors and judges sitting around his campfire, with fast food restaurant workers and roofers enjoying the comfort of each other's acceptance, as if they'd been hanging out for years. Men and women, boys and girls of all ages visited his fireside one time or another. People from down the street are always welcomed as warmly as visitors from other countries. Now that's a testament to the integrity of the guests that no one has ever exploited any of the witness accounts for profit. Each newbie is investigated before being invited to join in on this campfire talks. They have been those who have tried to pretend to be genuine, but they always fail to get past Thomas's BS meter. Those who are genuine never breach the topic of his campfires. In the Bigfoot community, Thomas's fireside invitations are highly coveted. However, the one rule that prevents would-be podcast hosts and Bigfoot experts who would sell their mother's soul to Satan to achieve an invitation is respectful silence. What is said across his fire burns up there. That's chapter 1. A meeting around the campfire. Layman Grisby's account. The first thing that told me that I was in trouble was the woods itself, Layman Grisby said as he sat across the campfire from Thomas. Everything went quiet like it was some kind of a vacuum or in the eye of a storm. That's the only way I can explain it. So if you get an inkling of what I felt, even though nothing had noticeably changed, my hunter's instincts told me something just wasn't right. The feeling of the air was real stressful. Now, I really can't explain what I mean if you ain't never felt it. Now, that's why I banked my fire with some dry cedar. I wanted to light up the area, and so I could see further out. I mean, I was already in the open. I was camped on a slight rise, and I could see most of the lower ground around me. The area was pretty sparsely wooded with no undergrowth. I made my camp there because it was at the base of a cliff with rock outcroppings that may have been used as campsites for generations by my family. I was always camped close to the only spring around. Thinking back, maybe building up that fire wasn't such a good idea. That's when I first saw what I thought was lightning bugs flying toward me in a straight line. But lightning bugs don't fly in a straight line, or as fast as those small orbs of light were traveling around me. That's when I realized that they weren't lightning bugs. They were the eye shine from my fire, and whatever owned those eyes was big. I mean, this thing was running full out like a linebacker, and its eyes were every bit of 9.5 foot tall. It was moving so fast and so fluid toward me and that I was in awe of its grace. My brain couldn't understand how this thing was moving over dark and uneven terrain while staring straight at me. The speed, good Lord, it covered 300 yards in about 12 seconds. I barely had time to grab my Marlin 4570. Now, this thing was absolutely quiet, too. It didn't even make a sound through the grass. It was at this point that this middle-aged man, Layman Grisby, a lifetime outdoorsman and trapper, faded into his memory, and he was silent as he gave them that 1,000-yard stare. Thomas had learned from his veteran uncles meant that someone was reliving something horrid. It seemed like he'd forgotten that the others were even there. Quietly, they patiently waited for him to continue. Now, About 5 minutes of staring at the fire, he took a deep breath, wiped a lone tear from his face, and he continued with his tale. This thing was huge. It was ugly, like the hunchback of Notre Dame. It was covered in blackness darker than the night and looked like it was wearing a ghillie suit. I later learned that it was no suit, it was hair. Not fur, mind you, but hair like we have. And it moved the way it did in this incomprehensible way. No head bobbing like a man, no swaying back and forth like a gorilla or even a bear. He could just as easily have been riding on a bicycle on flat ground. Like I said, I snapped out of my trance and grabbed my 45-70. I chambered around in the breech and waited. I was waiting for death. I began singing my death song. I had no expectation of survival at this point, but I was planning on going out fighting like a warrior instead of dying like a victimized rabbit. "Did you see its face while it was running at you?" Thomas asked when he saw Layman Grisby begin to fade out again. "Did it have any emotions on its face?" "Sure did," he answered promptly. "Its face looked almost human, but it wasn't a man. The creature was at least 10 feet tall. It had a short forehead that was wrinkled up. Its brow ridge was like a gorilla, but deeper set eyes. Now the eyes, they were squinting at me with absolute hatred radiating from them. Those eyes were intelligent, though. The thing was deciding what to do when it got to my fire. I was somewhere that I shouldn't have been, and I could see that this thing was the big boss man of these woods. I felt that I was about to pay the piper before I even knew that the dance was about." Layman took a deep breath and sighed. Thomas could tell that he was again reliving that personal hell that he couldn't escape. Layman was visibly trembling, and he had subconsciously felt for his knife handle that was hanging from its belt. His eyes cleared as he swallowed hard. He took another deep breath and continued. The aroma of coffee and smoke permeated the air around him. This thing's nose was huge. It was larger to its face than a man's nose is to his face. The nostrils pointed down like a human nose, but the nostrils stretched to the center of the pupils on each side. It was flat, too. That thing couldn't hold up spectacles on his nose if he wanted to. And the mouth was really wide. As it came at me, it was screaming like a banshee. At this point, he began talking in a hushed but coarse whisper. His grandmother had always told him never to speak too loudly of the spirits or other folklore entities, as they may hear you and become offended. So he crossed himself quickly, and he touched his crucifix hanging around his neck on prayer beads, just like the good superstitious Catholic that he was. In his mind, he was beginning to think that maybe he shouldn't be talking about this anymore. But he needed this off his chest, and Thomas was really the only good outlet for him. So he continued onward for the sake of his tormented soul and to relieve his nerves. Now the worst part with his mouth, he said, it was super wide. This thing had bigger teeth than horse teeth, but they looked like human teeth. There were 4 flat ones in front of the canine teeth. The canines were huge, but not much longer than the flat teeth. The mouth looked like it stretched all across his face from ear to ear like a puppet's mouth. Then there were these horrible growls and screams that it was making. I think even the hair on my ass was standing up. You got to understand that I was seeing all this at once and it was running at me. Then before I knew it, this monstrosity was standing right there, right across the fire from me. I only had these rocky outcroppings at my back. The spring was in those rocks behind me. My fire was outside of the opening between the 2 largest boulders there, and my back was up against that boulder behind me. I was staring at this thing that wasn't human. It wasn't no animal either. I don't know. My father later told me that what I saw was Shia Tonka. That means the big elder brother. As I stood there with my rifle pointed at it from my waist, I had no recollection of standing up. I had not felt myself exert any kind of energy because I was just numb from adrenaline. I just knew all things were about to get bad, he said through the latest wave of emotion that was swelling up inside of him. Well, what happened next? Another guest, Jackson Hughes, asked him. Now, it was apparent that Layman Grisby had survived his ordeal or he wouldn't be here telling this story. Well, there he was staring at me across the fire, like I said, Layman continued. That thing reached out for me and I must have passed smooth out. When I woke up, I was lying horizontally on my back, on my saddle blanket, with my head resting on my saddle. I opened my eyes to see that big creature sitting across the fire from me. The expression on his face went from calm and almost pleasant to murderous when he saw that I was awake. I must have been out for a while because the fire had died down to coals, but the light was reflecting off all the surrounding boulders enough for me to see. All of my stuff was scattered out of my saddlebag and my duffel. The 4 coyotes that I had caught in my traps that day were gone except for the head and part of the hide still attached to him. I think he ate them. I couldn't hear my horse moving around, so I looked over there to see if it was okay. His picket line was broken and a short piece of rope still tied to it. Looks like he'd escaped. When he showed up at our main camp without me, the others in my party tracked his steps back to me, but that was later on. I looked over at the spring and there was another adult, a female by the looks of her, sagging breasts, 3 smaller ones. 2 of them were the same size. They were around 4 feet tall and wiry looking. The other one was about 9 inches taller and heavier. You could tell that they were the children of those 2 adults because they shared physical traits of both parents. When the bigger adult, a male I guess, saw me looking at the younger ones, he jumped across the fire and landed on all 4s and screamed at me so loud it felt like my eyes were going to shake out of my head. I could feel the scream in the nerves of my teeth. I must have passed out again because when I woke up, they were all gone, and I had emptied both my intestines and my bladder all over myself while I was unconscious. Well, I stripped down naked and drew water from the spring in a tin bucket that we always left in the cache there, cleaned myself with. After I finished cleaning up, I found my extra clothes strewn about the camp and was getting into them, and that's when my partners found me, see. Layman Grisby swallowed the last bit of cold coffee in his cup and got up to go over to the coffee pot on the wooden picnic table behind the group to refill his mug. Looking at the other men around the fire, Thomas could tell that they felt he was telling the truth. Layman, he was a lifelong hunter, trapper, and big game guide until just 2 years ago. This man was an intimidating figure to look at if you didn't have the pleasure of knowing his quiet demeanor and well-mannered ways. At 6 feet and 4 inches, he towered over most of us. His onyx hair was dusted with light gray along with his temples, even though his beard lost the battle with the frosting a while back. His mustache was still darker than his beard. At 320 pounds, he wasn't fat either. He was just a big old country boy that was strong as a mule. He had an expert's resume of hunting. He had hunted Cape buffalo, lions, hyenas in Africa. He had tracked Siberian tigers and Kodiak bears in Russia's Siberian wilderness. His trapper killed every large mammal in North America and even went to Europe to hunt wild hogs. After filling up his cup, he returned to the fire. Sitting around the campfire were 5 men from different walks of life, but united by unbelievable events that only the group as a whole could understand. The group was just a small portion of the greater group that sometimes arrives at these campfire meetings. Visiting along with Layman Grisby tonight was Harry Murdoch. Harry was a retired Chief Master Sergeant in the Air Force. Remember, he was 6 feet tall, 265 pounds, and completely bald and pretty well groomed after leaving the military. He became an electrical lineman so that he could work in the wildest country, all away from those that didn't agree with his slow reinstatement into civil life. It was a wild place, like one of those places in South Dakota, that he had his encounter with the old man of the woods. "Mr. Grisby, why do you think that the Sasquatch male let you live?" asked Louis. "I mean, he acted very aggressively and even many may say savagely or uncivilized." "Well, call me Layman, or Grisby if you don't mind," Grisby began, and he continued. "I have sat up many sleepless nights in these past months trying to figure that out myself. Everything that I saw that night told me that I wouldn't see sunrise in the morning. My father told me that the Chiatanka doesn't kill just because he can kill. Everything in life has a balance. Life is precious to everyone in the world but man. My uncle heard from my father what happened, and he stopped by my home to talk with me about it. We went into the sweat lodge and spoke quietly between us as we built the fire. He told me that the Wakantanka was with me that day, or else I would have died. My uncle said that I must have been showing respect and peace to him, or else Chiatanka would have torn me apart. No one in that tribe had seen a family of these in years. To come between mother and offspring would have been worse than rubbing honey on yourself and running between a sow bairn or cub. I think that the need for water was dire for that Chiatanka family, and in Chiatanka's mind I was keeping all of it for myself. When he saw that was not my intention, I think he put me in my place and let me live since I was unconscious, but I really don't know the thoughts of his kind. When you woke up, Thomas asked, you said that you were laying on your saddle blanket with your head on the saddle like a pillow. How do you think you got there? Yeah, when I first woke up, they were gone. I noticed that my flannel shirt was ripped, Lehman answered. Later I looked at it and saw there was what looked like a giant muddy handprint over my shirt. I was also bruised across my whole rib cage. I think that male picked me up and sat me over there to keep me away from the rest of his family. You said that your ribs were bruised, Thomas observed. Are any of them broken, or could you see anything that may have been imprinted on your ribs where that male threw you down? Lehman Grisby sat there quietly for a long time before he answered my question. Thomas could tell that he was contemplating whether to answer or not. Taking a deep breath, he said, when I got back to our main camp, there was a man there who was a field medic in Vietnam. He looked over my bruises and told me that it wasn't just random bruises. The bruise was in the shape of a very big hand. It was like this thing grabbed my chest like a little girl grabs a Barbie doll. I still can't wrap my brain around that. Layman, asked Louie, have you given up hunting since you had your encounter? No, sir, Grisby answered. Hunting is the only thing I know and am good at. I try to hunt with others as much as I can, but even then I keep my head on a swivel and go out armed to the teeth. Whenever I take on a nuisance animal job now, I carry 2 of my dogs with me. If they ever head out of an area in a hurry, I'm right there with them. I saw Chiatanka once and I lived. I can live a happy life never seeing him again. If I ever come across another one, I hope that I see him or her first so that I can avoid him. The ancestors said that they traded with Chiatanka, but all I want to trade is exit routes. Well, at this point, Harry Murdoch stood up and walked over to grab some oatmeal cookies and more coffee. He looked over at Louie, hadn't touched as much as his coffee. Crandall, he said, if you're going to last around here, you're going to have to learn not to neglect such good coffee as this. Robinette here is one of a very select few civilians that can make good, strong coffee. His coffee is black as sin and twice as bitter, Murdoch chuckled. The twinkle in Murdoch's eyes was a sure sign that he was about to use polite banter to smoothly ease into his account. He was good at utilizing his environment to breach the subject. The soft but polite laughter from around the fire was all the encouragement that he needed to continue. He finished a cookie as he sat down beside the fire. You see here, Louie, Harry began, I credit Sasquatch for making me the best pilot evader ever trained by the United States Air Force. If anyone can escape from any of those boogers, then would-be human captors are just a piece of cake. I would even say that what I learned from my experience saved my life when I was shot down near Novia in Bosnia. Well, what do you mean, Mr. Harry? Louie inquired. Well, what I mean is that because of the ordeal that I went through during my pilot training, I was not captured by one of those scorpions who shot down the AC-130 I was piloting over a mountainous region of Bosnia near a small town called Potokane. The mission is still classified and I can't talk about it except to say that I evaded and I eluded soldiers who were hunting me for 2 weeks before it made it to a safe location where I could contact my CO and get lifted out of there. This happened about the last week in November of '95. I remember that because I was back on base for less than a day when Scuttlebutt said that Clinton signed the Dayton Agreement at Wright-Patterson. Well, thank you for your service, sir, Louis said. I always try to thank those that serve because I never got the opportunity to do so. I went to volunteer 4 times, but my medical history prevented me from doing it. I served as well, Jackson commented. You may not know it, but that doctor who sent you home may have done the biggest favor of your life. I was a private first class in the artillery when I had my Sasquatch encounter. It was enough of an ordeal for me that I was medically discharged honorably because I couldn't go back to the field after I told my story to the upper brass at Mount Rainier. I used my GI Bill to go to college and get my bachelor's degree. Well, thank you for service as well, Jackson, Louis stated. I wasn't intentionally leaving you out of my thanks, Jackson smiled and nodded his answer. Well, interjected Harry, if you wish to hear my encounter story, you may want to refill your cup. Then looking over at Thomas, Harry said, Robinette, if you don't mind, I'm going to step behind one of your pines out there and water it before we get on with the encounter. Well, this here is Harry Murdoch's account. Now, it was late September when I had my encounter, Harry Murdoch began after repositioning himself on the pine log that was used as a seat. My class had just finished our pilot certification courses a couple weeks earlier. We were being prepared to learn pilot evasion and eluding tactics in a mountainous region right along the Canadian border in Montana. I had been stationed at Fort Malmstrom in Great Falls. We'd spent about a week jumping out of planes and parachuting into forested areas. Our team leader told us that this trip would be the first day of pilot survival training. We were buddied up with a partner to simulate pilot and co-pilot ejecting together. Now, our briefing, we were given the coordinates of where our exfiltration point would be for our exercise. Our instructor told us to get ready for takeoff and to understand that once our feet left the ground, absolute nobody was friendly until we reached the pre-assigned pickup point. Now, I remember him saying, I don't care how big a person is, how small a person is, how young, how old, or how ugly they seem to be, they are to be considered hostile, even if they are wearing the same uniform as you, with the exception of other pilots in this exercise. If you run into each other in the wild, you're better off helping each other. This includes any pilots that didn't jump out with you, not only the ones in your plane. Well, my jump buddy was Charlie Agee. We had each other's back all the way through pilot school. He was a smaller man than I was. He was 5'9", about 140 pounds, soaking wet. He was a country kid from Wayne County, Tennessee. And since I had family in Cypress Inn and Lutz, we felt like we almost knew each other when we met. Hell, we'd even dated the same preacher's daughter at different times in our lives. He was a good brother. At this point, Harry Murdoch stopped to remember his friend and sighed. And after a short pause, he continued his story. Our team leader came by and informed us that we were to go down to the weapons locker and check out a K-bar knife, a Colt 1911 45 ACP, and 2 extra magazines. He stated for this exercise we were to be issued blanks, which were only to be used to signal if we got hurt, if there was an emergency, or if we came across predators just to scare them off. Well, I grew up in the woods of North Dakota, Alabama, and south central Tennessee. I refused to go into the wild unarmed. So I had bought myself 4 45 ACP magazines that were compatible with the 1911. I loaded them with full metal jacketed hollow point 230 grain bullets. I used electrical tape and taped them to my legs just above my ankles inside of my boots. Now, this generally wasn't allowed, but we adhered to the don't ask, don't tell policy that was in place at the time. It wasn't unusual for us to pack extra personal items when we went out on forced marches. So long as it wasn't something obvious, we tended to not have any issues. Aggie and I agreed that since we would be jumping together, that I would trade him 2 magazines once we hit the ground for some homemade jerky that he was bringing along. He always seemed to be making stuff for our marches. We checked our chutes and went to the plane. We were the last to arrive, so we were the first to jump. We flew out of Fort Malmstrom and had a jump site near Fort Peck Reservoir. Our exfiltration point was at the Boy Scout camp off of Highway 117. We were given topo maps and a compass and told where to jump. We were also given GPS trackers and RFID tags for our parachutes since we were expected to cache them after we jumped. A cleanup team would recover them after the exercise was over. We left out at 0200 that morning. That 293-mile plane ride was just over before we knew it, and the jump light came on. So we got up, clipped our ripcords to the line, and prepared to jump. Charlie jumped first because he was simulating the co-pilot. I counted to 3, and then I jumped as well. We drifted apart a little ways, so I was looking around for him as I was watching my altimeter. At 2,100 feet, his canvas opened. A strong side wind caught his chute and blew him off course. I fell about another 100 feet, got out of the crosswind before my canvas opened. We each had an ear comm to maintain communications with each other, as well as our instructors should anything go south. As it happened, Aggie landed farther up the side of the mountain than I did. And once we got on the ground, rolled up and stashed our chutes, Charlie made first contact with me on the mic. "Zip City, this is Collinwood." He hailed me using our call signs. "I saw you land and I'm about 3 clicks north of you and uphill. You sit tight and I'll make my way downhill to you. Find us a good hiding place so we can settle down before the sun comes up." "Wilco," I answered. "Collinwood, this is Zip City. I'm out." 10-4, Zip City, this is Collinwood. Don't let me slip by you. Over and out. I looked around till I found an old fir tree. It had branches all the way to the ground with a deep layer of dead needles underneath. I was about 30 feet off the trail, but the trail was visible from underneath it. So I pushed aside one of the lower branches without breaking it and laid down on the ground. I took my hands and moved the dry needles around so that I kind of made a ranger's grave out of it. I also used the needles to hide my lair by pushing them up against the bottom limbs of the fir tree. There was enough room for 2 people to be comfortable under there. So I sat up against the trunk of the tree and I waited for Aggie to get there. And while I waited, I took a magazine from my left boot and exchanged the blank-filled magazine with live rounds. It was worth the reprimand to me at the time not to get caught unarmed in the wild. And before long, I'd become comfortable, and I actually drifted off to sleep waiting on Aggie. About 30 minutes before sunrise, I got an ear comm transmission from Charlie. He was scared out of his mind, or so I thought at the time. "Collinwood, calling Zip City," Charlie called across the mic. "Murdoch, there are things out here following me that ain't people. They don't make people this big, and they ain't wearing ghillie suits either. Shit, they're covered in hair." "Collinwood, repeat that," I answered. "Tell me what you're talking about. Where are you?" I knew Charlie well enough to know that he didn't panic in the wild. Something or someone was out there, and he was in the thick of something that had him spooked to the point of being batshit scared. "Zip City, these things are trying to herd me away from your location," Charlie said over the comm. "I feel like they're hunting me like a deer or something. Get someone out here. Hell, tell them to send everybody out here. These things are over 8 foot tall. I don't know, maybe 700 pounds easy." "Can you see him now?" I asked him to try to calm him down. "Damn straight I can. They have me surrounded." The anxiety in his voice was almost tangible. "What are they doing now?" I asked him. "I think that they are arguing," he exclaimed. "Can you try to keep moving?" I asked. "Take out your light and turn it on. Shine it up in the air. Maybe I can see it." I told him to do that so he'd try to help me pinpoint where he was. About a half of a mile uphill from me and to the east of me, I saw the light beam shine through the pre-morning fog. "Oh, shit!" Charlie screamed across the comm. At that moment, I saw what could only be a flashlight catapulted off of the top of the mountain, just like it was shot with a water balloon launcher. It fell down through space like a falling star that was in deathspin. "They got me, Harry," he screamed. "One just grabbed my light, threw it off the mountain, and they grabbed me. Whatever you do, Harry, stay hidden. Don't let those things get you. I think they're going to eat me. God help me, I ain't going to make it, Harry. Tell my mama I love her, and I'm thinking about her now. Oh, shit, stay away." Now, that was the last transmission that I received from Charlie Aggie. The next thing I heard was his .45 shooting off his blanks. He emptied his magazine. From above me, I could hear screams from Charlie, and the most terrifying roars, screams, and howls combined to finally down out Charlie's. For a brief second, I had a A sound come across my earcom that sounded like some wild animal ripping apart raw meat and chewing. I immediately got out of the long-range communication radio and radioed my exercise chief. I told him what had happened, that Charlie was killed and I needed to get off that effing mountain. It turned out that they had heard everything through the surveillance equipment that was broadcasting from the AC-130U that was monitoring our exercise. My CO told me that my mission hadn't changed, that it was my job to get off that mountain as fast, as stealthily, and as I saw fit to do so. He told me my exact location on that mountain, gave me an optional route, the nearest search team that was out there to hunt us down. After that, he told me that the success of my training mission depended upon my best judgment. Then he told me to adhere to radio silence unless it was an emergency, and he would be waiting for me at the Boy Scout camp of the Cold Beer. I never knew what emergency he meant. Right then I knew that I was on my own. A rain that seemed to have been non-existent suddenly began to pour down out of the fog. I hunkered in as close as I could to that fir tree's trunk. I covered as much of myself with needles as I could, and I waited for the sun to rise. I prayed that daylight would bring safety. What I didn't know at the time was that my ordeal hadn't even started yet. I stayed still. After another hour and a half, I heard a quick earcom message that told all search personnel to return to the Alpha location for a redistribution of ammunition. I shut off my earcom. My head was pounding from adrenaline, fear, and the realization that Charlie was gone. I knew I was in the deep end now. If I was going to make it off that mountain, it was going to be because I made it off myself. I took out my canteen and I took a swallow of water. I hadn't realized how dry my throat and my sinuses had become. I was contemplating my next move when I heard footsteps coming down the mountain. Terror hit me when I realized that there were multiple individuals walking. I stayed where I was. I was frozen like a baby deer. The next thing that I heard was sniffling like a bear makes when it's trying to smell a marmot out of the ground. Now I was already still, but when I heard that sniffing, I was even too afraid to breathe. That's when I realized that there were 3 things sniffing around my tree. Now I sat as still as I could. When I did breathe, it was a shallow breath that was exhaled slowly. I just knew that I'd be caught by these things. As I began listening, I became aware of their smell. The odor that assaulted my nostrils smelled like a wet dog, blood, raw sewage, and rotten chili, all mixed together. It was potent as well. I had to sit there in silence, suffering as these things lounged around my hiding place. After 37 minutes and 3 seconds of absolute olfactory torture, these creatures got up and moved on off. As they were leaving, I saw one of them throw something down by the trail as they meandered off back up towards the top of the mountain. I sat there for another 2 hours waiting to see if I'd been discovered and if I was going to be ambushed when I left my hiding place. After taking that time to eat a small MRE, I decided that it would only be a matter of time before those things came back, and I wasn't planning on being around if they did. So after the sun came through the clouds, I moved on downslope towards where I'd caught the Boy Scout camp was located. I stopped where that discarded object was and picked up Charlie's dog tags. "Wow, that's absolutely terrifying," Louie stated. "Hell, that ain't all of it either," Lehman Grisby said. "Tell Louie about getting to the camp, Harry." "Oh, I'm getting there," chuckled Harry. "Just give me a minute to get me a little taste of my coffee." After taking a couple of drinks from his mug, Harry reached into his breast pocket under his vest and pulled out a cigar. He sniffed it, he peeled off the plastic and threw the plastic into the fire. Since the fire was beginning to die down, Thomas got up. He added some more split pieces of wood to the fire. Jackson got up, refilled his coffee cup, and borrowing the same tree to do his business as his campfire companion had earlier, came and sat back down. Everyone there but Louie had heard this story multiple times, but they still enjoyed hearing Harry tell it, especially when there was someone hearing this account for the first time. With each telling, Harry became more comfortable with his experience and was able to maintain his composure. The lighting of his cigar was the only indication that he gave of inner struggle that he was having, as he relieved that ordeal in his mind. Well, Harry continued with his account after everybody settled back down, all that day I snuck from one hiding place to the next, waiting to make sure I wasn't spotted, and moved on. Since my CO told me the quickest route to the search team nearest me, I used that intel to move away from that area. 3 times that day I was almost captured by search teams. I always heard them coming, so I hid while they passed and left when I got the chance. It was a real-life cat-and-mouse game for me. As I traveled away from the search parties, I took the time to stop at a fast-moving stream to refill my canteen. Since we were expected to be caught or returned to the Boy Scout camp within 24 to 48 hours, we weren't issued hydration packs with our mollies. As I was taking on water in my canteen, I dropped down on my stomach and drank as much water as I could. Before coming down to the stream bed, I had urinated and noticed how dark yellow my urine was. I realized that if I wasn't careful, dehydration would get me before I knew I was even in trouble. I took out a salt pill there and ate it. When I finished, I was about to get up and go on about my business when not more than 40 yards upstream from me, I heard someone yell, "What the hell?" An automatic rifle fire erupted from multiple weapons. Almost simultaneously, I heard the loudest roar scream that I had ever heard, and it was so loud it also almost muffled the gunfire. Well, I jumped to my feet, ran downstream as fast as I could, and didn't look back. It was pure training that kicked in that allowed me to escape with almost all my gear. I didn't realize that I even had it with me until I came across that log that bridged the creek, and I adjusted everything to walk across. The sun had already passed beyond the western peaks, and I realized that I was absolutely lost. I had dropped my compass in my hasty retreat from that creekside incident. I knew that if I stayed out that night, then I would be hunted by these monstrosities again. So I began looking for a place to hole up for the night. What I found was a narrow place in the rock face of the mountain. It was created by erosion over the years, and at some point in the past, another piece of mountain had broken off and slid down and stopped, so it sort of made a roof over this crack. The crack itself was about 32 inches across the bottom. It widened to about 43 inches at the top, which was around 53 inches from the bottom. I estimated that it stretched probably 14 feet from the entrance to the back wall. What made it ideal for me was that there was another boulder that had fallen before the top rock had, and when the roof rock landed, it made a tight corner that you had to turn around to get back into. I had to take my molly off to push it through the tight opening, and I barely slipped it into it sideways. I knew that unless one of those things out there could pick up a 100-ton rock, I was safe there, unless they sent one of the smaller ones in after me. Either way, whether it was a search party or a booger, they couldn't come at me but one way, and I was armed with a .45. Since twilight was upon me, I took the time to gather what firewood that I could, and I even found a pack rat's nest for tinder. I had gathered pine cones and fatwood mostly, so I knew I'd stay warm if I kept my fire small and reflected the heat off the walls. I settled down just as the blanket of darkness was unfurling across the mountain. I was tired. I was bone tired. I felt like the several adrenaline dumps that my body had given to me in those hours since we jumped out of that plane had aged me 40 years. I built my fire about 6 feet inside of the opening so that the fire would get some air, the heat would rise up towards me. I would have that minimum comfort the space offered me in that hostile situation. The crack wasn't airtight by any means, but what cracks were there were the openings between those giant rocks that were sitting on each other. I pulled out a can of tuna I'd packed in my bag along with a pack of saltines, a couple of packages of mayo, and I made myself a small but satisfying supper there. I felt like I was pretty safe, so I went outside to relieve myself after I ate. I had just finished cleaning myself and pulling up my trousers when I heard the first roar. I knew that I was in trouble. I think even my toe hairs were standing on their ends. Looking around, I didn't see anything. The roar sounded like it was pretty far up the mountain, so I made my way back up into my lair. I had almost made it to the opening when I smelled that same awful odor that I described earlier. So in my haste, I pushed off a smaller rock that sent several smaller rocks cascading down the side of the mountain. Immediately, I heard this loud knock that sounded like a Louisville slugger hitting a tree. That was followed up by a whistle. The whistle was answered by 3 more, and several wood knocks. I didn't know what was going to happen, but I wasn't going to wait around to find out. As I scrambled up the outcropping of granite, I could hear several bipedal pairs of steps coming towards where the rocks slid downhill. I had just entered into the opening of my hide when I heard an almost human exclamation of surprise. That noise spurred me into action, and I just made it into my place when I heard 2 of those creatures outside of my entrance. They were sniffing around and seemed to be discussing something in what sounded like a Proto-Asian language. I stood up and was looking through the cracks between the boulders to see if I could see any sign of them. My small fire lit up the interior pretty well without burning too much of my wood. As I looked through the crack, I saw 2 sets of large eyes look through the same crack back at me. I think that they must have smelled the smoke and saw the light coming from inside the crack. I noticed that the one on the left of me squinted its eyes as if to get a better look at me. I figured I was silhouetted by the fire. The one on the right of me growled into the crack and screamed. It was deafening inside there. Immediately the set of eyes disappeared, and I heard it trying to move the colossal stone that was my shelter ceiling. It couldn't do it. It began throwing a temper tantrum. The second one began helping, but even both of them couldn't move that rock. The creatures changed tactics on me. They began trying to get into my entrance. At first they were beating on the rock at the opening to see if they could move it or break it or whatever their thinking was. That didn't work for them either, so they began growling and roaring into the opening. I could feel the vibrations of those vocalizations. One dropped down quadrupedally and began reaching its arms into the opening. Its arm was so big that it barely got its bicep through the gap. It was reaching frantically and trying to grab me. I was terrified. I knew that I had to think. Fear is the enemy became my mantra. I knew I had to come up with a serious plan fast. I was stuck as far back as I could get, and those animals were beating on my fortress with what sounded like tree trunks. One kept trying to grab inside and was really making me nervous. Those howls turned into deep guttural growls. I took a firebrand out of my small fire and held a pine knot with a forked stick. While that creature was grabbing at me, I poked its hand a couple times with the stick. That action only infuriated the creature. It began grabbing towards me. I lit that pine knot with the brand and thrusted the burning wood into the creature's hand. In the process, I set the hair on his arm on fire. The hair was greasy to begin with, so the flames caught really quickly. The thing screamed with pain and surprise and pulled out its hand. I heard a commotion outside the cave that I interpreted as being their efforts to put out the burning hair. That smell of burnt hair and body odors permeated my area. It was so bad that it caused me to dry heave. However, no other arm was thrust through my entrance. All night long, these creatures beat on these boulders. They were determined to get me. I heard them all night long. All I could do was sit back and let them do their thing. I was riding a tsunami of adrenaline, and I was wired as tight as I could be without something breaking. Around 4:30 the next morning, everything quit just as suddenly as it started. I'd listened to them make so much noise that night that silence was eerily alien to my psyche. All I could hear was my heart beating in my ears. I thought that they must have left, but I was wrong. What they did next was so intelligent that I was freaked out. At some point, one or more of those creatures had went and found a limber sapling. It looked like a cottonwood tree by the bark. They began poking this stick into the opening around the corner. They slapped my fire and scattered it. I don't think that they knew how deep the crevasse was. They couldn't reach me, even though their grunting and grumbling told me they were trying. While one was poking the stick, 4 others were stationed along the crack and looking for me. They were telling the attacker instructions and allowed him or her to get closer to me. I knew this wasn't going to end well for me, so I decided to fight back as best I could. I took out my .45 and I cocked it. I placed my 3M earplugs into my ear and fired at the opening so that those rounds ricocheted outside. After the ringing in my ear subsided, I heard what sounded like a human woman crying in anguish. It reminds me now of the wailing that mourners in the Middle East do at a funeral. But I didn't know that sound at the time. The handler of the sapling had stopped wiggling it around. So I grabbed my end of it and pulled it inside. I quickly took out my K-bar and cut up the wood into pieces that I could burn. I didn't know how long this ordeal was going to last, but I had to use whatever resources I had at hand. On the other end of the sapling, there was a sizable bit of blood on it. The blood was rich, but so dark red that it was almost black. It had a pungent iron odor to it, much greater than human blood contains. The blood also looked oily, and when I saw that these creatures could bleed, I had hope that they could either be beaten or convinced to leave me alone. I sat down and I opened my Molly. I had to think of a way to convince these creatures to leave me alone. I was rifling through my Molly and I found several packages of salt and some salt tablets. I also found some packages of black pepper that were left over from earlier MREs that I'd packed in one of my zippered compartments. When I came across 2 juice packs with straws, I knew how I could deter them. Hopefully, anyway. And in that kind of situation, hope is all you need to begin to formulate a plan. I took out one of the straws and I used my hand to funnel salt into the straw. If this worked as I hoped it would, I would be able to hit these giants when they were at their weakest. I rose up and I looked out of my lair through the crack that I had used before. By this time it was around 5:25 in the morning, and that pre-dawn glow was just forming in the sky. I built up my fire a little bit and looked for a pair of eyes. Any pair of eyes would do. Not to be disappointed, there were 3 sets of eyes looking into the crack from the other side. I don't know if they were the same ones that were there all night or if they were different, but it didn't matter to me. I took a deep breath, aimed the straw at the middle of the set of the eyes in the middle, and blew as hard as I could. That salt was expelled out of the end of the straw like tiny pieces of birdshot leaving a shotgun barrel. I scored a direct hit on the creature's 2 eyes and was rewarded with a bellow of surprise and a scream of pain. I quickly picked up the straw and funneled black pepper into it. I looked up through the crack in time to see another set of eyes looking into the crack. On my left, I quickly ejected the pepper into those eyes. The same response was repeated. There was a bellow of surprise and a scream of pain. This time the creatures didn't stay quiet after the initial scream. It kept wailing in agony and could be heard running down the hill toward the direction of the creek which I had escaped the previous day's encounter. As the sun began to rise above the peaks around the area, I noticed that little by little I heard less and less noise from outside. I had planned on waiting for them to leave and make my escape from that stone prison, but after the adrenaline calmed down, I crashed. One minute I was eating from a can of Vienna sausages, I took a drink of my water, and the next minute I was waking up to find that I had slept to nearly 1600. I went outside and saw that the area looked like a Class 5 hurricane had hit the mountain. There were splintered pine trunks and pieces of tree trunks strewn everywhere. The boulders were chipped where the large tree trunks ranging from 8 inches to around 20 inches were literally pounded into pulpwood. I knew that there was no way that I was going to make it off that mountain that day. So I took my time and I picked up as much fuel as I could for the night ahead. I stacked the wood in the back of my domicile so that it would stay dry. I took the time to pick out pieces of fatwood for the wrecked trees also. After I finished, it was almost 1740 hours, and I needed water. I decided it may be safe to run the 40 feet downhill to the water's edge to get more for my night ahead. Once again, I filled up my canteen and drank my fill of as much water as my stomach could comfortably hold. I also took a salt pill to prevent dehydration. I was on my way back to my lair when I heard the first sounds of rock clacking. Then, from somewhere below me, it sounded like a motorless bulldozer was driving up the steep incline. I ran to my hole as fast as I could and didn't look back. I barely made it inside when I heard this massive object crash into the rock outside, and a giant hand grabbed at my leg. My foot slipped out of my boot as the creature tried to rip my leg out of the hip socket. I pulled out my boot, smelled it or snorted, I really don't know which, but then it threw the boot back into the hole as hard as it could. The boot bounced around inside and I caught it just before it hit me in the head. I put it back on my foot and silently appreciated the creature's hot temper that returned my boot to me in disgust. All that night, those creatures tried to get me. They continued pounding on the outside with sticks. Once they tried to poke a smaller tree trunk into the crack that they were looking into, see if they could leverage the boulder to move. Their mistake was using a pine tree that had resin in it. When the piece of wood broke off, I lit it on my side and let the thing burn and smoke up the hole. The heat from the burning resin kept the creatures at bay for a while. Now, I didn't mention it before, but there was a crack above me that allowed air to come into my area. Most of the smoke naturally went out the top or through some other crack. When they started assaulting the wall of my safe place, I decided that I couldn't do anything else to improve my chance of survival. So I sat down and I cleaned my .45. I then only had about 25 rounds of live ammo left and 24 rounds of blanks. Thinking about my success with the assault, I decided to use the blanks in the same way and see if I could entice them to leave me alone. Once again, I replaced my 3M earplugs into my ears and I watched the crack for a peeping Tom. I built up my fire so that it cast out good light through the crack and I waited. My thinking was that this may not end well for me, but this clan's great-great-grandkids would hear stories about me and shiver with fear. These creatures weren't going to soon forget me. Now, I was waiting on them. 2 sets of eyes were lit up by my fire. As quickly as I could, I fired off half of my magazine of blanks through the crack. I knew that I didn't have a chance of killing them with blanks, but I was hoping that the burning powder would singe the hair around their eyes or burn their eyes enough to where they wouldn't be brave enough to look back in that crack anymore. Well, that seemed to do the trick. After the volley of blanks, there was an intensified effort to break my wall down, but no other individual dared to peek into my space through that crack. After another 30 minutes, there was a seized noise outside my lair. That's when I noticed a very rank odor coming through my entranceway. I quickly crawled up to the entrance and used my signal mirror to look around the corner. There was this huge, hairy back and buttocks sitting on the ground plugging up my entrance. The nasty thing was trying to use its body to keep me from escaping. I noticed that its breathing was slow and it seemed to be either resting or patiently waiting me be choked to death. This is all conjecture on my part, but that was all I could figure at the time. I lit another pine branch and lit the hair on his back. It took a second, but when that creature realized that it was ablaze, it ran for the creek as fast as it could go. There was no other movement in that area but that. So I banked my fire, slipped out the entrance, and made my way across the rocks looking for an ambush at any second. As quietly as I could, I made my way down slope until I came across a highway at the bottom of the mountain. It was deep black without a moon that night, but I still managed to flag down a trucker, ask him where I was in relation to the Boy Scouts camp, and let him talk me into accepting a ride there as he was heading over that way anyway. He dropped me off on Highway 117 about a half mile through the woods from the camp and wished me good luck. Now, as I got closer to the Boy Scout camp, I turned on my long-range communication radio, put my earpiece in my ear. When I turned up the volume on my ear comm, there was a hornet's nest of activity on it. The comm was loaded with search teams looking for pilot survivors. I heard one soldier call base camp and tell the CO that they had recovered the pilot's RFID and canvas. They had no clue as to where the pilot was. They said that they found the co-pilot's RFID and canvas. After a brief pause, the search team leader also reported that he had found spent .45 blank rounds, a place where some bad shit happened, and they had recovered a hand, 2 boots with feet inside, but no dog tags. I was weary to my bones when I stumbled into that camp. I saw a sign that read "Pilots Report Here," and I walked into the camp and reported my arrival to the lieutenant sitting at the desk. He unemotionally sent a message up the chain of command and told me to sit down and rest a minute for debriefing. I didn't have a chance to sit down before my CO exploded into the tent. True to his word, he was carrying a cold beer in a bottle. "Zip City," he addressed me by my call sign for the exercise. "Where the hell have you been and where's your co-pilot?" he asked me, handing over the beer to me. "Sir, I've been completing my evasion and eluding exercise, sir," I shouted, and threw down the bloody dog tags that I had recovered that belonged to Charlie. "Sir, and here is my co-pilot, or all that I could find of him, sir, after you heard his last ear communication." My commanding officer plopped down in the chair that I was supposed to have sat down in and told me to stand at ease. I could tell that he was emotionally and physically drained. I dropped back into the parade at-rest position, and he seemed frustrated. "Damn it, Murdoch," I said at ease. "That means if you can't stand up or fall out on the damn floor, you've been through a lot of hell, soldier. When you can walk, you go over to the medic tent and be checked out, then head to the mess hall. And you get something close to food inside of you and you'll be debriefed." "Sir, yes, sir," I yelled. "Permission to speak freely, sir," I asked. "Go ahead, soldier, you've earned the right today," he answered me. "How many of the pilots made it back?" I asked. "Well, Murdoch," he said, "after everybody had heard that transmission sent by Aggie, they all surrendered within 19 hours. It took some a while to find a search party." "What about the search party that was attacked in the Delta Quadrant, sir?" I asked. "What do you know about that, soldier?" he asked me, "and how do you know but they were even attacked?" "Well, sir," I answered, "I was laying under a tree sucking up as much water as I could hold about 45 or 50 yards downhill from them when I heard someone yell and automatic rifle fire had opened up. Since the shots weren't coming my direction, I figured that they didn't even know I was there. I used the noise to cover my ass as I escaped. I spent 2 days trapped in a crack in the mountain fighting something." "That's enough, Murdoch," my commanding officer stated. "Save it for the debriefing and don't talk about this to anyone. Oh, and congratulations, you passed your evasion exam. Carry on." Well, I chugged that beer as I went to the corpsman's tent and was checked out. I was mostly okay except for some abrasions and some bruising. I went to the mess hall and told the cook that I was told to report to him for some grub. He told me that all he had right then that didn't have to be cooked was a shit on a shingle that was preparing for breakfast. To his credit, he gave me enough SOS to feed a whole squad, and to my credit, I ate all of it. Then I was debriefed. "My God, man," Louis exclaimed, "that's some experience. I'm amazed that you're still sane and can talk about that even after all these years." "That wasn't always the case, Louis," Thomas informed him. "The first time he told that to me, I swore that I would never ask him to repeat it, till he advised me that he'd be okay with it. Harry took a while to come to grips with his experience, so now he helps others do the same thing." "That's right," Jackson Hughes said. "If it wasn't for Harry telling a larger group than is here tonight about his encounters, I may have never shared mine." Well, folks, there's a lot more to this story, and next time we get together, we're going to talk more about these guys and how they encountered these mysterious creatures that we call Bigfoot. Till then, be good, everyone. Have a great week. This is Clay Steele. Good night. Well, hello, everyone. Come on in. You know the drill. Get yourself some coffee. That gosh darn chicory coffee goes really good with whiskey, I'm just going to tell you. And you remember how last week we were talking about Thomas Robinette, the Bigfoot hunter? Yeah, that story by Joe Flippo. You remember we were doing it just last week. Thomas Robinette, the Bigfoot hunter. Well, they were all sitting around their campfire, remember, I was telling you, and they were talking about Bigfoot and how they first met Bigfoot. Yeah, so this is the second half of chapter 1, and we'll go ahead and roll on that one, folks. Jackson Hughes' account. My experience with a Bigfoot, or a booger as we called him growing up in southern Mississippi, was nothing like the two earlier accounts that you just heard. Jackson smoothly transitioned into his experience. He had warmed up to Louis since the meeting began, and he felt comfortable enough to share his encounter. I was a private first class with an artillery unit stationed at Fort Lewis while we were having some routine maintenance classes on our equipment. Well, that was the official reason we were there anyway. We were actually being brought up to speed on the improvement of the Russia's 100mm, 76mm, and 57mm artillery. The boys in black had borrowed a few of the Russians' guns, and we were there inspecting them and taking them apart and trying to put them back together. Well, we were given 4 days R&R. Since I had never been up that way before, I decided I wanted to do a little sightseeing and hike the area. It was early fall that year, and I was 6 weeks from being timed out, so I was taking everything in stride and considered re-upping when my contract expired. All I'd ever wanted to do my whole life was run around the woods, hunt, fish, and live a carefree life. Now, to give you a little background on me, like I said earlier, I was raised in South Mississippi. We were never told about anything called a Sasquatch or Bigfoot. We lived out in rural Holmes County outside of Coxburg, in an area that was all family folks around. White people had their stories of the boogeyman in the woods down there. But our people had old Black Jim who watched kids from the tree line. Well, when one of the kids told their mammy that they saw something in the woods, she'd get on that party line or call anybody around and tell them that something was out and watch the kids or that old Black Jim was up to no good again. Usually when this happened, our menfolk would go buy bullets for their guns, hit the liquor store for some good stuff, and run around in the woods for a while and shoot off rounds, and so that the women thought that they and their kids wasn't being protected. However, nobody ever saw Black Jim or admitted to it anyway. We all grew up thinking that Black Jim was just an old blackjack booger man to keep us inside on cloudy days or to get us home before dark. Before you go to thinking that we were using racial slurs, I need you to understand that old Black Jim was actually supposed to be a very big black man, just like his name says. Not brown like I am, but actually really black as coal. Black as old scratch, too. He was supposed to be between 8 and 12 feet tall, anywhere from 600 pounds to 1,000 pounds. The old folks always told us he wore clothes made out of bear hide and a long coat with a hood on it. It was said that he could carry off 400-pound hog as easily as we could carry off a bag of polk salad, and if he wanted you, then you'd never know he was there until he had you in his grasp. Sometimes we would be coon hunting on that old hillside national wildlife refuge. Our dogs would stop chasing a coon and come running back to us with their tails tucked in between their legs. Sometimes we'd just hear one yelp, then go quiet, never see him again. Now, my grandpa would say that old Black Jim must be afoot as we would lease our dogs, head to the truck, and go home for the night. There was also a couple of times that I know we heard screams come from the direction from the dogs returned from. Uncle Mason used to say it was a catamount. I thought that it was some kind of a cat for a long time. Well, now back to my experience. It was Saturday morning when I got up to Paradise and got me a room at the local hotel. I ate a big breakfast there and packed me a day pack. I was only planning on being a couple hours hike that day. I'd barely 2 quarts of bottled water, a pound bag of jerked elk meat, a flashlight, a rain poncho, my K-bar knife, and 2 MREs just in case. I arrived at the Skyline Loop trailhead around 1,000 hours and began my hike. I could see that there were several cars already parked in the parking area everybody used. So I figured I would run into others somewhere along the trail. It was a typical early fall day. The leaves were turning. The wind had a little bite to it off the mountains, but the sunny sky warmed you up fast when you lingered in the light. It was a great day to be in the woods for me. I was excited to be in a new place. I was looking at real mountains. The southern Mississippi boy that still lingered inside me was excited. My hike to Myrtle Falls was nice and peaceful. I made it there by 10:45, and if I hadn't hurried, I was sort of taking my time to smell the roses, as they say. Myrtle Falls was just beautiful to me. There was something magical about the whole scene. The green, it was really green. Well, the reds, the browns, the yellows were really bright in that clear air. I could look uphill and see all kinds of interesting places to stop on my journey to McClure Rock. And as I was walking around the bank by the falls, I saw some funny bear footprints. They almost looked human to me. I'd read how sometimes bears step halfway on their front tracks with their rear feet. They make prints that make them look almost like people's feet. I put my foot next to the track and it dwarfed my size 13 boot. I stepped into the track and it was like I was a toddler stepping into a grown-up's footprint. This piqued my curiosity, and so for whatever reason I started tracking this here bear. I saw where the tracks started up around the falls. Now, I decided not to follow a bear up that steep bank, but when I got as far as I thought I should go, I'd see another track and I'd take another step up. Well, I continued doing this until I got all the way up the falls. Then I saw where this thing left the bank and went on up into the trees. Well, at this time I was almost 23 years old and thought that I was invincible, as a young man always feels. I thought of the old cliche where when you are in for a penny, you're in for a pound. So I kept tracking this bear since it was heading towards the general vicinity of McClure Rock anyway. I was even excited that I was actually going to possibly see a real live grizzly bear. I expected that I would hear it moving around before I got too close to it anyway. And besides that, I was the best tree climber in my circle of cousins, and I had every confidence I would make it up any tree with the proper motivation. I kept on with this charade until suddenly meandering trail of prints disappeared into thin air. I circled around that last track for 20 minutes, widening my circle as I went. Never found the trail again. I continued on up towards McClure Rock. After taking another 10 minutes or so to reorient myself and get back on the trail up to McClure Rock, I passed an Asian couple coming back down visiting my destination. I smiled when I met them on the trail, and they were polite enough, although I don't think they spoke English. Finally, after my romp in the woods, my bear tracking debacle, and almost getting lost, I finally made it to the rock at around 14:30. By that time, I'd exerted a whole lot of energy. I sat down, opened up my pack. I pulled out the water, and I opened it and took a healthy pull from the bottle. I opened up one of the MREs and used my water from the bottle to wet the heating cube so I could heat up the spaghetti and meatballs that I came. The aroma of that food rose up and filled the air. Now, I was patiently awaiting for the meal to finish when I heard a rustling around in the weeds opposite the direction of the trail I'd come. I was beginning to think that I was at least going to see a bear or some deer or elk or something. And I did. I saw something all right. It wasn't a bear, though. This animal stood up every bit of 7 foot tall. It had long black hair, not fur, but hair that you could see the skin through. The skin was an ashy black or charcoal color. The back of the head was slightly conical, not as much as a gorilla's head. It was sniffing the air and taking an unreal amount of air in an impossibly short amount of time. Then it turned around to look in my direction. The first thing my eyes saw and registered were the 2 biggest and fullest breasts that I had ever seen. They looked human, and they looked like a woman. I didn't know what to think at that moment. Here was a giant gorilla-looking thing that was too human to be gorilla, but too primal to be human. I began thinking that this may be a Neanderthal or some archaic person that wasn't even supposed to still be living. Then I noticed her hands. They were the same color on top as on the palms. They were more like a non-human primate. The hair was very similar to a horse's mane or tail in thickness and coarseness. She must have weighed at least 400 and some odd pounds or more. Her eyes were covered by the deep eyebrow ridge. I don't think the eyes were sunk in any farther than a human's eyes, but I do think that the brow ridge was much further out. Her jaw was squared. Her nose went almost to her cheekbone. Then she gestured towards my food. I slowly opened up my box. I took out the heating cube and dropped it on the ground. It was still steaming at 400 degrees Fahrenheit. I also pulled out the food tray and laid it down on the ground by the heating cube with the food sitting on top of the box. Next, I reached into my bag and pulled out a handful of jerked elk meat and dropped it into the box as well. I could tell she knew what it was by how she acted when she smelled the meat. So I slowly backed away from her and the food. I don't know why, but I spoke to her. I told her that she could have the food and that I wasn't too hungry. I stepped back towards the trail I'd come up, and she took a step towards the food. I made it to the trail in 3 strides, and she took 3 strides and made it to the food. When she picked up the first piece of meat and smelled it, I began back down the trail. She seemed preoccupied with the jerked meat. It was like I had just disappeared. I'd been walking back down the trail for about 15 minutes when I heard her scream out in pain. I figured that she must have just grabbed the hot cube. When she did that scream, she broke through the underbrush in the direction that she came from, and you could hear her trampling off uphill. I ain't gonna lie, I took off too. I ran down that path until I hit the Skyline Loop, and then I only slowed down a jog until I got to my truck. I was already in my driver's seat before I realized that I'd left my pack up on McClure Rock. I wasn't going back for it either. In my hand, I had held onto my knife, but I don't recall grabbing it. I cranked up the truck, drove back to the hotel, and crashed for the rest of the day. Every time I thought about my bag, I told myself that I wasn't going back up there for love or for money. In my mind, I also decided that I ain't going back in the woods either. No way, no how. After spending the rest of the night inside my hotel room, I drove back to the base the next morning and went in and sat down in the chapel. That's when I decided that I wasn't going to soldier anymore than I had to for the next month and a half, and my butt was heading back to Mississippi. I took my release. I signed up for the GI Bill, and I was able to go to Mississippi State and get my bachelor's degree in business administration. After I graduated, I have stayed well inside the city limits ever since. I loved the woods as a kid. I miss them, but I ain't going back. There ain't no way. What little fishing I do now is with my family and in a pond down at City Park. When I came home, I told my grandpa and mama about what I'd seen. I had begun having nightmares about the animals that I'd seen. Nothing seemed right. What I had learned growing up in school, church, and on television seemed to be an elaborate hoax. My paradigm had shifted, and I was most apparent when I was asleep. After waking them up a couple nights in a row, my grandpa sat me down at the kitchen table. He told me that he had seen stuff in World War II and Korea that no man should ever have to see. He said that if I needed to talk about anything, that he had been there and he would listen without judging me. He knew what things men could see in the military and not speak of. Well, that's when I broke down and told him about what I saw. After I finished my account, he looked me in the eye for a long time. He knew that I wasn't lying. He knew that I had seen something, and he believed that I had correctly described what I saw. All he ever told me was that he believed me, that I didn't have to be afraid of that creature because she was probably a female version of Black Jim, and he ain't really ever hurt any one of our kin that Grandpa knew of. Getting the opportunity to get that off my chest was somewhat of a relief. But it wasn't until I heard Harry's account that I realized how lucky I had been. So not all encounters have to be bad then, right? Louis asked the group. Usually, began Thomas. If you educate yourself, know what to look for in their behavior, and maintain a respectful distance and show the creature that you are respectful and not afraid, they'll acknowledge you and most likely leave you alone. They ain't your friend. They ain't necessarily your enemy either. They're kind of like human in that way. You can't stereotype their behavior like you can a bear or a cougar. Each individual has his or her own personality, just kind of like with a human. There's always a bully in every crowd. What you have to look out for is the unpredictable way they change from being docile to aggressive. That is the key to surviving the encounter, in my humble opinion. No truer words were ever spoken, Layman Grisby stated. My encounter was a horrible ordeal. But thinking back on it, after a time to reflect, if Chayatanka had wanted to kill me, then he would have been able to do it at any time. He would have just ran up, jerked off my head, and been done with it. But he didn't do that. He could have ripped my head off and tore me up to tatters, and there wasn't anything I could have done about it. Why don't you think he did, Grisby? Asked Louis. Who knows what those things think? Grisby asked in return. It's all man's arrogance that even says they were in the same intelligence level as Chayatanka. He is revered by my ancestors. Even now they sent down words to tell us today to be very wary of them. You should never trust one. Their idea of right and wrong is set on a different thinking than ours. If you follow the laws given to us by our mother, if you hurt one of their clan, they will hurt 5 of your clan. If you kill one of their clan, their ways say that you cannot make it out of that area alive. If you do, then their clan will hold you to a blood debt and remember you forever. If, by some miracle or mistake by them, you make it out alive, then the best trackers in their clan will seek you out. I was told one time about a distant relative who accidentally shot one thinking it was a bear. When he walked up and saw what he had done, he leaped upon his horse to get out of there. It was said that he rode for over 30 miles before he came upon a homestead. His horse was almost given out, so he traded his horse with the Wascombe and went on his way. It was said that when he returned back the same way, some weeks later, that the barn and the house were torn down. Animal carcasses were laying everywhere, and there was no sign of the people that lived there. He was traveling with his uncle, father, 3 nephews, and his grandfather. He told them of his mistake and about trading the horse he had with these people. His grandfather was upset. He believed that the army would think that the people had done this out of rebellion or evilness of heart, would bring suffering to the tribe. As the hunting party looked around, they found large footprints in the dirt. The grandfather pointed it out to his family and told them that the one-legged man destroyed the house. How can a one-legged man destroy a house? Louis asked. Chayatonka doesn't have an instep in his footprint like a man does. Also, he walks in a straight line as if he's walking on a tree limb, even when he's on flat ground. His footprints are much farther apart than a man's. So the grandfather thought that Chayatonka only had one leg and hopped everywhere. Well, we know different now, but back in the time of my grandfather, that was how they explained this Chayatonka moved. My people had been there many years before anyone had actually seen this person. Do you think that they're people then? Louis asked. In my way, all creatures are brothers. We're all children of our mother. Lyman stated as he waved his arm around to indicate the landscape. In this way, we're all equal and related, but from different tribes. It's how I was taught to look at different species of animals. Our language didn't have the same words as your language. There is no scientific words. When I say the older people from a different tribe, it is the same as saying that the buffalo is from another tribe. Well, I think I understand you now, Louis said. I'm so glad that I decided to come here tonight. I needed to hear each of you talk about your accounts. I don't feel so crazy now. The relief in Louis' voice indicated that the others may be comfortable enough to tell his experience. Thomas could see that he was still debating with himself in his mind whether or not to tell his story. So he made an effort to help Louis decide. You know, I remember when I first saw one of these old men in the woods down in southeast Texas. I couldn't wrap my head around the animals that I saw. It was plain that I was seeing a mother and an offspring. What got to me was the fact that there are no non-human great apes in North America. If there were, then science would have run across them and documented them like they have the lowland and mountain gorillas in Africa. This animal wasn't just an animal, but at the same time it wasn't necessarily human either. That was the paradox to me. You all have heard my account already, so I won't waste your time repeating it. But in the beginning, I was obsessed with finding out more about these animals. As a responsible hunter, it was my duty to know every animal that I would cross in the woods. The last thing that I wanted was to be elbow deep in a gut pile when one of these animals showed up expecting an easy meal. Would it respect my ownership of the kill? Was I just another food item for this thing on the menu? Would this thing stalk me like I stalked deer, hogs, etc.? These questions began eating away at my mind day and night. That was when I decided to try to do my own kind of research on these animals. I looked every non-human primate up that I could find online. Nothing that I looked up even came close to what I saw. Then one night I was typing into the AOL search engine, animals in North America who can walk on 2 legs. Somehow I went from that to a link on Bigfoot, and I ended up seeing the Patterson-Gimlin film. Seeing the video brought chills to my whole body. It wasn't because I was afraid, but because I'd finally found that someone else had actually seen the same thing that I had and filmed it. I spent at least 6 months researching that film. I even went as far as to contact Bob Gimlin by telephone, just to ask him if this thing was real. He sounded like a great person. I admire him to this day because he made me feel like I wasn't crazy. He talked to me as if we were old friends and was just a gracious man to talk to. I never had any airs of arrogance either. Now, while I was talking with Mr. Gimlin, I asked him how he found that Sasquatch that he referred to as Patty. He told me that they had been hearing the animal or animals for a while before they actually saw it walking along the creek bed. Then he told me about the signs that they thought were markers for the creature's territory. He had a really good and informative conversation that ran just past 3 hours before I even checked my time. There was a time difference between where he lived and where I was, so I politely thanked him, asked if I could call him again sometime, and hung up the phone. After that, I searched the internet for Bigfoot and Sasquatch information. I researched online for 3 months and compiled a list of possible territorial markers. I had noted the twisted tree limbs, the X-shaped markers, and the tree saplings that were bowed over and pinned down. I was convinced that if I found these things in the same area, then I would have a good chance of seeing one of these creatures. It was at this time I was an oil company mechanic for Exxon in Beaumont, Texas. I would drive out to wells and inspect them and fix anything minor that had been broken and write up a service report, make suggestions for major repairs when necessary. I was on one of those calls down in Orange County, Texas, when I saw the first territorial marker in my real world. I was driving down Old Mansfield Ferry Road on the east side of McFadden Bend Cutoff. When I was driving, I noticed a twisted branch on a tree about 8 feet up from the ground. Now, as you all know, hurricanes come through there pretty regular, so I didn't pay much attention to that first twisted limb I saw on the road. I traveled farther along that road, though. I noticed that the twisted limbs were exactly the same distance apart, all twisted in a counterclockwise direction, and that this twist was the only damage on the tree. When my conscious brain realized what I was seeing, I pulled off onto the side of the road. I pulled up a picture of a tree twist allegedly done by one of these animals in Oregon, and they were almost identical. The most interesting thing was that these twists were farther back into the tree line than highway crew equipment could reach. I was almost dumbfounded. It took some time for it to sink in that a creature as large as these could live so close to human civilization and remain hidden so well. I drove down to Exxon land on that road and pulled in. I had access to all of the oil company's land in that area and carried 2 pounds of access keys to prove it. So I opened up the company's gate and drove my old 1984 Dodge D150 4x4 inside and locked it up. I went about my job and finished up my repairs quickly and left that day. The whole time I worked was slightly paranoid that something may be watching me. Then I got the thought that if they were there, then they had watched me hundreds of times across different properties. As if I was in danger, I would have known it before then. That didn't make me feel better, though. After I finished my job and just before I left, I was hit by the urge to empty my bladder. I stopped my truck at the gate and unlocked it, opened the gate, then I went over to a tree that I saw that had a twisted limb. It was pointing toward the gate. And I pissed on the trunk of the tree. I figured that it was marker, then maybe I should leave them a message that I knew they were there and I wasn't afraid of them. Now that was on a Friday evening. I had that weekend off. The next Monday, I returned to my office to find that I had a message to call my boss. It seemed kind of urgent by the wording, but since he hadn't paged me directly, I didn't feel that it was too urgent, so I poured my coffee, spoke with the secretary, also the boss's wife, and organized my weekly job tickets. I'd been sitting at my desk for about 45 minutes when I got a call from my boss on my landline phone. "Robinette, don't you ever check your message board?" my boss asked me. "I've been sitting here for over 30 minutes waiting for you to call me." "No, sir," I answered. "I'm too busy making your job a gravy train to check my message." "Well, I need you to be up here at my office within the next half hour," he stated. "You didn't buy a new truck this weekend, did you?" "I'll be there," I reported. "And you know you don't pay me enough to buy a new truck." I hung up the phone, told the secretary I was going to go see her husband, and went out the door. "It's about time you got here," my boss stated matter-of-factly. "Did you notice anything out of the ordinary at Site 14 Friday when you were down there goofing off?" "Yeah, I did," I answered. "I noticed that Baudreau ain't oiling his equipment properly and causing me to have to fix his stuff more than necessary." "Is that all you have to say?" he countered. "Unless I'm missing something that you want to cue me in on, yeah," I answered. "Tell me what you know about the gate into Site 14 and the tree next to it," he hinted. They were fine when I left. "Why?" I asked, feeling kind of like maybe I didn't really want to know. "The weekend crew went over there to fix the equipment that you rode up about 9 Saturday morning, and the gate was torn off its post and mangled up like it was hit by a car. The tree next to it was torn up by the roots as if it had been hit by a big car. And that's why I asked you about buying a truck. I figured you may have had a wreck or something." We walked out and looked at my truck. It was apparent that I hadn't collided with anything lately, as my truck's body was intact along with a healthy protective coating of swamp gumbo that had dried along the sides. After leaving the boss's office, I drove out to look at the Site 14 gate. There was a crew already out there repairing the fence and putting up another post and a heavier gate across the road. I knew the crew chief, so I stopped in and talked with him for a minute. I asked him what happened. He felt it was probably a drunk driver who hit the gate in the tree. However, what had him stumped was the fact that there was no indication of a wreck. There were no broken glass from a light, and there were no tire marks of any kind, and there was no paint left on the broken gate. Then he told me to follow him over to the tree area. All around the immediate vicinity of the big tree were huge footprints. I'm talking about barefoot, man-type prints. You could even see the dermal ridges in this gumbo. The crew chief commented on how much bigger than his size 12 boots the prints were and put his whole boot down on the pad of the footprint. He told me that I may think he was crazy, but he thought that a Rougarou pushed down the tree and tore up the fence. By the look in the eye, I knew that he wasn't kidding either. "Did you ever have a sighting while on your job?" Louis asked Thomas. "Boy, did I," Thomas answered. "If you stick around a while, you're about to hear them." "I hope to sometime," Louis answered. So here's Louis's encounter. "So tell us, Louis," Thomas stated, "what made you interested in coming here tonight? Why did you reach out to me earlier today?" "Well," Louis stumbled in answering, "I grew up in northwest Oklahoma in a rural area southwest of the Watonga Casino, just above the North Canadian River, if you're looking at a map. Now, my family moved out there and settled before Oklahoma was known as Indian Territory." Glancing over to Grisby, Louis swallowed and said, "No offense meant, Mr. Grisby. Anyway, I spent my childhood running up and down that river and fishing and hunting and looking for arrowheads after each rain or storm and everything like that all the boys my age were accustomed to doing. As far as I know, Hairy Man, as those native people over there called Bigfoot, was just another booger man story to get us inside before dark. Now, my great-grandpa was in his late 70s when I was born. He always told me and my cousins that if we were playing outside after dark, that we better be on the porch when our booger light came on the yard, or he'd be coming looking for us. We knew that meant that he would also be bringing a switch with him. He had a livestock barn about 80 feet from his back porch, and that booger light was hanging from a pole next to the corner nearest its back porch. He could tell us that it was never safe to go outside of the reach of the light after dark. That if anything happened in the barn at night to rile up the animals, to never go out there. He was adamant that we should tell the grown-ups and stay in the house. Those houses and barns were made out of thick walls of sod back when my ancestors moved into the area. And except for modern upgrades and reinforcements, they were pretty much the same buildings as the original homesteaders had, with needed add-ons over the years. I tell you all this so you can understand my thinking and interpretation of the thinking of my mind later as I explain what happened to me. I'm 45 now. My experience happened when I was in my early 30s. I reckon I was around 34 if I remember right. Our oldest son was just about 3 weeks old at the time. And by this time, great-grandpa, his name was Luther Wilson, had been dead several years. And my grandfather had just passed, and the homestead was being subdivided among the grandkids because none of the children, my fathers, my uncles, and my aunts wanted the property, although they wanted it to stay with the family. Now, I ended up with the parcel of land that ran along the river. My grandpa had always told me that I was born into the land and was part of me, so it was always going to be mine when I grew up. My other cousins and siblings were not happy that I got so much land bordering the river. But Grandpa had put it in his will that whomever complained about their inheritance had forfeited it and would be divided up equally among the other cousins, me and my siblings. After everything was divided up and the liquid assets were dispersed and the taxes paid, each of us went about improving our properties. I had an area that I always wanted to build a hunting cabin on that was just north of the river. There was a very large outcropping of stone there, and you could see up and down the river for a ways in each direction. Now, since my wife was busy with our home and our first son, my grandma moved us into her house so we could help with the baby. Looking back, I've often wondered if she was afraid to stay there alone. This was the same house that my great-grandpa lived in when I was a kid. It was a good time in my little family's life, and we cherished the memories that we made with Grandma. After I got what needed done after work, I could spend my evening holding and playing with my little Jimmy till we were both exhausted and ready for bed. On the weekend that I didn't work, I was spending my time preparing the site and building a log cabin up on that outcropping. I would have help from my cousins as I needed, but mostly I was working there by myself. I had a company in Louisiana, cut cypress logs and shaped them into log cabin pieces and shipped the pieces out to me where I had instructions as how to construct the building. It wasn't a large building by modern standard. It's only about 800 square feet, and as an open plan with everything was inside one big room. For example, one wall had a place where the sink would fit, and it had a shelf down the wall where you could prepare your meal. At the other end, there was a wood stove that could be converted into a natural gas stove to be used for cooking and heating the inside during the wintertime. Connected to the wall on the outside of the sink area, there was a large steel reservoir that I'd made to hold water for the cabin. I had a generator that I brought out to operate the water pump and bring water up from the spring in the back of the rock ledge. That water also went through a filtration system that I'd put into the water to be safe to drink. Besides the sink and the stove inside, I'd built 2 sets of bunk beds and had moved a full-size bed in there for me and my wife when she came up. I had also used plywood and made small dividers to split up the bedroom area downstairs with the living quarters. I had a partial attic space for storage as well. Now, it was while I was moving furniture and things in the cabin that I first had the feeling of being watched. I tried to dismiss it at first, as if being the excitement of moving into my dream cabin, and I was just antsy. Sometimes, while I was finishing up for the evening, it would be near dark, and I would hear something lightly hit the top of the cabin and roll off the roof. It wasn't anything loud or anything, and I just assumed it was birds or something and just dismissed it. It only happened a couple of times, and they weren't very close together. After I finished my project, I invited my wife and my grandma to go with me and look at my finished work. They were both impressed with the construction, but my grandma said that it lacks a woman's touch, and she and my wife went to work looking at the inside and the 3 windows and whatever else women do to make a house a home. By the end of the weekend, they had it livable, as Grandma called it. We spent our weekdays down at Grandma's, and she spent the weekends with us up at the cabin. After summer had passed and autumn was in full swing, I began working lots of overtime at the quarry, where I drove big tractors. I noticed, after about 3 nights, that my wife seemed to be not so enamored with the cabin. She'd been staying there for a week while Grandma went and stayed with another of my cousins, whose wife had just given birth as well. I asked her what was the matter. She said she didn't want to sound silly or for me to think that she was scared, but at night she would swear that after she went and put Jimmy in bed, she could hear someone walking around the house. She said that the steps felt like they were someone that was very heavy because she could feel the vibrations on the rock floor under the boards. I could tell she was serious, and I didn't want to dismiss it just because she's never been one to tell tall tales. So I called into work and told my boss that I wouldn't come in due to some family business. As much as I had worked to help out my boss, he naturally agreed to let me off for the night. So I stayed home. I went outside and I brought in wood for the fireplace and the cook stove. Well, I kept a .44 Magnum lever gun in the cabin over the door and a 12-gauge Mossberg shotgun over the fireplace. Now, either gun was readily available from most places in the cabin. After bringing the wood, I sat out on my back patio-style porch and cleaned my guns. That evening, we grilled beef steaks out on the back porch, and my wife made a tossed salad, mashed potatoes, sourdough rolls for supper. We sat out on the front porch and watched the river flow by, spent time with Jimmy while we ate supper. When it started getting dark, I made the comment that we should take Jimmy inside to keep the mosquitoes from carrying him off. Well, it was a pleasant evening on the porch. I love spending time there with them. We went inside and put him down on a pallet on the floor and propped him up so he'd be comfortable. He was just nearly asleep, so I put his pacifier in his mouth and covered him with his blanket, and he drifted off to sleep. So my wife, her name is Lisa, by the way, opened up the laptop, and we were preparing to watch a movie that she had downloaded earlier. We were just about to turn out the lights when we both heard footsteps around the outside of the cabin. We stood there for about a minute as the sound went all the way around the house, accompanied by some sniffing. Now you could tell that whatever was outside had great lung capacity, because the amount of air it moved in that short amount of time that it inhaled was remarkable. As the sound made its way back around towards the back of the cabin, I grabbed my shotgun and loaded 5 rounds of buckshot, racked a shell into the chamber, and added another one into the magazine. I walked silently over to the back door. I began to slowly open the door when the footfalls passed by the threshold. When I eased the door open about a half of a foot, some unseen force made the door slam violently back shut. I was pushing on the door, and it pushed me and the door back inside. I don't know what was out there, but I knew I wasn't going to get inside there with my family. I immediately closed the bolt across the lock and set the deadbolt. The curtains that were put in to keep out the sunlight were thick enough so that we couldn't see out to know who was out there. At least what was out there couldn't see us either. The thing walked around the house 4 more times before it began rattling the knob on the front door. The front door came with a sliding slit in it and about 2 inches wide by 5 inches long. I slid it to the side and looked out. What I saw was the upper stomach of something hairy. The thing covered up the whole width of the door. When it heard the slit open, it bent down and looked through it with one eye. The eye was the shape of a chicken egg and about the same size, if not a little bigger. There was very little white along the outside of the iris, kind of like a cow's eye looks. The color of the iris was the color of dried blood. It was very brown with red highlights. The eye squinted at me through the door, and then the creature screamed at me. Its breath rattled the cypress door. It also rattled me. My wife ran over to me and grabbed up Jimmy. I told her to go up the ladder into the loft, and I would hand her up Jimmy. As they got up there, the creature began banging its hands on the cabin. Well, this cabin was made out of cypress logs that were around 16 inches thick, and they were vibrating with every single assault. The creature would walk a step or two and beat on the wall, then would walk another couple steps and hit the wall again. I don't know why it never tried the window, but if it would have, it would have broken the glass easily. I don't think that it could have gotten inside, but it could probably reach at least a third of the way across the room if it had reached in. I was just about ready to start shooting at this thing when little Jimmy started crying. He must have picked up on his mother's anxiety or something, because he began screaming and crying at the top of his lungs. When that creature heard Jimmy crying, it stopped whatever it was doing and just stood still outside the wall for a moment. Then it began cooing. It sounded like a mother trying to comfort a human child. After it cooed a little bit, it would exhale as if it were trying to calm down the baby. For some reason, I spoke up and asked if this thing had a baby. Then I told it that it was scaring little Jimmy and it should be ashamed of itself because he was just a little baby. The creature made a slight whine, and that was the last thing we heard of it that night. Lisa made me swear that I wouldn't go out there till morning. I readily agreed. We forgot to watch the movie. We went straight to bed with Jimmy in between us and slept all night without any more things bothering us. The next morning we got up around 9 a.m. and I went outside to look around while Lisa cooked breakfast. All 4 sides of our cabin were banged up pretty bad, but not to the point that the structure was damaged. There was a good bit of blood and hair stuck to the coarse logs. I don't know what it was, but the hair was the color of grizzly hair, and it was long like a horse's mane, and it was very thick and coarse. I took Lisa and Jimmy up to Grandma's house and used her phone to call the Animal Conservation Office for our county. I asked to speak with the game warden. When I was dispatched through to the officer on call, I told him that I thought that our cabin was attacked by a large grizzly bear the night before. He initially laughed at me. When I told him that I had both hair and blood on my cabin from the animal, he stopped laughing. He asked me where I lived, and I gave him Grandma's address. When he heard the address, he asked me, quite frankly, if I was referring to the old Wilson place. I told him I was, and he said that he'd be out directly. Almost 30 minutes later, that game warden showed up. I had collected nearly 5 ounces of hair mixed with blood. I was just about to get it out of the freezer and give it to him until Lisa told me that it may be best not to mention how much we had. Now, I relented and I walked out just as the game warden and 3 sheriff's deputies are walking toward the front porch. "Are you Lewis Crandall?" the game warden asked. "Yes, I am," I answered. "So you think you got a bear problem, do you?" he asked me with an unsure look in his eyes. "No, sir," I stated factually. "But if I told you about what I thought I had a problem with, you may not have come out. I ain't crazy or stupid either." "Well, why don't you just tell me and these sheriff's deputies what you do have a problem with?" the warden said to me. "Well, why don't I just show you?" I asked him. "I can do that better than I can tell you." I instructed them to follow me down the private road from Grandma's house to the cabin. When we arrived, I told them to come up the cabin and led them up the rock steps to the cabin. After the quartet arrived at my front porch, I led them around the house, showing them pieces of hair and drops of blood where the animal from the night before had banged on the cypress logs. The warden inspected the area, took plenty of samples of hair and blood, and came over to where I was sitting on my patio and asked me why I didn't think I was dealing with a bear. And that's when I led them around the back of the cabin and showed them the muddy but clear tracks along the wall. The tracks were very plainly very large human tracks. There was no claw marks on the tracks either. I pointed this out to the warden. He stayed oddly silent as I told him every detail of the encounter. I showed him the muddy prints where someone slammed my door. I even told him about the cooing and the other sounds the creature made. Then I told him that I didn't think we had a grizzly around here, or else everybody and their brother would be on the news telling about seeing it. He was strangely quiet as I saw his mind beginning to come to the same conclusion that I had. He wrote his report and advised me to stay inside after dark. Then he and 2 of his officers walked back to their vehicles and left. While I was standing there, the 3rd officer pulled out a card, handed it to me, and said that the person listed on that card was the only expert on these things that he knew about that I could access. He told me his direct number was on the back and that if I needed him to call at any time, no matter how late it was, because he patrolled my sector of the county. The number on the card was your number, Thomas. "Geez, that was years ago. Why'd you wait so long to contact me?" Thomas Robinette asked. "Well, that was the beginning. We lived in that cabin as often as we intended, but stayed with Grandma a lot more than we should have. It became our normal to hear footfalls along outside at night. We became convinced that this creature must have been a female who was interested in Jimmy. Why? Well, we never knew. But as he grew older, we noticed he had a friend that he talked to through the screen at the cabin. He even talked to his friend while playing on Grandma's porch, so we thought that he must have made up an imaginary friend since he was alone so much at home. We did take him to church twice on Sundays and Wednesday evenings, and he played with his nearby cousins, but he was always talking about his friend. One day when he was around 5, I asked him about his friend. I asked him why his friend never came to supper. He said that his friend's mother wouldn't let him come over because we were different than he was. I thought that must have been something that he heard somewhere because some native people used that excuse when my dad invited them over when Jimmy was young. Next, I asked Jimmy what his friend looked like. He said that he was a boy, like him, but must be a little bit older because he was taller than Jimmy. His friend wore winter clothes all year long and giggled at Barney. He liked Sesame Street, but was scared of the trolley on Mr. Rogers' neighborhood. His friend loved Dora the Explorer, but he thought Boots needed a spanking. When I asked him when he saw his friend, he insisted that he saw him all the time. He even told him good night every night by the window. Jimmy said sometimes his friend stood outside his window and watched TV with him at Mimi's house. Well, Mimi was my grandmother. I asked him if he spoke with his friend with words like us, and he said yes. He informed me that his friend could understand words, but he could only talk like a baby, meaning one-word answers. However, Jimmy told me that he could also talk to his friend in his language. I asked him what he meant, and he demonstrated with words or phrases like, hello, come here, yes, no, thank you, please. After he had said each word or phrase, he would make tongue clicks, whistles, grunts, coughs, or any combination of them that he stated meant that he was saying. I asked him what he called his friend. He said that they called each other brother. He said that his friend's mother said that they were the same but different. She wished that we could always be friends, but that one day we would have to say goodbye because we were just too different for everybody to understand our friendship. She watched over them when they played, Jimmy told me. He stated that Mother worried that I would see Brother and act badly. When Lisa got transferred to Mississippi with her job, we moved out here and found a place in Renzi. We live now off of Highway 356, about 2 miles east of Renzi. It was the experience that I had at Bay Springs along the Tennessee-Tombigbee waterways that compelled me to contact you. I thought that our move had distances from them, but I was wrong. I was fishing down close to the Witten Dam one evening, and I was catching good-sized catfish that day, so I put out several rods. I had a 5-gallon bucket that had an aerator in it, so that I was placing my catch in. The larger catfish that I was catching wouldn't fit into the bucket, so I had them on a stringer and had the stringer tied to a tree trunk that was near the water. I spent most of the afternoon with Jimmy fishing. Well, he's 10 now, and he's a pretty good fisherman himself. Because of this, I let him bring a bucket for his catch as well. Now, I had put 7 catfish, around 3 to 5 pounds, on my stringer. When we went to leave, I looked into my 5-gallon bucket, and I could count 11 fiddler cats in my bucket. I asked Jimmy how many fish he had because I had watched him pull in on 4 good ones. He said he didn't have any. He said that he saw a boy that looked like his friend in Oklahoma that was hungry, so he gave his fish to that boy. Now, I was walking down to get my stringer as he was telling me this. As I was reaching and pulling up my catch, I heard movements in the bushes directly behind me. Jimmy, who I thought it was, had already gone to the truck and was waiting for me there in the cab. Well, I picked up my catfish and started to walk away when I heard a short huff behind me. I turned to see. Louis stopped at this point, as if he was trying to find the words to describe what he saw, but they eluded him. You saw a big, hairy, ugly thing with a big nose, wide mouth, and hands as big as pumpkins, didn't you? Jackson inquired. Yes, said Louis, I did. But I saw 2 of them. Neither one was looking at me, but they were very interested in my catfish. The smaller one smelled like raw fish guts, so I figured he was a friend that Jimmy was referring to. He was rubbing his stomach and pointing at his companion. I think he was asking for the fish. Now, I spoke to the 2 creatures. I stated that I was catching fish to feed my family, but I had plenty. I stated that I was a peaceful person, but I wasn't afraid of them. I told them that I would leave them the fish on the stringer, but when I came back, I wanted my stringer back. For whatever reason, I believed that these animals understood every word I said. The larger one just looked at me without responding, but the little one began clapping his hands and making sounds like gurby, gurby. I sat the fish down in the path between the larger one and myself. I told him that I was giving him this stringer of fish today because I had a good catch. But if I came and couldn't give them any fish, then they'd have to understand I must feed my family first. Then I turned away and walked slowly back to the truck. Jimmy saw me returning without the stringer and smiled. You gave them the catfish, didn't you, Daddy? He asked. Yes, I did, son, I answered. I told my brother that if he asked you nicely, then you would probably give them what we didn't really need. My friend said that his daddy was just going to take them, but they were our catch. I told my friend that my daddy didn't care for thieves, and he'll help anyone who needs help and asks him. I told them if they just took your fish, you'd get mad and break off a switch and whip them for stealing. Jimmy informed me after we were back on the highway. Mr. Robinette, Thomas, I need to know if these things mean harm to me. I'm almost afraid to go down and fish alone down there. I can't even think about going down to the Divide Wildlife Management Area to look for places to set up a deer stand. These things, I'm lost. I just don't know, Louis stated, exasperated. I thought that what happened to me and my family was horrible, but listening to you guys, my encounters with them seem boring. Y'all have helped me out in that I don't think that I'm crazy anymore because they're real. You've reinforced that for me. However, I have a terror growing inside of me that I cannot control. I'm still able to function while I'm around people in town or it's daylight outside, but when dark 30 hits... Well, we've all been in your shoes, Louis, Layman Grisby stated. Some of us are even closer to you than you know inside. That's part of why Murdoch and I travel so far down here to sit at this fire. We know we can talk to anyone who is present, not be made fun of, dismissed as wanting attention, or called a liar. That's right, Murdoch concurred. We've all been through an ordeal. We all have this emotional fallout. But you're among friends here, So don't let this be your last time here, okay? Next time, feel free to bring your wife and your child with you, Thomas offered. If they ain't welcome here, then you ain't got any business being here either. They don't even have to sit around the fire and listen either. My wife loves to entertain, whether it's one or two dozen. I know you walk straight around to the fire, but my wife is inside playing rook tonight, and she's having a great time. Otherwise, we would have been interrupted with messages asking me to hurry up so her guests can leave. So I've had a good time here tonight, Murdoch announced, but Grisby and I need to go on over to Super 8. My old bones are worn out, and it's already past my bedtime. Say your salutations, Grisby, and let's head on out. After all the handshakes were completed and Grisby and Murdoch had left, Thomas told his two remaining guests that they were welcome to stay as long as they wanted. His usual routine was to sit out by his campfire until almost sunrise on most weekends. He enjoyed having the company and the camaraderie that his invitations had given him over the years. About that time, Jackson's wife, Lachey, she texted him, informed him that he needed to wrap up his visit because his two twins had worn themselves out playing with the Robinette's white German shepherd and 8-year-old sons, and they were becoming cranky. After making this appropriate apologies, he walked the 150 feet back to the Robinette's home and said his goodbyes to Thomas's wife, Sarah, his 3 sons, and of course his shepherd, Jake. Everything began settling back down. Louis asked Thomas if it was okay if he stayed a while longer and asked him some questions that he had on his mind. Thomas agreed and told him that he had all night if Louis didn't need to go home anytime soon. Louis informed Thomas that their children were gone to visit some family friends for the weekend and would be home alone, so he wasn't in no hurry to leave. There were many things on his mind that he needed to talk about. The camaraderie of the conversation had helped ease his anxiety that he was going to be judged, that he needed answers, and he wasn't going to waste this opportunity. Well, that's quite a long story there, folks, but there's a whole bunch more to it. So if you're interested in some of that Thomas Robinette, the Bigfoot hunter, you stick around. We'll talk about it next week or soon. Until then, well, you know this is Clay Steele. You guys be good. Well, come on in, folks. Come on all the way over here. There's room around this fire. Got some story to tell you tonight. More of this Thomas Robinette, the Bigfoot Hunter by Joe Flippo. Tonight we're going to talk chapter 2. It's just starting to get good. And I think if you sit down and relax, you probably are going to like this story. So I'm just going to get right on into it. Like I say, this is chapter 2. Now I know you've probably heard all of my questions 100 times or more before, Louis began. So I appreciate your candor and your patience with me. Now I realize this is old news to you, but I'm trying to catch up to speed on these creatures. I invited you here tonight so that you would get your answers, Thomas replied. And I am also learning with each conversation I have. Everybody always has something to share that I may not have known before or even thought of. So fire away with your questions. Okay then, began Louis. First off, what do you think Bigfoot really is? And why do you think every country in the world has them? Ah, well, smiled Thomas. Let's just jump into this knee deep. What I'm going to tell you ain't anything like you can't find for yourself online if you know how to look for it. I suggest you don't take my word for any of this without looking it up for yourself. Everything that I tell you is just my humble opinion based on my own experience and studies. I can give you the information that I looked at. That's the easy part. It's when you start thinking about what you read and you check the sources and realize that you've been looking at real facts. That's when your mind starts forming its own rabbit holes to slide down. I caution everyone to have someone that they trust to watch out for them in case they slide too far and they need help getting out of there. These are my honest conclusions based not on hearsay, but my own investigations. I believe that they are on every continent in the world because it's my opinion they probably evolved before the land masses began to separate. Now, in my opinion, the reasons that they seem human but have animal characteristics is because they are further evolved subspecies of the Australopithecine. I believed that if evolution is to be taken as fact, then their ancestors split from the ancestors of humans and chimpanzees long before the other two split apart. If you look up a pre-human animal called a Paranthropus boise, you will see a creature that is very similar to these creatures in appearance, but they're only about 5 feet tall or so. However, if some of these animals are as an evolved descendant of this Australopithecus, or even a hybrid of it, and maybe some currently unknown subspecies that was near enough of a relative to interbreed, then it would make sense if the creatures had to grow stronger to hunt. See, there are theories floating around that these Sasquatch could actually be the original primate species on Earth, and that as the continents drifted apart, they were separated and adapted independently to become gorillas and chimps and bonobos and billy apes, etc. In Africa, rock apes in Vietnam, orangutans and orange pendeks or yetis in Asia, and yowies in Australia. It's my opinion that these modern governments have studied them and that they are a relic cousin to humans and they can't be controlled. So they deny their existence rather than admit that they can't control them. I also believe that these national parks were created by the Department of the Interior to set aside natural habitats for them more than to preserve nature for the citizens to enjoy. I believe that they are a flesh and blood creature, just like humans are a flesh and blood creature. I don't believe that they are aliens, metaphysical, or psychic. I have witnessed the fact that they read nonverbal body language very well. I also have witnessed that they're understood spoken language and that they have a proto-language of their own. It's very similar to the whistles and tongue-clicking languages of native tribes in Africa. What I don't know, as if the different troops or family groups have a common language. Now, their language seemed to be one of more intent with specific words. However, I could be wrong with it. Why do you think that they hate humans so much? Louis asked, or at least seem to not want to associate with humans. What are humans to them? Thomas asked rhetorically. I don't think they care any more about humans than humans care about a crow or a squirrel or a raccoon. It's human arrogance that makes us see them as the constant aggressor. Think about this. What if they walk up on a human and the human scares them? Fear and hatred have the same facial expressions if you don't know what the emotions are behind the reaction. I've had people tell me that they saw this creature and it looked like it wanted to tear them apart, but it just stood there like a statue. Now, after a period of time, the creature walked behind a hill or down into a ditch, and they heard the loudest and most terrifying screams, and it scared the witness so bad that they refused to go back into the woods. Now, in my opinion, the person's perspective was that of a victim, where Bigfoot wasn't being an aggressor, but was terrified of the person. Think about this. The Bigfoot saw a human where a human wasn't expected to be. The animal was terrified and froze in place out of fear. He or she believed that the human was capable of doing as much damage to it as the person thought that the Bigfoot could do to them. After a period of time, the Bigfoot realizes that the human's not going to be aggressive toward it, so it walks back the way it came. It gets out of the line of sight with the person and releases all of its pent-up emotion with either one loud scream or a series of them. The animal waited until it got out of sight of the human because it felt that if the human saw it act out, it may attack the Bigfoot out of self-preservation. Now, that's one way of looking at it. Now, if you look at these creatures as some kind of archaic human relative, well, why do you think they harass humans and their property? Louis continued with his questions. Well, I believe that the majority of the harassment done to people are mainly older juvenile males and females. Think about yourself back in your high school days. If you had a group of peers that you ran around with, it was natural for you all to try to outdo each other. Now let's apply this to the young boogers. Let's say that there are 4 young males running around looking for something to entertain themselves with. In their annex, they come across a farmhouse that has lights on inside. It's dark outside. So they're able to look inside, similar to the way humans look inside a lit-up fish tank. Follow along with me on my thought path for a minute, if you don't mind. Let me say that Booger 1 tells the others to watch him, and he walks up and he slaps a mailbox outside. Now Booger 2 tries to outdo Booger 1, so he walks up and pushes open the front gate. The gate squeaks, and they're afraid of getting caught, so they run back into the woods. Now let's say that nobody inside heard the gate squeak, so Booger 3 looks at the others as if to say, well, that ain't nothing, watch this. And he picks up a rock, and he throws it onto the metal roof, making the roof rattle as the rock rolls all the way down. Now Booger 1 and Booger 2, not wanting to be outperformed, they also begin throwing rocks onto the roof. Watching them this whole time, Booger 4 decides to outdo all of them. So he runs up and jumps up onto the porch and rattles the doorknob. And then he runs around to the window and looks inside to see the people inside with these worried expressions of anger on their face. So he runs back to his buddies, tells them they're probably in some deep trouble, and they run off, escaping their punishment. On the other side of the situation, you got a family inside their home minding their own business, and all they know is that there's Bigfoot outside harassing them. They hear the rocks hitting the roof, followed by a booger rattling the door as if he was trying to get inside. And then he looked into their window to see who was in there. The humans may even think that they're in mortal danger, stay up all night in anticipation of an attack that's never going to come. You see, we all think the worst of those that we don't understand. Their thinking is different from our thinking. It's kind of like when the Europeans came to North America. Their culture was different. When Europeans were telling you the truth, they looked a person in the eyes. Now, in Native American culture, if you looked a man in his eyes, it was perceived as if you had no respect for him, thought he was a liar, or you were threatening him with a display of dominance. So if you were respected by a Native American, they looked past you across your shoulder. This is just one example of how a misunderstood cultural norm caused unnecessary conflicts. People and boogers can be the same. Why do you think that there's so many conflicting reports of how Bigfoot acts? Louie's next question. Well, if they're like humans, then they have complex thoughts and personalities. They can't be stereotyped like other animals can be. Now, these animals are like humans in their rudest, most uncivilized state. They don't have the ability to control their temper tantrums any more than a 3 or a 4-year-old child has. The difference is that they're an 8-foot, maybe 800-pound child throwing a temper tantrum. They live by the law of nature, and they can be very vindictive. If you hurt one of them, they will kill you. If you kill one of them, they will kill 5 humans for each booger killed. They also have the capacity to be compassionate and sympathetic. The internet is flooded with these actions that people swear is proof that these animals are benevolent forest people. That's a load of horse crap if I ever heard any. They look at humans kind of in the same way as a wolf looks at a coyote. If a wolf is eaten and runs into a coyote at a watering hole, 9 times out of 10 that coyote is safe around that wolf. They're both canines. They're both predators, and they don't always compete over resources. They can tolerate each other's presence as long as each animal remains respectful of the other and keeps a healthy distance. However, if that wolf ain't eaten in a couple days and can't find anything else to eat, that coyote's in trouble if that wolf catches him. That wolf's going to eat whether that coyote likes it or not. Bigfoot and people are very similar in that way. Most of the time, a human's okay around a Bigfoot in the woods. The chances are more likely that if a Bigfoot lets you see them or her, it's because you've been observed so many times by then that they know you're not a threat. If you hunt in an area where there are Bigfoots living, they will know your pattern of operation as well as you do. For the most part, they'll stay out of your way and watch you kill your prey. Then while you're waiting the recommended 30 minutes for the animal to die before you approach it, your Bigfoot voyeur has tracked down and stolen your kill. I've heard many accounts where Sasquatches learned that a gunshot can be a dinner bell. The same way as bears have been known to check out the area after a shot's been fired in the woods. You spoke a little bit about looking for signs to find these animals in the woods, Louis stated. Then he asked, "Can you tell me a little more about that?" Yeah, when I first started researching the topic, I noticed that there's some common elements in all the stories. Almost every account talked about bowed saplings that had their top pinned down. They spoke of limbs broken off and made into X-shaped designs, blocking trails, or trees pushed over across trails. It wasn't until later that I learned about the teepee-type tree structures. When I had hunting leases, I could walk the land and look for these signs. If I saw them, I assumed that I was being watched as soon as I opened the door of my vehicle. I also noticed where land was cleared off to see if bowed saplings showed up in the tree line. I would say 80% of the time they did occur. I actually asked one of the so-called experts one time if he ever researched around clear-cut properties and looked for boundary lines made by bowing over saplings. This guy told me that all I was seeing were the trees that didn't get enough sunlight, so they bowed over. Now, I knew right then that he didn't know what he was talking about. Sure, there were naturally bowed trees in the forest, and they don't bow over or pin themselves to the ground with another heavy object. They also don't leave any large humanoid footprints around themselves. The person went on to tell me that I didn't know what I was doing and that my ignorance was hurting the Bigfoot community's serious researchers. He's the reason to this day that I don't share anything that I've learned with anyone that I have not met. I won't either. Have you seen many of these animals? Louis asked. And if so, how many have you actually seen? Well, the first question's an easy answer. Yes, I have seen these creatures in 5 different states with my own eyes. How many have I seen? I really don't know. I know I could safely say around 140 individuals and not be exaggerating. It may be more than that, but some of the individuals I have only seen once, and others I might have seen 20 times. That makes it hard to answer the last one. Did you ever have any living on your property? Louis asked Thomas. Yeah, I still do, Thomas said. Why do you think I sit out here by this fire so often? Well, I thought it was because you had friends over and talked about Sasquatch, Louis answered. I didn't realize it was so you could see one. Louis, answered Thomas, when we moved into this mobile home, no one had lived in it for years. The last owners moved out and left everything sitting. It took me 3 days to move out their property before Sarah could even begin to clean this place so we could move our things in. The former owners were convinced that they had ghosts in their home because the property was haunted. They heard banging on the floors one night, and that was the last straw. They grabbed their kid and ran out to their car and left, never to come back. Because of the fear in their hearts, that couple, they sold me this place for just a fraction of the price and gladly accepted it. This place was one of the first successful missions to put up boundaries and enforce them concerning Sasquatch. The first night I was moving in here, I was yelled at by a juvenile booger not 30 feet from my front porch. I let him get his screaming over with, and I told him that this was my house now. And if he didn't shut that mess up, I was going to have a talk with his father about how he was making a ruckus, disturbing the neighborhood. Can you believe he ran off and never screamed at anyone here again? Wow, Louis said. That must have taken some guts to pull off. Knowledge is power, Louis said. These creatures understood boundaries and they obey them. They're very intelligent. I tell them what is mine and what is theirs, and they stick with it. For example, if you'll notice, I have my yard cut nice and short with pathways cut through my field to go different areas. When I did this, I noticed 2 large creatures watching me. I pointed at the short grass, I touched my chest, and I said, mine. Then I pointed at the high grass, and I said, yours, and pointed at them. Now later that week, I planted a garden down at the back of my property by the tree line. I pointed at that garden and yelled, yours. Then I went up behind the house and planted my own garden and yelled, mine. Now in the past 7 years, I have never had anything stolen from my space. I don't take their stuff either. By the way, that knocking on the floor that scared the original owners away was a juvenile Sasquatch telling them to be quiet while he slept. He'd made himself a nest up under the trailer one night while the trailer was being moved into by the couple. Now, doesn't that sound like a human kid building a fort to play in? Turns out that it was the same one that screamed at me the first night. Amazing, exclaimed Louis. That young male is now a matured adult and hunter for his troop, continued Thomas. But even now he treats me with the same respect that he treats his elders because I showed him that I was an alpha male when he was still trying to figure out if he was or not. He ain't the only juvenile around here either. He has a younger sister who is about on the same development level as my 2 8-year-old boys. I know she's a female because I've seen her around here multiple times. She's very curious. She's attached to the boys. I think it's because they're the only children around here close to her age, and she gets lonely. She has been known to separate out our trash by color and texture, and to leave her dirty nose prints on the boys' window when she looks inside to see if they're sleeping in their room. And she borrows their toys for a while, and then she'll return them. I remember that the boys had me buy them a large orange sponge ball a few years back. They spent the day kicking it around and throwing it at each other and having a blast with that there ball. The next evening, they forgot the ball and left it outside. When they got ready for school the next morning, they went outside to get their ball. It was gone. For nearly 2 weeks, they hunted for that ball and they couldn't find it. 11 days later, that ball was returned to the exact same place it had disappeared from. It was sitting there like it had, except when the boys went to pick up the ball, there was a huge chunk bitten out of it, about half the size of a softball. Their little booger friend had bitten into that ball like it was an apple or an orange or something similar, but get this, when she returned it, she replaced the plug that she bit out of it and sat the ball down on the plug so the boys couldn't immediately see that she'd damaged their ball. Is that incredible or what? Well, I don't know what to make of that, to be honest with you, Louis said. That is incredible. Do you ever hear vocalizations out here at night? Louis continued. More often than not, I'd have to admit, answered Thomas. I have 2 really good Bigfoot buddies that I keep in contact with. One's a biologist and a conservation officer, and the other's a tech genius. When we first moved in, every evening around dusk, it sounded like someone opened the gates of hell and let out something that gave the loudest, most horrific screams. I actually recorded them, sent several recordings from several days to both of them for their opinions on what they thought that the sound was coming from. Now, they were as confused as I was at the time, so we made up a plan to meet and go booger hunting. The day that they came, they arrived around 6 o'clock in the evening. I'd taken pictures of some knuckle tracks and footprints, was showing them the locations of the prints. We'd only been walking around in the wood line for about 10 or so minutes when the screams cut loose. My biologist friend looked at the 2 of us and said, "What in the hell was that?" I told him the real-life version of the recording that I sent him that sounded like hell opening up. He told me that he didn't have any idea what that was, but he hoped that he didn't piss it off. My tech buddy felt in his pocket to see if he had his recorder running, but he'd left it inside his Toyota. When the screaming stopped, after about 3 or 4 minutes, my biologist friend asked me if he could make a call that he had heard another researcher make. I told him to have at it. Now, he screamed back in the direction where the original sound seemed to be coming from. Nothing answered him. About 15 minutes, we loaded up and went about our night. When we returned early the next morning, Sarah told me that she'd heard something move in the garbage can while we were gone. I should see if a neighbor dog had torn out our garbage. I was tired, so I told her I'd check after sunup. The next morning when I got up, I ate breakfast and I went out to check the garbage. It was fine, but my toolbox in the back of my Dodge was forced open by something with big, greasy hands, strong enough to break the lock on the toolbox. "Well, that's wild," exclaimed Louis. "Does stuff like that not scare you and your family? I mean, these things are so unpredictable and all. Ain't you even scared a little bit?" "Well, Louis," Thomas answered, "my grandfather always told me that a man chooses his greatest fears. He gives power to his greatest fears by thinking about them. Then he finally gives in to his greatest fears and lets them control him. He also told me that many of a man's greatest fears never come to reality without the man's help. Now I've decided that I'm going to live my life as best as I can. I'm going to learn all that I can about them and try to coexist with them. On my journey down this rabbit hole, I have learned many things. I may not be able to understand everything that these creatures do, but I have learned enough to make pretty good educated guesses about them, and that has let me survive to this point. In my experiences, I've learned that most of these things just want to live their lives in peace and quiet. They will more often than not observe a human without any human ever knowing that they're there. For example, I believe that the first female that I saw in Texas knew me well enough to know that I wouldn't be a threat to her baby. Otherwise, I would have never had the chance to see it. I think when people see these creatures, it is the creature showing himself or herself to that person to see the person's reaction. Never kid yourself into thinking that you're in control of any situation where you are interacting with a booger. You survived to tell the encounter because they let you. There's enough missing person reports from national forest areas and wildlife management areas that provide proof that not all encounters are docile. Like Daddy always told me, there's always one idiot in the crowd. If you look around and don't see one, it's probably you. Well, both men chuckled as Thomas halted to take a drink from his coffee mug. You seem like you have everything figured out. Like you have all the answers that you need, admired Louis. I sure wish I had that comfort. Oh, don't let this pretty face fool you, Thomas smiled. I admit that I'm a pretty intelligent on these here boogers, but I ain't anywhere close to where I hope to be someday. It's all a journey of discovery. Where you are now, so I was once. Where I am now, you or anyone else can be with time and effort. Some of my best memories outside of my family memories revolve around helping others and the friends that I have met since I began this journey. Now, as you can see, my wife ain't so interested in this here subject. She's a city girl who thinks Central Park downtown is as close to nature as she needs to be. She gets to entertain mostly the spouses of my guests. They have a great time playing cards or holding babies or watching movies or having a game night if there's a lot of kids around. I always make the get-together family friendly. No alcohol, no unnecessary swearing, and no bullying, and usually we have some kind of food to eat. Those who feel inclined to bring something along can, but it's not mandatory. Everyone at my fire is equal, regardless of race, religion, politics, or social status. Right where you're sitting now, there was a guy who flew over from China to sit in that very same spot for the same reason why you're here. He had heard me speak on one of the podcasts that invited me on, and he wanted to pick my brain one-on-one. He offered to give me $20,000 to have my undivided attention for 4 hours. I refused the money, of course, because I ain't an expert, and I don't charge people to listen to their encounters and help them figure out their peace of mind. I told him that it was a great honor just for him to think well enough of me to travel so far, such short notice. I told him I had much rather be his friend than his employee, because friends were equals while employees were obligated. Yeah, he ended up staying a week. He went into the woods with me under my instructions and followed my advice without asking questions till we returned here. He got to experience a Mississippi booger, learn answers to his questions, and find peace in his heart. I know he would have gladly given me his money for that, but I've never seen anyone to profit off another person's agony. However, he told me to expect a surprise within a couple of weeks after he returned home. Now, 10 days after he left, the local dealership called me up, told me that my vehicle was ready. They stated that they understood the time restraints and believed that my vehicle would be satisfactory. When I asked them if they had the right person, they read off my name, my address, and my phone number. I got down to the Dodge dealership, and I had a brand new Dodge D2500 4x4 crew cab pickup waiting on me. It already had the tag registered in my name and an insurance policy for the next year. The truck also had a camper shell and a hideaway fifth wheel towing package. The salesman, whom I was to contact at the dealership, met me there with the keys, and he offered to have someone drive my other truck home for me so I could drive that one, and instructed me to open my glove box after I got home. When I got home, I opened my glove box to find my ownership paperwork and a beautifully designed Asian greeting card written in gold-colored ink on a black background. The card was from that person who was sitting right there. He told me that he knew I would never accept his money or a gift in person, but since I gave him peace of mind and a week of my undivided attention, his conscience wouldn't leave him alone till he repaid my gift to him with one of equal value. He mentioned that he had noticed my vehicle was a couple of years older than his, so he wanted to give me a newer one, if I had no objections to that. The taxes, the title, and the license were all paid, so I accepted it. I texted him a thank you, and he promptly answered. I tell you this to tell you that I also have individuals who come over who are very close to destitute. On top of being nervous about meeting new people who may think that they're weird, they worry about being looked down upon because of their financial status. Now, they are treated equally here. I believe it's necessary to reach anyone where they are in order to help them. I've always loved to entertain. It's my honor and pleasure to have others come and spend their precious time with my family. Nobody leaves my home hungry unless it's by their own personal choice. Wow, my friend, you've given me a lot to think on and mentally digest, Louis said as he stood up to leave. I think I need to go home and think over my thoughts about these creatures. I was under the impressions that they were all savage, blood-hungry demons or something, but you've really provoked my thinking in a whole new direction. Good night, and I hope that I can be invited over again sometime. I'll definitely put you on my call list, Thomas said. Good night, Louis. Feel free to bring the family with you next time. Thomas Robinette watched Louis Crandall walk to his truck, get in, drive away. As the headlights passed along the sides of the road, Thomas wondered if Louis had noticed the 3 sets of eye shines that passed through the woods, escaping the high beams of the truck. Anyone not paying attention may have dismissed those 3 sets of eyes as deer or some other ungulate, but Thomas knew that they were boogers walking on all 4. He also knew who the individuals were. All 3 were older juveniles that watched the fire on every chance that they got. He remembered the first time he saw them gazing at the campfire. It was in the early fall, just like this. Sarah had taken the boys and gone to visit her dad. Her car had some wiring issues, so she wanted her father, a retired electrician from the Oklahoma hydropower industry, check it out for her. He couldn't stand being retired and so far away from his only grandchildren, so he moved to Corinth, Mississippi, to be closer to his daughter after his wife died of cancer. Now those visits were a chance for her father, his name was Owen, to see the boys and feel useful. She also stayed the night with the children so that she could clean his house properly and cook for him. Thomas had always had a good relationship with his father-in-law, so he let the kids and Sarah visit him whenever they wanted to. It also gave Thomas a quiet spell so he could think and work around the house in peace. During the first campfire, Thomas had brought an old recliner to sit in around the fire. He hadn't lived there more than about 3 months, and he decided that he wanted to have a campfire since the opportunity hadn't really arisen yet. He spent the afternoon collecting pieces of wood scraps and splitting pine logs for his fire. He then stacked it in a pyramid shape with several large pieces of rich pine in the middle. He had always loved the turpentine smell of rich pine. After setting up the fire, he went to his storage shed and brought out his old lazy boy recliner and put it by the fire. He lit the fire and sat back to enjoy it. At some point during the early hours of the night, he had fallen asleep from fatigue and the melodious sounds of crickets, frogs, and a menagerie of other sounds at night. The warmth of the fire perfectly meshed with the coolness of the night, and naturally his eyelids became heavy. Suddenly, he was awakened by silence. Everything had gone quiet as if he'd entered a vacuum. He leaned forward and threw a quartet of split pine into the fire that had died down to small flames. When the wood caught fire, the initial blaze illuminated 3 juvenile boogers that were watching him. He immediately jumped up and slung the back of his recliner into the fire. When the sponge caught fire and blazed high into the sky, the 3 boogers screamed in terror and fled in different directions. It wasn't until later that he even realized that they were juvies. But right there he made the decision that he'd never get that comfortable around his fire again. The next day, he moved his campfire another 150 feet from his house. He put up a booger light out by his storage shed and chicken pen. He adjusted the direction of the light so that the circle of light reached as far out into the yard as possible. After doing that, he went back to the tree line and cut down a pine tree about 60 foot high, over 20 inches at the base. He fashioned block seats and a couple of benches out of it, sanded the sitting areas down, but he didn't pad the seats. From that time until the present, he had yet to fall asleep outside again. That was the first time that he'd noticed the juvenile Sasquatch in the back of his property. Many times after that, they would become a normality on the property. Often he could count on 3 sets of eye shines staring back at him while he sat alone around his fire. As they were mesmerized and afraid of the fire, he took the opportunity to observe them. They seemed content to watch him as well. Fear was never an issue as the young booger sat at the edge of the defined border and watched the fire from the high grass. A couple of times they were all watching the fire from different vantage points, when Thomas threw in a fresh log and had sparks ripple up the rising heat into the sky. Those times the trio's curiosity drew them out of their attention in the boundary. They stepped out, and they watched the sparks in a way that reminded Thomas of his children watching fireworks. After seeing them repeatedly return to his fires, Thomas decided to try to initiate interaction with the younglings through music. First, he guessed their general development stages. Seeing how the youngest one was pretty small, he thought about what types of music his sons had enjoyed at their toddler stage. He found some Baby Einstein CDs that were laying in the back of his collection case and an old CD player. He took it out to his next fire and began playing one of the CDs before he even saw either of the juveniles appear. After about the beginning of the 3rd song, he began hearing humming very softly coming from the woodline. He played that music quietly until late into the night. Now during the next fire, he played slow country music. There was a greater beat presence in this music created by the drum accompaniment. This seemed to energize him. He played this music until close to midnight, when he had decided ahead of time to go inside. Once he turned off the music, the older 2 juveniles began complaining by shaking saplings and groaning loudly. As he picked up the CD player, one of them began whimpering like a puppy. For whatever reason, the sound touched Thomas. So he told them if they leave the radio alone, he would leave it out all night to play for them. But if he came outside in the morning and the radio was messed with even a little bit, then their radio listening was over. The next morning, he got up to see that there'd been a heavy dewfall in the night. Going out to check on his radio, he found it where he left it. However, over it, but in no way touching the CD player, someone had placed a large wash tub so that the dew wouldn't damage the music player. Well, now that's some pretty good experiences there with the Sasquatch. That's some one-on-one. Can't wait to hear about some more of this stuff and his experiences with Bigfoot. And I guess we can start telling them next week. Yeah, we'll go to chapter 3. So until then, this is Clay Steele, everybody. Good night. Well, good evening, everyone. Thanks for coming to the campfire. Looks like there's a good group of us here tonight. We've got some coffee flowing and a few drinks going around and a lot of conversations with friends, and there's some family, and it's a good time. Yeah, we got some stories to tell. You know, we started that Thomas Robinette story, the Bigfoot Hunter. Well, Joe Flippo wrote that, one of our listeners. And we're going to go ahead and start on chapter 3, Enter Leviathon. I think it's pretty enjoyable. I know some of you are already enjoying it, so we'll do a little bit more of it here tonight. And this is how it starts. Thomas had been enjoying a restful slumber for almost 6 good hours when his cell phone rang. He picked up his private phone, thinking that it may have been Sarah calling him to join them for brunch. However, that phone wasn't the one ringing. By the time he reached for his public phone, the call had gone to voicemail. So he went back to sleep, deciding to answer it when he finished resting. The number that dialed him wasn't anyone whom he knew, so he figured it could just wait. He had just settled back down when the number dialed him again. Rolling over, He covered his head with his pillow and tried to sleep. Now, after the 5th repetition of being called by this unknown caller, Thomas let slip an unnecessary swear word and rised up in the bed. He knew he wasn't going to get any more rest this morning. Boy, this better be important, Thomas answered his phone. Mr. Robinette, a voice on the other end began. My name is Emery Letson. I'm a liaison employee of Leviathon International. Now, it's imperative to my company that I contact you and have a conversation with you in person. Can you accept a visit today? Well, that depends on if you can chop or stack firewood, mister. What'd you say your name was again? Thomas replied. Letson. Emery Letson, stated the caller, and if stacking firewood's the price I have to pay to gain an audience with you, I will accept that. I'll bring a couple of helpers with me. Well, very well, Mr. Letson. Come at your soonest convenience. I assume that since you work for an international company, you already know my address, since you have my number. I'll be in the backyard chopping wood. Come on around, instructed Thomas. Very well, sir, Emery Letson replied. We'll be along shortly. Well, after about 20 minutes or so, a dark-colored SUV drove up in the driveway. Out of the vehicle, which screamed government issue, stepped 4 men. The driver stayed outside of the vehicle by his side of the SUV. The 3 remaining men, they walked determinedly towards the backyard where they could hear the repeated sounds of an axe chopping wood. Mr. Robinette, I presume, the middleman asked. Well, people call me Thomas, answered Thomas. I'm guessing that you boys are from the Leviathon International company that you spoke about on the phone? Yes, sir, stated Emery Letson, and please call me Emery. This man on my right is Joe Flippo. As you can see, he is physically able to take care of that job for you. Now, his partner, Easton Gray, he can stack the wood. They are your help I brought along. Without taking his eyes from Thomas, Emery motioned for Joe Flippo to take over the job of cutting wood. His partner followed suit. Now let's go inside and have a more comfortable seat. You can invite your driver in as well if you don't mind. I don't want my neighbors around here getting antsy or anything. Government-type people who come around are usually trouble for them, Thomas stated. Emery waved at the driver and he got back into the SUV driving seat. I have some coffee made if you're interested, Emery, Thomas offered as he poured a hot cup of coffee from the percolator. I'm fine, but thank you, Mr. Thomas, Emery politely refused the coffee. Okay then, what do you need to talk about that's so important that you can't wait until I finish chopping wood? Thomas asked bluntly. Well, sir, stated Emery, our company is a government contractor for the Department of the Interior. We have a situation that has arisen that requires us to find an expert on Sasquatch behavior. And before I can say more, I need you to agree to sign a non-disclosure agreement contract, and I have it right here, Emery Letson stated as he produced a stack of papers from his attaché case. Looking at that stack of papers, Thomas whistled. Well, I reckon my attorney will have to look over this before we can talk then, Thomas stated. Well, in a nutshell, sir, this NDA contract is basically legalese talk saying that you promise to not say anything to anyone, including your wife, about whatever information that you obtain while under our employment. I am authorized to give you this envelope attached to the NDA as soon as you sign this document, whether you take the job or not. I think it may be worth your while to look inside this envelope. Emery gave the envelope to Thomas, who immediately ripped it open and pulled out a check for $100,000. As Thomas looked at the check incredulously, Emery reminded him that all he had to do was sign the NDA, and the check was his without any strings attached. Well, he agreed to sign the contract. After his signature was procured, Emery dialed a number on his phone and told the person on the other end of the call to transfer $100,000 into his bank account. After hanging up, he instructed Thomas to call his bank and check his last transaction. He followed Emery's instructions and was amazed to see that he had actually received the money into his account. Now, while Thomas was calling the bank, Emery reached over and picked up the check and lit it with a Zippo lighter. We won't be needing this anymore, Thomas. So can we get down to business, Emery asked. Well, Absolutely, Thomas answered. What's on your mind? As I mentioned before, my company is a contractor for the Department of the Interior, Emery explained. When governments have a wildlife or a cryptozoological nuisance issue, we're called in to take care of the problem. So our company was created by an unnamed retired general who was in World War II, and he came upon some impossible creatures in North Africa. Now, after World War II, he left the military in order to go back and see if he could discover what it was that he saw on the Dark Continent. Through his investigations, he learned that the world is indeed much less known than we were led to believe. He spent his whole life finding and recruiting a certain type of soldier from every army around the world to take care of these animals and to capture them when possible for academic study, but kill them when necessary to protect the civilian population. Leviathon International has taken many jobs from across this whole world in the years since its inception. We have successfully done our job each time, until our most recent job. Do you mean to tell me that your company tracked me down because you don't have any Sasquatch experts? Thomas asked almost mockingly. I find that hard to believe. Heck, you don't have to hunt me down. You could have just searched the internet. There are all kinds of experts there. I didn't consider myself an expert. I don't have any college or scientific credentials. I haven't any degrees in sociology or anthropology, and I may not be qualified to take your job. By the way, why haven't you used your own experts? I know you got them. Well, as a matter of fact, sir, Emery stated embarrassingly, our company's only group of Sasquatch experts were initially sent out into the field, and they disappeared. Thomas let that last statement linger in the air between them for a moment as he watched Joe Flippo chop several pieces of firewood. Thomas admired how Flippo, as his partner referred to him, used the same pace as he used and also had that natural ease at manual labor that comes from a lifetime of hard work. Am I wrong in assuming that you have investigated other organizations before deciding upon me? Thomas asked. Well, as a matter of fact, we have, replied Emery, and my boss thinks that you're probably the only genuine non-governmental expert regarding these people. People, you said? Thomas quizzed. Why do you call them people? I've listened to every public podcast and conference tape that I could find regarding you, Mr. Robinette, Emery stated. You're the only person that has gone out on a line publicly and said that you think Sasquatch is an independently evolved creature. Now, as a matter of fact, DNA tests have proven exactly what you guessed. Sasquatch is the most advanced primate indigenous to Earth. Their ancestors were around so long ago that the reason why they are on every continent is because they were on the first supercontinent before the plate tectonics pushed the continental land masses apart. They didn't come across the Bering Strait because, well, they were already here. Once this continent had as many large non-human primates as Africa still has, maybe even many more subspecies. When the first humans came here over from Asia some 21,000 years ago, they brought foreign diseases that the animals of this continent couldn't fight with their immune systems. The Sasquatch that welcomed the new arrivals even attempted to coexist and trade with the earliest humans, but those became sick from the trade, of course, and the contact. Eventually, every tribe became a hidden people that avoided humans because of the illnesses. They tried everything from interbreeding to open genocide, but they couldn't stop the flow of migrants from Asia. Eventually, they adopted the life of separation away from these Native American ancestors. And after a while, the hidden people began to become immune to those first diseases. And after a time, they were even tolerant of some tribes and taught them the trade sign languages. They successfully taught the first separate but equal teachings on this side of the world. When the Europeans came over, starting around 1100 AD, they began bringing new and more deadly diseases. The hidden people adapted a scorched earth policy with them. With the exploration of the Spaniards, the Sasquatch people went back into hiding. Despite their efforts, European diseases still spread to them until they were wiped out except for very small and isolated breeding populations. These populations have had around 500 years to adapt their immunities to these diseases, and and now are repopulating areas that were their traditional lands. As you have guessed, this is why the U.S. Department of the Interior set aside great tracts of land. The military can't control them like they did other tribes. Their ancestors were the same as the ancestors of chimpanzees and humans. It's currently hypothesized that they were actually the original primate branch of evolution, that they don't have our DNA, but they have their DNA. Now, that can open up a whole new can of worms. But that is my answer in as precisely as scientific terms as I can use that you'd understand. Well, Thomas exhaled, I guess I have some of the answers I have been looking for, but I still don't understand what you think that I can do. I mean, I go out and find these people, as you call them now, and just sit and watch them. I don't even let them know that their presence is why I'm there. I set up a camp, cook red meat, play music, and just kind of wait. I use their curiosity against them so that I can see them, but they're always in control of the situation. I make it out alive because I've learned what to look for and what to anticipate so that I can leave them before things get bad. And if you've researched me, I'm often laughed at and ridiculed online. The experts think that I am their source of entertainment. Well, we still wish to employ your services, and money is no object, Emery stated. As a matter of fact, the boss's grandchildren were with the team of experts that went missing, and he has stated that he will spend up to half of his wealth to find them, dead or alive. His 2 grandchildren are adults. They're academics. Katie and Kevin Sinclair are the grandkids' names. Katie has a doctorate degree in primatology, and she had a minor in botany. And Kevin has his doctorate in anthropology. Kevin is 3 years her senior, but she's the boss of the pair. They're both in their early 30s. Kevin was groomed to become head of Leviathon International. So his life has been one type of training after another, dealing with everything from close combat, tracking, and wilderness survival. They're both competent in their skilled areas of expertise. Katie is a confident and independent third-generation wealthy female. She has a bit of a rebellious streak with her cultured temperament. Kevin, though high-strung in his attitude, he avoids conflicts because he knows how bad he can be. Along with them are a team of other established academics and field operatives. There were 6 security operatives, an expedition coordinator, a cook, and a forward scout. These personnel were all top professionals in their fields. It was a typical research discovery expedition. Along with Katie, there was another primatologist, name of Marianne Wright. Kevin's best friend, Eric Grant, was an anthropology professor at a very prestigious university in Western Europe. Accompanying them was a Jim Waller. He was a company geologist and also a lifelong mentor to the Sinclair siblings. Jason Johnson coordinated the expedition. His 7 men also doubled up as security operatives under his security commander, Marshall Black. Chris Wisdom, Truett Brown, Jack Levi, Brian Austin, and Hondo Pierce were their names. John Wilson Tate was their advanced scout on the mission. And the last person there was Caden Downs, the cook. Before you brush the statement aside, my boss is worth over 350 trillion US dollars in liquid assets alone. This expedition wasn't just a couple of kids running around in the woods spending Grandpa's money. See, they were looking for evidence of a possible relic community of hominids that science says has been extinct for millions of years. Preliminary reports stated that they felt that they were close to contact with something. They sent video and audio recordings back of, well, as you can understand, time is of the essence, and if you decide, I need you to answer me now. I know that this is highly unorthodox, but we really need you. Just name your price and your conditions. It's already approved. Okay, Thomas said, I'll need some things when I get to where we're taking me, as I figure it's a ways from here. First of all, I take my shepherd with me everywhere. He's trained to protect me at all costs. He is my early warning system for approaching Sasquatches, and he is an advanced search and rescue training. Second, I need people that I can trust. I pick my team. Third, Owen Filippo is my first choice as a team member. He reeks of military experience and competence. Fourth, I have to maintain a communication system between myself and my wife. As a matter of fact, I need to call her, so you need to tell me where I'm going. Nothing specific so that she knows where I am, but it's for her peace of mind. Next, my fees are non-negotiable. I want a guarantee that I get paid $500 million in the event that I bring back his team or his grandchildren. If we find that they are already dead prior to this conversation, I get paid $100 million for my efforts. If I fail to come back, my wife gets $50 million for her loss, and each of my children gets $25 million for their loss of their father. Finally, I want someone competent here with my family in the event that something happens to me. They can help Sarah navigate the fallout. Thomas, I haven't heard anything so far that I haven't been authorized to do. In the event that you do successfully find those missing and bring them home, you will also be compensated by their parents, Emery said. Now, if you wish to call your wife, I will arrange for a helicopter to pick us up and fly us to Memphis Airport. With that, Emery stepped outside to make his phone call and began arranging their departure. "Hi, honey," Thomas said when Sarah picked up her call. "Hey, baby, what's up?" asked Sarah. "Well, I was contacted this morning by a company that wished for me to work on a temporary project for them as a Sasquatch advisor. And when we get off this phone, call the bank and check our balance. It's real. I just got that for signing an NDA contract, so I can't tell you much about what I'm going to be doing other than walking around in the woods teaching other men how to look for the old man. I do have to leave immediately, but it's no different than when someone calls me to come check out their property for them. I will call you in the morning when I get to my destination. Kiss the kids for me and tell Dad I'll see him later, so don't spoil the grandchildren." "Aw, baby," Sarah answered. "Go do your thing and get back as soon as possible. I was hoping that you would drive over for supper, but I guess that's out of the question now. I understand, though, and I'll be praying for you. Be careful, and don't forget you promised to call me in the morning. I love you always." And with that, the phone lost a signal, and he hung up. "We're good to go as soon as I leash Jake and grab a few things," Thomas announced to Emery. He then went inside, grabbed a composite notebook, 3 ink pens, and Jake's training comm. These items he placed into a green duffel along with the holstered subcontact .45 caliber Smith & Wesson M&P shield that he always carried with him when he entered the woods. Besides the pistol, Thomas placed a K-bar knife into his bag, along with several Bic lighters, a canteen, and dog treats. As he headed out the back door, he locked the front door from inside and set the alarm system before he and Emery went out the back door. Thomas was surprised to see that all of his wood was chopped and stacked neatly by the fireside. Filippo and Gray had also taken the initiative to look inside his shed and grab a couple of tarps to cover the wood with. Now, he suspected that the two men had enjoyed chopping the wood, as it is something that he guessed they didn't get to do much of in their line of work. If he had anything to say about it, the next couple of weeks just may give Filippo plenty of time to chop wood. It wasn't long before the sound of helicopter rotors assaulted their ears. The driver of the SUV cranked it and left as soon as the helicopter landed. "The first thing that I'm going to need is an up-to-date dossier on all the missing party," Thomas said, as he buckled into his jump seat. "I want to be able to know the persons whom we're going after. I want to know everything from their favorite things to their experience in the wild. Well, just anything that'll give me an insight on how they're thinking under duress. I also need to know what type of activities the party was conducting. I need to know what their intentions were, what actions and protocols they were following, and any reports that they may have submitted before disappearing." He signaled Jake, and the dog jumped aboard the helicopter as if it was just an everyday occurrence for him. "Yes, sir." Emery wrote more notes in his composition notebook. "Where are we going exactly?" asked Thomas. "We are currently flying to Memphis Airport, where we will be sat down directly in front of a private hangar," Emery informed Thomas. "Then we will immediately board a private plane where we will be flown to Oregon. Once we're there, we'll be driven to what has become our advanced home base of operations for the search to recover this missing team. We will then assess what we have available and determine what we have to acquiesce for your success. If there's anything that you'd like to eat on your flight to Oregon, now's the time to place your order. Once you're in the air, you will be offered the opportunity to eat anything that you want. I suggest that you take your time in deciding, as this may be the last gourmet meal you eat for a while. Sounds like you're having me order my last meal, Thomas shouted into the microphone connected to his headset. In that case, I want a 32-ounce filet mignon and a loaded baked potato, a tossed salad with ranch dressing, hot sourdough rolls, watermelon, and a pecan pie. You also may wish to make sure that the pilot restocked the toilet paper. Everyone who heard that last comment laughed. Jake probably should get at least a couple steaks as well. Also, continued Thomas, I need detailed topo maps of the complete area that surrounds the missing party's last known camping site. I need a detailed map that also shows the smallest tributaries that flow down to the main watershed areas. And while you're at it, see if you can get me anything that tells me the migratory patterns of any large herds of ungulates for the last 3 years. I'm also going to need an expert tracker who's native to the area. And if you can find a Native American tractor from a local reservation who makes his or her living as a game hunting guide, that'd be the best. As Thomas Robinette listed his requests, Emery Letson made more notes in his composition notebook. After finishing his last notes, he waited for Thomas to continue. After giving him plenty of time to add other requests, Emery took out his cell phone and began typing text to various subordinates to make sure that what Thomas asked for was waiting for him when he boarded the airplane to fly to Oregon. He also made arrangements for weather-appropriate clothing to be waiting on the team when they arrived at the base camp. And after he sent his last text, Emery looked out the side door of the helicopter and viewed the farmland and houses that they flew over. He thought about how many of those persons below had never left the local area. Deep within the deepest recesses of his heart, he envied those people. Once the helicopter closed in on the airport in Memphis, Tennessee, the pilot notified the flight tower and advised the air traffic controller of his landing plan by the hangar bays in the back of the airport. He was given a trajectory course and cleared to land. The helicopter ride had only lasted a little over 30 minutes, but for Thomas, it seemed to have just begun when the craft landed. During the ride over, neither Easton Gray nor Owen Flippo had so much as said a word. From their demeanor, Thomas opined that riding in this kinds of crafts must have been a common thing in their lives. It wasn't surprising to him, as these two men both looked like they were career military men. He would never know what kind of places these men were dropped off by in one of these crafts. The lack of expression on their faces told him that they had every kind of confidence in their ability to handle just kind of whatever situation arose, with a clear mind and calm demeanor. Jake, watching out the window of the side door silently through the whole trip, quietly whimpered as the helicopter landed. Once the helicopter landed, the doors were pulled open by waiting attendants, and the 4 men and dog exited the helicopter. Without saying a word, Easton Gray and Owen Flippo walked through the entrance of the hangar that contained a 12-passenger Cessna airplane and boarded it. Easton was stopped by an assistant who handed him a document box that almost appeared to be heavy. Thomas had stopped next to Emery and was listening to the conversation about the contents of the box. When he realized that that box contained every document that he had asked for coming over from his house, he found a new respect for his new liaison. As the assistant, a young woman of around 25 years of age or so, an athletic build with long brown hair and chocolate eyes, was about to get back into the car that brought her to the airport and be driven away. Thomas requested that Emery provide him with an assistant to go over the documents. Emery called the assistant, Lacey McGee. He informed her that she would be needed on the flight over to Oregon and that she should call his office, inform the paymaster that she would be working overtime. She made the phone call as she walked toward the plane after sending the driver back without her. An aroma akin to what smelled inside a top-ranked steakhouse permeated the fuselage. Thomas placed Jake in a cargo crate they just brought especially for the dog's comfort. The pilot informed everyone to take their seats buckle up, then radioed the control tower that the plane was ready to depart. After the Cessna was airborne and set in its flight path, the pilot informed the passengers that they could move around the plane as they saw fit. Since the flight would last a little over 6 hours, then they should remain aware of turbulence while moving around in their area. After the announcement, Thomas was joined by Amory Letson, Lacey McGee, Owen Flippo, and Easton Gray. The fuselage was set up so that there could be business meetings conducted while in the air, so it had a conference table and comfortable chairs around it in the middle of the fuselage. Once all of them were seated at the table, 3 flight attendants entered the room bringing plates marked with each passenger's name on top of a black card with gold writing. As each one of them opened up their plates, Thomas noticed that everyone had the same foods as he had requested while he was en route to Memphis. I didn't realize that I was ordering for everyone when I made my selections. Thomas apologized to everyone. I hope that y'all like what I eat. No need to apologize, Mr. Robinette, Easton Gray answered. I'm just grateful that you're not a vegan who likes tofu stuff and rice like the last person who I flew with. It's a casual tradition with our company that when we hire a consultant for a temporary job, that we allow them to decide what the in-flight meal should be if we're taking a long flight. Emery told Thomas, we get the formalities out of the way over a good meal. To make proper introductions, this is Mr. Thomas Robinette. He is our current expert that we've hired for the duration of this current search and rescue or recovery mission. Mr. Robinette, this is Lacey McGee. She is to be your personal assistant. She is former military analyst and a logistics expert. Please refer to her as Lacey. Then Emery introduced the last 2 men. Although they have chopped your wood, I don't think that you've been formally introduced to them, Emery continued. Of course, you've met the man on your right. He is Owen Flippo. He is a retired wilderness survival teacher who worked for the U.S. government training mountain survival to Special Forces operatives before coming to work for Leviathon International. He is my personal go-to guy when the figurative shit hits the fan. Please address him as Owen. The man on your left is Easton Gray. He was Owen's assistant when Owen retired. We felt that having him work for us under Owen's leadership would quickly advance your success. You can address him as Easton. It's good to finally meet y'all officially, Thomas stated, but don't go calling me Mr. Robinette or Sir. I prefer to be called Thomas. Mr. Robinette's my father, and I haven't reached the age where I'm comfortable with being called Mr. anything. Well, let's all eat before the food gets cold, Emery offered. It was silent while everyone ate their meal. As he ate, Thomas thought about the situation at hand. It was almost an incredible set of circumstances that brought him to be among this group of individuals. If you had asked him any of their names just 24 hours earlier, he would not have known who he was being inquired about. As a matter of fact, 24 hours ago, his only worry in this world was how much firewood he was going to get chopped this weekend before his family returned from his father-in-law's home. He couldn't even begin to imagine what these companions were thinking as they ate silently. As he ate, he could hear Jake enjoying his meal as well. Dessert will be served momentarily, folks, the head waitress announced after everyone but Thomas had finished eating their main meal and salad. Thomas mentally calculated and quietly guessed that these new friends were more than likely used to inhaling their food because of their military backgrounds. He knew from stories told to him by his uncles that there had been times when his uncles had been at the mess hall and literally had 2 minutes to eat and board a helicopter to be deposited into some unknown location with no defined assurance of a next meal. This group reminded him of the same quietness that his uncles possessed during meal times when he'd shared with them all during his childhood and early adulthood before they had died off from old age or misfortune. Thomas, Lacey began, how much experience in the field have you actually had in close approximation of Sasquatch individuals? I honestly can't tell you, Thomas answered. In the last 21 years of knowing about the existence of these creatures, I have spent countless hours, days, and weeks chasing them. I have let my obsession with them cause me to miss out on a lot of my family's memories. This journey has cost me one marriage and almost cost me this one. If it wasn't for the fact that Sarah has seen one of these things up close and personal like, I think that she would have left me as well. Since she understands the terror that these creatures can instill within the psyche of anyone who sees them, I believe that she understands why I feel an obligation to help others because I helped her deal with her situation. She still doesn't understand how I can be close to these things and not be afraid. However, that's just who I am. I've faced enough hardships in my lifetime, both physically and emotionally, that I have become grounded in my faith in God's promises. When you get to the point that someone or something threatening you is just them threatening you to send you home, death loses its sting and any fear of it dissipates. I can understand what you say, Lacey answered, but what gives you the confidence to stay in an area where multiple individuals are gathered? I mean, these things can kill a grizzly with their own bare hands. I look at it like this. Thomas smoothly transitioned into his lecture voice. Sasquatch looks at a man in the same way that a wolf looks at a coyote. Sasquatch and humans, we, are both upper primates, omnivores, and don't necessarily compete for the same resources. Wolves and coyotes, they're both canines and predators and carnivores that don't necessarily compete for the same foods. If a wolf encounters a coyote at a watering hole, the coyote is safe at least an estimated 85% of the time if the wolf is eaten, drank his fill of the water, and the coyote stays in a respectful distance and gives all due respect to the wolf. They may even go so far as to hang around the same area and even procreate with each other. However, if that wolf has had a bad week, he hasn't caught anything to eat, or he's injured or old, or is just having a bad day, the wolf comes across that same coyote at that same water hole, that wolf's going to eat. That coyote ain't going home, and that wolf is going to survive. It's the same way with people and Sasquatch. Well, that's a fascinating way to look at the situation, Lacey commented. But how do you reconcile the accounts of individuals who say that they have had long-term relationships of trading food or gifting these creatures? Well, God protects fools, Thomas said. But those people don't realize that when you give a Sasquatch something without expecting something of equal perceived value in return, the person thinks that they're being friendly. But the Sasquatch sees it as a show of weakness or fear and see the gift as a tribute of appeasement, going back to the wolf scenario. I believe the gifting humans are no more dangerous to a Sasquatch than a rabbit is to a wolf. Let's say for the sake of this conversation that two rabbits wish to be friends with a wolf. Every day or so they walk the woods and pick up bones off of carcasses and take them to the wolf. Then let's say that as time goes on, their interactions make the rabbits feel a connection with that wolf because they've never seen any aggressive behavior out of the wolf. Now one day, the rabbits can't find any bones, so they show up at their rendezvous spot and the wolf is waiting there. He's expecting food from the rabbits, so he didn't hunt that day. The rabbits walk up and greet the wolf. Then they tell the wolf that they apologize, but they couldn't find any bones in the wild that day. The wolf smiles, says that's okay, because he's going to eat here in a little while anyway. The rabbits are relieved that the wolf has made prior dinner plans, until he pounces upon them and devours both of them before they're able to escape. And that is how I view gifting. I can tell you that a lot of times when I've been called to come and visit a property where a family moved into a house, they're being harassed by a Sasquatch troop, or after about a month of living in their home, I would opine about 90% or greater of the time that people who lived in that same home before these who had just moved in either threw out their scraps after supper or willingly fed that family group before leaving for an extended period of time. How did you deal successfully with the 90% of the cases? Owen asked after becoming interested in what he heard. I mean, if what I read is true, these creatures can't control their emotions any better than a 2-year-old on average. They're very temperamental, unpredictable, moody, and they can go from docile to meat shredder in half a blink of an eye. How do you make a 10-foot tall and around 1,000-pound toddler do anything? That just sounded like the beginning of a very bad dad joke, but I still wonder. In my experiences, Thomas continued, I first acknowledge to them that I know that they're out there. I actually go to the wood line and speak with them just like they're decent people. I explain to them that the previous humans have moved out, that these humans aren't obligated to feed them, and that they should leave them alone. I tell them that there are boundaries now. The family who is living in the house will come out and tell them that they're going to be outside any given day, and that they don't mean to encroach upon their home, even though they may want to visit the quiet place and enjoy the beauty of the forest. I tell them that if they make their presence known in a non-threatening way, the family inside will respect that they are just using the area first, give them time to finish by going back inside. I will also try to tell the Sasquatch family that the family will try to be quiet and respectful during the day so that the Sasquatch group can sleep as long as the family group does the same at night. Basically, I try to talk out an agreeable solution. Talking to apes? Easton smirked. How did that work for you? Honestly. Well, only a handful of those times that I showed them that I was their equal, that I wasn't afraid of them, and gave them respect, did I not get the desired effect. With the majority of the handful of failures, I found that food was a non-negotiable part of the equation. In one case, an older African-American couple down in South Alabama that I was contacted by was having their garden raided just before the crops were harvested. Now, these buggers weren't going to stop no how, no why, no way. What worked, though, to stop them from stealing their food was that the old man went about 40 yards into the tree line where there was a big 50-foot clearing, and he tilled up the ground and planted corn, watermelons, tomatoes, and beans out there. He went back down to that garden when it began growing and pointed at the garden in the clearing and told the boogers there was their garden, and that the only reason he came into their house was to plant their own food there. He then pointed to his garden and said that that one was his and for them to stay out of his garden, and he would stay out of their garden. He never had any more problems after the garden began producing food. Now, as a matter of fact, his wife went out to sweep their back porch off one morning, and she found muddy handprints on their back porch. Now, they measured 17 inches across from thumb to pinky, and in between the handprint were 2 large watermelons, 6 ears of corn, and 3 tomatoes. The lady yelled out, "Thank you," and didn't even fuss about the muddy handprints on her porch. She actually sent me pictures of the scene. Have you actually had any encounters that were absolutely malicious? Emery asked after listening to the conversation for a while. Actually, yes, I have, Thomas answered. I've had 18 episodes where I saw the awesome and humbling aggression that these creatures are capable of. The first time I was bluff charged. Now, I ain't gonna lie, I dang near lost myself. I pissed all over my boots. I thought that I was going to be missing in action for sure. The thing about it is that I never knew that the old man was even around until he stood up about 15 yards from me, screamed so loud that I froze in my tracks, and he covered that distance in about 3 seconds, knocked me down on my ass, and ran off. I still have the fingernail marks on my shoulder where he squeezed my shoulder as he passed by me. I now know that he was just counting coup on me and had no intention of killing me, but I didn't know that at the time. What I want to know, asked Easton, is if these things can be killed, how is it done, and what's the survivability of the situation? Yes, answered Thomas, these things can be killed. A .50 caliber bullet in between the eyes or to the base of the skull will put them down. Body shots will only make them mad. Even if they eventually die of the wound, you won't live to know it. Just like with bears, you can shoot them in the knees and slow them down, but that's luck more than accurate shooting. The problem with these creatures is that if you see one, he or she is the designated decoy to attract your attention. They're rarely alone because they're socializing animals. When you pull up your gun to shoot one, the 3 that you don't see will hit you from different sides and tear you apart. They live and breathe military-style ambush tactics. They also will place you inside a kill triangle, and you can't fight 3 fronts at the same time. Before I would even consider pulling a firearm out on one of these things, I have to resolve that I ain't going home, and I plan on leaving scars behind to remind them for years why they shouldn't have killed me. You mentioned counting coup earlier, Emery stated. Can you elaborate on that some more? Counting coup, answered Thomas, is an ancient form of bravery that many indigenous tribes around the world use to get battle glory. In a nutshell, it was more honorable to run up and touch an enemy combatant with a war club or hand than to actually kill the enemy. It inferred that the enemy was so weak that the warrior didn't consider him worthy of an honorable death. It also was an insult to the one who was hit, because the coup taker was saying that even if he left the enemy alive, the enemy was unable to harm him in the future. After finishing his dialogue, Thomas took time to enjoy his dessert. He looked over to see Jake napping comfortably in his crate. The others had finished their desserts while he gave his dialogue lecture. His plates were collected, and the attendants completed clearing up as the 5 passengers moved to the more comfortable lounge area. Emery Letson poured everyone a tumbler of aged Hennessy cognac. Everyone took their tumbler except Thomas, who politely refused. He stated that he needed his full facilities to do his job properly. After a short, awkward silence, he opened the document box that was brought and looked over the dossiers of each of the missing persons in the lost party. He needed to know these persons as well as he could before he landed, if he had any chances of helping them, if he really could even help them at this point. "Have you taken the time to really evaluate the situation?" Thomas asked. "With all due respect, they could already be dead." "I don't believe this to be the case, Thomas," Emery answered, "but we are prepared for dealing with whatever conditions we find the party's condition to be in." "My only concern is how well prepared the expedition was to have to survive without their gear and their supplies," Thomas replied. "Well, I have every confidence in Kevin Sinclair's ability to both lead and protect his companions. He has been trained all of his life for this very situation," Emery answered. "I know this, because I was there for most of it." Well, and there you have it. Chapter 3, folks. Interesting. We're kind of headed in a different direction on this one. Looks like there's going to be a confrontation somewhere down the road. Sounds pretty exciting. Thank you very much. Joe Flippo, you're a good writer. Now, folks, enjoy your evening, the rest of it, and we'll talk again next time around this campfire. Till then, this is Clay Steele. Good night. Well, gosh darn. How's everybody doing tonight? Take a shot of that chicory coffee. Sure is good. Welcome to the campfire. Glad to see you all here. Many of you have been here before, so you know what we're going to do. We're going to sit around this campfire and we're going to enjoy each other's company. We're going to tell stories. And we're going to have a cup of coffee and maybe some popcorn, s'mores occasionally. But for now, we're going to tell stories. And I've got some more of this Thomas Robinette, the Bigfoot Hunter, by one of our listeners, Joe Flippo. Now, we worked our way all the way up to Chapter 4, and there's plenty more to come, Joe Flippo says. So let's get started here. It's getting a little crazy. Chapter 4, like I say, the name of that is My Name is Danae. So this is 1 week earlier. Sitting on a ledge just south of the Washington state border, about 14 miles southeast of the Milk Creek headquarters, a lone figure sat silently upon a ledge and watched his surroundings. Nothing happens here that he wasn't aware of, even though he was perfectly hidden. He watched the crows as they flew away cawing. He watched as squirrels ran up trees, and he listened as songbirds hushed their singing. He smelled the foreign odors and aromas that danced along the wind. In his thoughts, he reached out across space and time to think about the lessons that his fathers had taught him. New arrivals had entered into his domain. They were not the first people, but the Washi, who are said to be from a faraway land across many waters. The Washi had entered his domain. For 3 years he had watched them clamor around in the wild like small toddlers playing on the creek bank. In his past 23 winters, he had only seen small groups of Washi. Usually, there were only a couple or maybe 3 or 4 fingers at the most packing their belongings on their four-leggeds. Those usually only stayed long enough to disrupt the herding four-leggeds, kill their king and a few queens, and then leave carrying off their trophies. Usually these Washis were quiet and left nothing behind but tiny cylinders of shiny rocks that smelled like a tree and that was stuck by the sky people with light. Those Washies were easier to watch because they didn't put out advanced scouts. Those were usually short-sighted in the land and showed only enough curiosity to learn how to kill the herd kings. These Washie were different from those other ones. This family of Washies took time to look at everything. They picked up rocks, they looked at them for a moment, then replaced them back where they found them. The females looked at various plants and trees and rubbed sticks on a flat piece of wood. What fascinated him the most was that they had one Washie who stayed ahead of the others. This one was definitely a warrior. He was very aware of his surroundings. On his back, he also carried a thunder limb, similar to those long killers, but he was a very, very dark black. Maybe he let the wood spirits touch his thunder limb to make it stronger, thought the figure. That one ahead of the others should be watched closely. Even though he was much larger than those short, no-haired Washies, he had listened closely to his elders as they talked about the Washies of the past. They weren't his friends. They were violent and unpredictable. They had fierce faces that looked at you like they hated you just for being there. His Da told him that they were monsters. They could poison the air so that even the strongest of their family would fall down deathly ill just by walking across their path. They were so evil that even the air was poisonous wherever they went. His Da went on to tell him that if he got close to the short Washies, don't even look them in the eyes. Treat them like you would a great bear and stay still as long as you could without even blinking or breathing. Back away slowly. Never let them see you. Don't even drink the water downstream from him, his Da said. He had learned his lessons well. Now that Da had traveled the way to the Sky People, he was the family's protector. In the past, this figure remembered how he had been curious about the Washie. He had crept up to their campsites many times just to watch the evil spirits that they called out of the woods. Those spirits were evil because if left alone, they would eat up the whole forest and leave their stinking breath lingering in the air. Those spirits had hunger for all living things, both moving and still. Once those spirits possessed the bodies, they corrupted it with its breath of destruction. No one could fight these spirits if they were given the chance to grow to maturity. Now he watched the Washie to make sure that they killed the spirits of the woods before they left the wilderness. 3 times. 3 times the Washie had left the spirits breathing their breath of death. After the Washie left, he crept up and stomped them back into the ground where they belonged. The first time, the spirits caught a hold of his hair and tried to drag him into the dirt. He fought bravely until he stopped the spirits from climbing up the hairs on his legs. That was the day he learned the name of the wood spirit. It was called Fire. He had learned to understand much of Washie's words by listening. Although he didn't have anything to practice talking to, he did take time to try to say Washie's words. His attempts didn't sound exactly like their words, but he hoped that they could still understand him. Washie's words were different from the language of whistles, tongue pops, and teeth snapping that he learned as a young Ba. Ma had placed a cooling clay from the river on his damaged leg. Because Ma used the same clay that the Eternal One used to create him, he was made new. His wounds healed, and he was made a warrior for his family that day, even though he wasn't quite as tall as Da's chest. He still carried the scars where the spirits tried to steal his soul. The Eternal One saved him that day so that he could protect his people from the face eaters that lived high up in the mountains. The face eaters were more feared than the Washies. They grew to enormous sizes and weighed as much as his whole immediate family combined, if not more. Recently, the face eaters had sent their hunters out to attack his people. That was why he was watching from the ledge. He was sure that the face eaters would find this large and loud group of Washie too tempting to ignore. Face eaters were absolutely uncivilized compared to his family. The face eaters even ate their own dead. Sometimes they even killed their own to eat them. The Eternal One must have made these face eaters from his own mud. Maybe that is why they eat each other and everything else, he surmised, as he watched the family of Washies stop for the day. This family of Washies built their village wherever they were at when the Sky People journeyed to the land of the moon. They put up their dwellings and secured their perimeter before they summoned the evil fire from the wood. Their fire must have been different from the other Washi fire spirits. The spirits that they summoned put off an alluring odor from its breath. The odors made the figure's mouth water and stomach grumble with hunger. He wanted to sneak closer to the village, but some movement out of the corner of his eye caught his attention. Far off up the mountain he saw them. It was definitely the face eaters. Their woven hunters had found the Washis and had reported back to the old Gawa himself. He was leading a stealthy war party down the mountain. Besides the hunters, there were only 5 face eaters in the war party. They were still a pretty far distance away, but they could take that Washi village before morning. He thought about what he should do. Should he do anything? Could the Washi repel the face eaters? The fact that the face eaters came into his territory without permission meant that they didn't abide by the fragile peace agreement that Da had with the Gawa. This was an act of war. He was responsible for the protection of everyone in his domain. From his ledge, he crept around to the other side of the mountain toward the approaching encroachers. He stood tall and screamed his war cry at the top of his lungs. That roar, scream, howl that he bellowed was the same one that his dad taught him. It was the cry of authority and must be answered. Not hearing an answer from Gawa, he propelled himself down the mountain toward the Washi village. Along his way, he whistled to his kin within hearing to warn them of the approaching face eaters. His family was strong. It had 10 hands and 10 feet of warriors accounted for when he left earlier. The sentinels would alert everyone to prepare for the defense of their home. Washi are a different matter. They had no warning of danger. Since Da was on his journey, it was his job to protect the Washis. He hoped that he could make it to their village in time to warn them without dying from their poison. That Da had seen him encroaching upon his territory was most inconvenient, thought Gawa. His hunters were certain that Da was dead. Upon hearing the cry, Gawa stopped in his tracks. His hunters had reported the Washi family days earlier. They reported that Da was found dead on the mountain ledge from which the same bellow just came from. Not only did Da sound alive, but he sounded like he was in prime once again. Had the Eternal One given Da new life? Was it the spirit of Da that screamed at them now? These questions Gawa couldn't answer, but he knew that if he were thinking these thoughts, then he wasn't alone. He growled at his subordinates to hurry them along on the path. He had to get to these Washis before Da got to them. "What was that god-awful noise, Kevin?" Katie asked her brother. Looking around, she could see that whatever it was had gained the attention of the whole camp. Everyone stopped doing what they were doing and looked up towards the mountain. The noise that they heard was undeniably real, as everyone had heard it at the same time. And to their knowledge, nothing in North America could scream like that. That the lung capacity on that thing must have been incredible was the thought on everyone's mind. The group began hearing a crash coming through the thick underbrush. It was reminiscent of a caterpillar track hoe rolling through the foliage without a motor. About 100 feet from the camp, the crash had stopped. And for a short moment, there was nothing but silence, except for heavy breathing. Something very large was moving in an unimaginable amount of air both into and out to its lungs rapidly. The thick brush was almost black with the descending sunset. The expedition couldn't see anything there. Then they heard a loud crack that sounded like a Louisville slugger hit a grand slam on a nearby tree. The crack was answered by 3 long whistles coming from 3 different directions, different distances. John Wilson, who had entered the camp for the night, was the first man to grab a rifle. His Smith & Wesson 6.5 Creedmoor was already at his shoulder when the other men reached for their firearms. "Request permission to fire, sir," yelled John Wilson. "Hold up until we see what we're trying to kill," yelled back Kevin Sinclair, a breath before Marshal Black could give any command. All around the camp was the sound of rustling steps. The creatures making the steps were not intentionally trying to silence their steps, but they were accustomed to quiet locomotion. Suddenly, But silently, a large figure of a man stood up in the tree line and walked out into the campfire's ring of light. "No hurt me," a deep, gravelly voice boomed through the camp. "Danger comes. Gawa comes. Come hear me. Hurry," the figure verbalized. The speaking voice shocked everyone into inactivity. The figure was anxious. "Come hear me," the voice was almost panicked, Katie thought. As they tried to make sense of the implications of a speaking man-ape, who knew at this point, a loud canine-type howl echoed through the wilderness. The figure turned toward the howl and bellowed the same terrifying challenge as before. Everyone was jolted into action when a large wolf-like animal jumped into the light and growled at the large hairy thing that could talk. Without waiting on a firing order, every operative on the security team opened fire as the woven hunters entered the circle of the camp's campfire. Muzzle flashes and firelight illuminated the hunter's eyes with an unnatural-looking amber light. Without hesitation, the Sasquatch leader ripped the bottom jaw off the animal and bashed in its head with its own jawbone. Without further hesitation, he charged into the camp as he heard the thunder limbs begin to thunder. He grabbed the 2 female washies and ran off into the forest with them. He may not be able to save them all, but the females were life-givers, so he had to try to save them. Life-givers received priority over warriors in his culture. As he crashed through the thick foliage, he heard the sound of battle in his ears. Creatures of all kinds were in the grip of conflict. As he ran, he heard his family coming to join the battle. The woven hunters of Gawa were snarling and growling and whimpering as the thunderlimbs made their thunder. Washies were yelling. Then there was the scream of Gawa. The face-eaters had arrived. As the leader entered his domicile, he dropped his precious cargo unceremoniously onto the ground and spoke to his mate instructions to not let them leave. Terror washed across her face as she realized just what her mate had dropped at her feet. For the first time since the grandfathers went into hiding, washies had entered the dwelling where they took refuge from these creatures. The alpha male assured his mate that these washi were different. He reminded her that it was his duty to protect every innocent soul in his domain. Before he could say anything else, the sound of battle echoed up to the stronghold. The terror in the eyes of his mate told him that he was still needed in the battle. So he returned to the fight. Gawa had to be forced back into the mountains where he lived. As he left, he saw Babo enter the cave dwelling. He carried a male washi in both hands, dropped them at the entrance, and turned to follow his eldest brother to the battlefield. "What's your name?" yelled one of the female washis. "Me Done," the figure answered. "Stay here. Danger close." Without another word, Done returned to the battle. As he ran down the slope, he could hear his other brothers, uncles, and cousins howling and roaring in anger or pain. Da had trained Done for this day from an early age. It was why he existed. The protection of the life-givers of his clan was worth sacrificing his life for. This day, Done would know if his Da had trained him in vain or for success. The sounds of the battle between Done's family and the hunter drew close. The woven hunters were chasing his family home, he thought. Suddenly, the howls were just down the slope. The face-eaters were near. Only the Eternal One could protect them now. He rushed out to join the battle at the base of his cave dwelling. The younger males of his clan were inside to protect the females if it was necessary. He would lead his mature adult males that remained inside the cave into the very mouth of the face-eaters if it was necessary to protect those within his territory. Dene was snapped out of his thoughts when a long, furry snout gnashed at his chin. He grabbed the hunter by the throat, twisted with all of his might, and threw down the dead corpse. It was going to be a long night. He wondered how many of his family wouldn't see morning come. Then he felt canine teeth on his shoulder. With a howl and a snarl, he rolled forward and crushed the breath out of his attacker. He immediately grabbed the enemy's jaw, ripped it free from his body, and used the animal's own teeth to rip it apart. He could tell that the face-eaters were winning the battle. His family that wasn't killed or maimed to this point where they couldn't mobilize were slowly fighting their backing their way back up the incline. As a surge of hunters formed a picket line and began working their way up the slope, Dane knew that his family was in trouble. Never before has there been this many hunters before a battle with the face-eaters. He turned to see Babu being dogpiled by multiple hunters. As he made his way over to his younger brother, Babu surged up out of the attack, throwing hunters every direction. He grabbed Babu's hand, pointed to the cave opening, and turned to protect his brother's retreat. One after another, he made his way to the family members in the fight. One by one, he covered their retreat. Finally, Dane found himself inside the ring of hunters. As he sang his battle song, he killed his enemies as fast as he could get his hands on them. The surge of adrenaline that flowed through his body made Dane almost invincible. As he brought down one enemy after another, his battle song became stronger and louder. The Eternal One was with him. He could feel his spirit moving alongside of him as he moved. The movements that his dog gave him were all as natural as breathing to him. His actions flowed through the enemies as if he was made of water. Dane could feel the power of the Eternal One fill his body as he fought these evil killers. Then, from the back of the battle, he heard the battle cry of triumph coming from the Gawa. Filled with unbridled hatred, Dane screamed his fury. Wolven hunters backed away from him. His challenge was to Gawa. Gawa alone could kill him now. As he watched Gawa lumber toward him, with the half-eaten body of a Washi warrior in his hands, his stomach churned with acidic energy. Tonight, the carnage ends. Tonight, Dane kills the oldest of the Face-Eater's king's sons, or dies trying. This day is the day that Dane had been conditioned for. As he witnessed his daw do years ago, today Dane would stand between his family and destruction. Slowly, Gawa approached. He wasn't alone either. With him were his 4 sons. Reaching down into the pile of dead hunters, Dane ripped the lower jaws off 2 hunters. These were his only weapons against the giant face-eaters. As he began running to meet the giant enemy, Dane began chanting his war song. With each step, he reminded the Eternal One of his honorable acts of bravery. He implored him to search his heart. He shouted that if the Eternal One allowed Gawa to kill his body, his spirit would still fight until the Eternal One said when he had fought enough. Down the slope, Dane ran. Just before reaching Gawa, Dane launched himself off a ledge and raised the 2 hunters' jawbones above his head. Gawa was in the middle of a scream when Dane landed a powerful thrust into the back of Gawa's neck. Bones broke with the sound of snapping limbs. The jawbones in Dane's hands had splintered as they entered Gawa's spinal column. The giant's spasms caused the jawbones to be lodged within the gap between the top 2 vertebrae. As Gawa tried to scream in pain, Dane swung around to the front of Gawa and bit into his throat. Using his hands and his teeth, Dane removed Gawa's voice box. As the giant was falling to the ground, Dane jumped to the next face-eater. This one was Gawa's youngest brute. Dane didn't know his name, but he quickly swung his powerful hands and ripped a gaping hole into the face-eater's throat. Terror filled the young face-eater's eyes. At his age, he thought that he was immortal. Death was something that happened to others. Terror filled his heart as he realized that he would never see his ma again. She would be so upset at how he bled all over his clothing. Then the pain surged. The young giant tried to bludgeon Dane with his massive fist, but Dane skillfully avoided each blow. He eviscerated the enemy with both hands as his claws dug into the face-eater's soft underbelly while he slid down to the ground. Great rolls of intestines fell to the ground along with Dane. The screams of the youngest face-eater alerted his older brethren to his demise. Loud screams of surprise and vengeance rang out around Dane as the other 3 face-eaters realized that their massive father and youngest brother were both dead. Dane, soaked in blood, looked like a terrible spirit of death to these 3 face-eaters. The trio charged him from 3 different directions in a blind rage. Because they were all focused upon him, they failed to see their other two comrades charging to the same focal point. Before he could do anything but drop to all fours and dive away, the three mountains of flesh collided together in a momentous thunder of force, each one hitting the other two in the tops of their heads with the top of his head. Danae knew, when they hit, that his jump didn't have the distance to clear the heap of bone and tissue. As the tower of face-eaters fell upon him, he asked the Eternal One to hear his cry and to save his body from death. As a great cloud of dust, blood, and brain matter mixed with bone fragments exploded into the air, all Danae could see was darkness. He had to get out from underneath these giants if he was to continue the battle. The crushing weight was as oppressive as the giant's body heat. It was difficult for him to breathe. He had to crawl out before he suffocated. He had to keep the hunters from reaching his family. Danae was slipping into the deep darkness, just like at the back of the cave home. As he fell, he saw a tiny point of light above him. The light grew larger. Suddenly, darkness washed over his psyche like a large crimson tide. Well, there's another good chapter from Joe Flippo, and I think this is going to be a pretty good story. There's a lot of good excitement in this, and what's going to happen next? Well, it's been a pretty good evening around this fire, and I'd like to hear somebody else tell a story, so by golly, if you got one, bring it up, and we'll listen to it. Until then, enjoy your coffee, enjoy the company of others, and be good. And good night. This is Clay Steele. Well, come on in, folks. Come around this fire with me. It's a nice spring evening, and gosh, it's beautiful. The stars are out. I seen a couple of shooting stars here not too long ago. Get yourself something to drink in your mug. There's some of that chicory coffee over there by the fire if you all need some. And there's a bottle going around, so don't be shy. You guys all remember that story we was telling you last week about Thomas Robinette, the Bigfoot hunter? Joe Flippo, one of our listeners, he's been here before with us, he wrote that, and it's worth reading some more of. We're going to go to chapter 5 tonight and see how y'all like it. It's the name of this chapter is Base Camp. Now y'all get seated, and here we go. It was later in the afternoon when the team finally reached the forward base camp. The jet lag and the time zone changes made Thomas feel like he was suspended in time. He was absolutely fatigued from the day's activities. He was really feeling his middle age today after all the events that began with a repeated set of phone calls. It wasn't until they took the helicopter to the base camp on the eastern end of Paradise Creek, where the creek forked to go both north and south, that Thomas even had a chance to rest his eyes for a couple winks. Jack, his ever attentive and loyal partner in adventure and misadventure alike, was right there by his side the entire journey since exiting the plane in Portland. Jake, while wearing his service vest, was allowed to enter any business that Thomas entered. Since landing, their fast-paced hide-and-seek game took them all across the city searching for appropriate equipment and last-minute personal items. This day had really stimulated Jake's sense of smell, hearing, taste, and sight. He really felt more like an excited puppy learning to chase a ball than a highly trained working dog. Today's game was protecting his alpha, and he was really having a blast. When the helicopter finally landed at camp, assistants waiting on their arrival began unloading the cargo hold. Thomas was amazed at how many personnel were actually on site. His anticipation of the main camp was on par with maybe a hunting trip or even a large semi-permanent tent with supporting smaller ones at most. What he actually saw when he arrived was a bustling micro-city planted in the middle of the wild, complete with generators for light and technology, temporary filtered plumbing to various restrooms and shower houses, a communication tent where everyone was updated hourly over ear communication devices, a fully functioning mess hall, and quite adequate and comfortable campers to accommodate the 200 searchers. There was even a military-style public exchange. As soon as the occupants of the helicopter stepped onto the ground, they were converged upon by the various operations chiefs who were eager to give Emery their updates. He raised his hand and hushed them. When he had their attention, he announced there was going to be a full debrief and coordinated information update within the next half hour, and he expected everyone to report then. After he dismissed them, he took Thomas directly to a medium-sized tent that was erected to accommodate his needs. Now, inside that tent there was every topographical map available of the area, including one that was digital and updated every quarter hour via satellite. He had maps of the current wildlife migratory patterns for the last 5 years on a computerized large screen, playing the patterns of different animals in color-coded line for various species. Everything that Thomas had asked for was there and organized, so that Thomas only had to stand in the middle of the tent and turn around, and he could see any data that he required at any given moment. Thomas was in awe. Some of the information that he had asked for present was just a wish list. "Well, this is your workstation, Thomas," Emery announced. "Outside in the rear is the camper for your convenience, accommodations, and comfort. I made sure that Jake would have everything that he needs as well." At that moment, a photogenic Native American woman about 5 feet and 2 inches tall entered the room with a tall Native American man that could have been her twin, except for the fact that he was male and 14 inches taller than her. He was a large man with a high forehead and a square jaw. He was quite stout, and he held his head up with pride. His well-tanned skin and ease of movement spoke of his competence and hinted at his life spent outside in the wild. When he saw Emery, she instinctively moved close to him, invading his personal space. Her companion stood beside the entrance of the tent. "Emery," she glowed, "you made it back in time, I see." "Yes, Crystal," he answered her. "This is Thomas Robinette. This is the man that I went to Mississippi to recruit to help us find the Sinclair party." "Wonderful," she sparkled. "I also brought someone that you asked me to find here." Crystal gestured for her companion to join the group. "In my cousin, James Stone. We call him Jimmy. You asked for the best tracker I can find? Well, here he is. Jimmy is, without question, the best tracker of the entire Confederation of Goose. He is from my family among the lower Umpqua people." "Hello, Mr. Stone." Emery stuck out his hand to offer to shake James Stone's hand. "Hello, Mr. Letson," James Stone answered without taking his hand. After about 5 seconds of awkward silence, James Stone grabbed Emery's hand and shook it solidly. "Don't let Jimmy fool you, Emery," Crystal said. "He has a master's degree in conservation and wildlife, a minor degree in botany, and a great interest in geology. So if he tells you something, you can rest assured that his information's accurate. Don't let him pull your leg about a bird telling him something, or that he overheard a couple of grasshoppers gossiping." "As long as you have good information," Emery stated to James, "I don't care if a rabbit farted it to you in Morse code." Turning to Thomas, Emery introduced him to Jack. When Thomas told Jack to sit, James bent down on Jack's level and spoke to him. "Hello, little brother," he said. "If you and I are going to travel together some, you may as well call me Jimmy as well." Then he looked at Thomas, stuck out his hand, and introduced himself as Jimmy Stone. After the introductions were complete, Emery invited the group to join him in the conference trailer for the information update. The update went as usual with no major breakthroughs until the search chief entered the room tardily. He had the look of anticipation on his face mixed with a tone of uncertainty. The search chief notified everyone that the Sinclair's last known camp was finally found. He stated that it looked like a war zone without giving any details. He had also lost contact with the search team who found the camp. However, the coordinates were relayed before the lost communications. His opinion was that the topography must play a part in the loss of communications, as that had been an ongoing obstacle since they'd arrived and set up the camp. He requested that Emery allow him to get a search and rescue team together with trained dogs to go to the location, see if the dogs could track the lost party. Well, everyone began talking all at once. Finally, Emery got control of the energized crowd. He took the time to inform his crew that Thomas had agreed to come here to offer his expert advice and that he would naturally lead the search party. After a bit of objection and arguing, Emery finally told everyone that Thomas was the Sinclair party's best opportunity for a successful return. He directed his subordinates to work with Thomas as if he were the boss, because their boss had personally asked for Thomas to find his grandchildren. Now that statement pretty much squashed any further discussions. As Emery ended the meetings, he informed the chiefs that they would be notified when their teams were needed and to keep their radios charged. With that, he dismissed everyone but Thomas, Crystal, and Jimmy. Thomas, Emery addressed him, I'm counting on you to pick your team. Everyone on location is an expert in their field. Since Lacey returned to Memphis, I'm going to assign Crystal as your assistant on site here. She has excellent logistic capabilities and is a good team member to have on the mic when shit hits the fan. Assemble your team. You have access to anything and any personnel on this base. If you need anything more, that's just one question away from you. I will leave you to your task at hand. If you need anything, Emery said as he left out the door. Thomas's first call was the search chief, Tommy Hennessy. Thomas needed the exact coordinates for him to make his decision properly. When he re-entered the tent, the coordinates of the camp were already pinned on his topo map screen. Hennessy had sent them as soon as his team had put them into the base-wide computer system. Several color-coded lines of travel outlined the most probable routes that would take that team either overland or by helicopter to the Sinclair party's camp. Thomas picked up a pre-programmed satellite phone with all the base's contact information and texted a thank you for cords to Hennessy. Satellite images were coming in on another widescreen monitor. Although the map had changed from daylight imaging to night vision green, it was still very clear. All around the immediate vicinity of the camp there were broken trees, flipped tents, broken equipment, and debris scattered everywhere. In Thomas's mind, it looked like a Category 2 hurricane had sat down on the camp and dissipated before moving on. He looked over at Jake and scratched his ears. He reconnoitered the area via satellite images. As he zoomed in on vague impressions on the ground, he suddenly realized that he needed to be there on scene immediately. As he ran out of the tent with his phone to his ear, Jake followed close to his heels. Within 15 minutes, he called the various team chiefs were made. His team was assembled and they were waiting on a helicopter to come and pick them up. The helicopter en route was a Boeing CH-47 Chinook. The plan was to load the whole team onto the Chinook, fly them to within 100 meters of the Sinclair camp, land, offload equipment and personnel, then leave to provide any logistical support that the team may need, evaluating either survivors or cadavers. The pilot had orders to return to base camp as it was only a 15-minute flight from there to the rediscovered camp. Thomas had chosen his team well. The first thing that he did was locate Owen Filippo and Easton Gray. After questioning them, he decided that he was better off letting Owen choose the security detail that would accompany them. Each security operative there was trained by him at one time or another. He knew each man's strengths, he knew each man's weaknesses, and how much stress that individual could stomach. The only requirement that Thomas insisted upon was that the men had picked had to be ones that could look at the impossible without freaking out. 3 minutes later, Owen had 8 other men with him and Easton on standby waiting with their equipment at the landing zone. Next, Thomas contacted the medical chief and asked for 2 medics with combat deployment experience to report to the landing zone with the proper equipment to triage and treat any possible survivors. He requested that they be prepared and trained to perform surgical procedures in the back of the Chinook if necessary. Then, Thomas texted Crystal and asked her to get Jimmy to report to Owen Filippo and for him to bring whatever he needed with him. If he required anything else, Owen would get it for him. He's also asked Crystal to send over an earcom for him, and since he hadn't had the chance to acquiesce one before then. On his way to the landing zone, Thomas stopped in the PX and inquired about a shotgun. Unlike the rest of his team, he didn't have military training, and he felt uneasy around the unfamiliar rifles that the retired soldiers just seemed to love. The attendant there showed him an Atchison assault shotgun. He then took Thomas over to the military-grade ammunition. He informed Thomas that he only had 4 drum magazines that carried 32 rounds, other than the one already on the shotgun, but that if he wanted them, he could have them. They were preloaded with 27 full metal saboted slugs. The last 5 shots were tracer rounds to let him know that he would need to change the drum out. Then he recommended that Thomas take 2 bandoliers of extra ammunition with him so that he could reload his shotgun if necessary. Any other time, Thomas would have protested, but that wasn't an option then. So he followed the attendant's advice, got a combat vest to hold the 4 32-round drums, 2 bandoliers to hold the extra ammo, a lighter, a tactical million-lumen flashlight, and a K-bar knife, which he strapped upside down on his vest for easy access. What he wasn't prepared for was the M203 single-shot 40-millimeter grenade launcher attached under the barrel of the shotgun. He remained silent as the attendant showed him the Cliff Notes version of how to shoot it. He also attached the ammo to Thomas's vest and showed him how to release them. He told Thomas, think about it as an automatic football thrower, if he needed to actually fire the thing for long distance. He explained that the 40-millimeter projectile arches are similar to how a football arches downrange. Then, the attendant clipped half a dozen high-explosive grenades to his chest, just in case. And before he walked to the landing zone, Thomas called Sarah on the phone. It was his and her tradition that before he went out into the woods at night that he would always call her, tell her that he loved her, that everything was going to be all right, and he would talk to her and the children on the phone in the morning. She would worry about him all night if he didn't call her, so he did. Hello, Sarah answered the phone before the first ring could complete. Hey, sweetheart, Thomas said cheerfully. I'm about to go out and walk into some mountains tonight. Mountains? Sarah asked. Where are you? Oh, I meant to tell you earlier, Thomas stated. Emery Letson flew me and Jake out to Oregon. He wants me to check out some of their company's land and give an assessment of their probability of having some old men of the woods up here. Oh, Lord, Sarah huffed. You're in Oregon? Shouldn't it be given that he had them out that way? I mean, it's in the Pacific Northwest. Well, at least you have Jake to keep you safe. Right, Thomas answered. He's the brains of this outfit, and I'm the good-looking one. Thomas told her that he loved her, to kiss the boys for him before they go to sleep, and not to think about him while he was gone. He could hear Sarah smile as they said good night. Thomas knew that his wife wasn't complaining. Since he had been sent a truck by one of his new friends from Asia, she took a different outlook on his spur-of-the-moment departure. He also knew that she was already in the middle of figuring out how they were going to spend his NDA contract bonus. They had made an agreement when they got married that she could take all the minor decisions that they came across in their lives, and he would make all the big decisions. 2 homes and 3 cars later, he still hadn't had a major decision to make. He smiled at that thought as he hustled down to the landing zone with Jake on his heels. As he arrived, the Chinook was just about to land, and Emery was just making it there as well. We're going to go and look over the camp and see what we can find, Thomas yelled over the sound of the helicopter's blades as it landed. I'll report just as soon as I can. Well, that won't be necessary, Thomas, Emery yelled back. I'm coming with you. I have to have eyes on the camp to report to the old man. When he stated that, Thomas looked into Emery with new eyes. He had assumed that Emery was a pencil pusher before, but as he looked him over now, Thomas could see that Emery was wearing a black combat uniform, carrying a Molly and a 6.5 Creedmoor, just like Owen and Easton and the other men had with them. He replaced his glasses with contacts at some point since they had parted, and his whole demeanor had transformed from just an unassuming businessman to a competent operator. He didn't even look like the same person. Well, you're the boss, Thomas yelled his response as they were the last 2 to enter the chopper. He couldn't help but to think about Harry Murdoch as he entered the loading ramp with Emery. He hoped that his memory wasn't a foreshadowing of future events. As the last of the party's ATVs and supplies were loaded aboard, Thomas commanded Jake to jump up into the Chinook. Fire 'em up, Emery yelled to the pilots as he pointed with his right hand and twirled around his index finger counterclockwise. Jake could feel the tension in the air and smell the adrenaline as the men inside the helicopter sweated out. He laid down next to Thomas. The next time he touched the ground, he just knew that they were going to play the find the booger game. He was good at that game. He also liked to win. Tonight, he would do his best to find these boogers. He just hoped that these smelled better than those in Mississippi. Anticipation of the game was almost as enjoyable as the actual game to Jake. Since arriving at this location, Jake had experienced a lot of new smells and sounds that he was unfamiliar with. His curiosity had piqued. His confidence had soared. He had never lost a game when he knew the rules. His alpha would tell him the rules when they began the game. Now Jake was excited about this new game. He would win. He knew this because Jake was a good boy. Chapter 6, the Sinclair Party's Camp. It was just after sunset before the search team that Thomas led arrived at the Sinclair Party's camp. Owen and the security team immediately began setting up tripwire camp perimeters inside the tree line surrounding the camp. After that, they divided up the area in sectors and set up field cameras to watch each sector and a makeshift command post where his tech operative could keep a vigilant watch on their site. After every operative was clear on his duties, the team split up to cover their sectors with the instructions not to shoot until they were sure that the hostiles weren't Jake. Before setting up their posts, the operatives took the time to organize the four-seater Polaris Razors that were offloaded from the Chinook to carry around their equipment and supplies. Each of these customized machines had large enough gas tanks for drive for days. Extra gas cans were attached to the top of the roll cage as well. Thomas placed his training camera on Jake's head and placed Jake's ear comm into his right ear. Then he sent Jake out on a seek and find command so that he could get a better look at what the inside of the canopy looked like. When Jake got to the first tree, Thomas cued his microphone and commanded Jake to stop, test the equipment before Jake vanished out of sight. Seeing that the dog stopped on command, Thomas then gave command for Jake to raise his right paw, followed by a release command and then a command to raise his left paw. After successfully executing these commands, Thomas continued to seek command and let Jake do his thing. Now that Jake was on the perimeter search, Thomas finally felt a sense of safety. Now, while Thomas had been deploying Jake, Jimmy began looking around for signs to tell him what went wrong. The whole area looked like a herd of elk had come in and trampled everything. There were patches of dried liquid that Jimmy found out to be blood every few yards. There seemed to be way too much blood for the party to have lost. Even all the members together didn't have as much blood combined as Jimmy saw dropped on the ground. He bent down, picked up several leaves that contained dried blood on them, and smelled them. What his nose told him was perplexing. This blood smelled like the iron content was much greater than any known animal that he was aware of. It also contained an oily texture that hadn't let the blood just fully dry yet. Normally, any animal blood that he was familiar with would have dried within hours into solid. This blood felt like it melted animal fat. Now Emery went directly to the overturned Jeep Rubicon 4x4 vehicles and studied them for damage and clues. Now one of them was totally wrecked. To him, they actually looked like giant children had used them as a soccer ball. The sides were indented with huge dents that were similar to huge human feet. The tops were crushed down all the way to the level of the steering wheels and the seats. He was beginning to think that his mind was going crazy on him when he noticed the first large footprint in the soft dirt surrounding the vehicle. Took out his measuring tape and his phone. He needed to document this before it was trampled over. Emery called out for Thomas to come over and look at his discovery as he began taking pictures of the footprint, using a $20 bill as a size reference. When Thomas arrived on the scene, he was shocked at the size of the print. The outer diameter of the footprint was 37 3/8 inches long. The width along the ball of the foot was 21 1/4 inch wide. At the heel, the measurement was 11 inches even. Thomas had never even seen such a track this size. The largest track that he had seen up to this point was around 23 inches long. Now, Jimmy joined the duo shortly after the measurements were finished before Emery was mixing up plaster Paris. As soon as he saw what the two were pouring a mold for, he began looking around for the next prints. The next print was found just over 9 feet away. "Thomas," Emery asked as he mixed water into his 4th batch of plaster of Paris, "have you ever seen a Sasquatch footprint this big?" "To be honest with you," Thomas replied, "no. The largest one I have ever seen before today was around 2 feet long." Then he looked at the print again. He pointed out the depth of the footprint. "This thing was much bigger than a Sasquatch. The old men of the woods down my way don't get nearly as big as this." "These tracks are not from a Sasquatch," Jimmy interrupted. "Well, what do you mean?" Emery asked. "Looky here." Jim pointed to another track. It was that of a large wolf, but the track wasn't stepped on by a rear paw. "These are wolf hunters for the face eaters. Wolf hunters are skinwalkers who change from man into wolves. Some change and their animal spirit takes over, and they no longer can return to the form of a man. Those are wolf hunters. Wolf hunters are also called Wendigos by the people up north of us because they think that the hunters are spirits. There was a great battle up here of some kind. Much happened in a short period of time. There was a lot of killing. There was a lot of ambushes. There are footprints of humans, many Sasquatch, many wolf hunters, and 5 of the face eaters." "Well, what are face eaters?" asked Thomas. "Face eaters are much larger than Sasquatch. My grandfather stated that they were always at war with Sasquatch people. They are called face eaters because when they attack, they reach out and grab a man or an animal by the neck and rip out the victim's spinal cord with the head attached and bite off the face first before eating the entire victim. It's not often that someone sees these creatures alone, much less in a confrontation of any kind with others. They usually slip up and grab their quarry. They're huge, so conserving energy is mandatory for them. That's why they have their wolf hunters to search out their prey." "Now, what do you mean by wolf hunters?" Easton asked Jimmy as he overheard the conversation from just a few yards away. "Today, you would call them werewolves, or what the French call rogoros. They are the face eaters, what Jake is to Tom's." "So, you mean to tell me," Emery asked for clarification, "that the Sinclair party was attacked and eaten by what? A mountain giant?" "No," answered Jimmy. "Most of the party was killed. I can read that much in the land, but not everyone was killed. There are 2 sets of Sasquatch footprints running through the center of this camp. They both stopped just long enough to grab someone or something and carry it off. The trail goes up the mountain towards the northwest. The 2 tracks may be followed by another human track, but they may have been traveling together. It's hard to tell amongst all these other tracks. I will begin following it as soon as we finish up the camp here." Jimmy led them around the camp as the others began sorting through the rubble, looking for anything that may be of use to him. He stopped at various points and explained what happened by the scuff marks and spent shell casings, broken weaponry when he found it, and also by the blood patterns. There were places where bodies obviously had been lying for a while before being moved. Those areas had sizable pools of blood soaked into the ground. Now, it was obvious that many of the dried pools were too large to be human. Emery smelt a spent cartridge as he looked at one of those places. "What does your nose tell you?" Jimmy asked him. "It tells me that the security detail had copper-jacketed silver rounds with steel core," Emery answered. "It was fired over a week ago." "Well, that's just amazing." Thomas was impressed, and then he went on to ask, "How can you figure out all that by smelling the cartridge?" "Well, the last communication via satellite phone was from Katie Sinclair 8 days ago. This is a standard Leviathon International patented casing that all field security operatives are issued when the team is just uncertain about what they're going to encounter. The round was designed to kill anything from werewolves to goblins. Well, theoretically anyway. By the look of all this blood, I would say they're at least partially successful," Jimmy stated. "Sir, I need you over here," yelled one of the security operatives who'd been investigating the camper attached to the first Rubicon. Owen and Easton arrived soon after Thomas, Emery, and Jimmy to see the mangled bodies of Marshall Black, Jim Waller, and Caden Downs being cut out of the crushed can of a camper. The 3 were identified by their name tags more than by visual recognition. The cool air of the campsite had helped to keep back the decomposition, but the multitude of insects in the area had begun their job as cleaners for the wilderness. The smell of the bodies was just gut-wrenching. Emery took out a Vicks inhalant container, rubbed the salve under his nose, and breathed in several breaths of the contents through each nostril. He then passed around to those within reach. As two of the security team brought out body bags and began the grotesque job of recovering the deceased bodies, Jimmy noticed another print on the ground. Now this print was much smaller than the first one Emery found. It was only about 18 inches long, and he noticed that within the larger print there was a slightly smaller print within the first print. The two prints were distinguishable because the ground under the smaller print was deeper than that of the larger print. Now Jimmy backtracked the trail of the larger print. It stopped at a pool of blood near the tree line. As he turned to look back, he saw that the tracks ran straight through the center of the camp. It was joined by the smaller tracks about 25 feet from the tree line. Both tracks converged until the individuals made their way to the center of the camp. There is where Jimmy saw where the larger individual picked up two humans with smaller footprints. He surmised that they were the women, Kate Sinclair and Mary Ann Wright. They were clearly abducted. The smaller Sasquatch individual had grabbed up two men. Although he didn't know which two men he'd grabbed, he did hope that they were Kevin Sinclair and Eric Grant. Everyone in the expedition wore the same patterned shoe treads, so it was relatively impossible to distinguish each member apart, except for the actual size of the shoe. However, on the ground near the tracks of the kidnapped men, there were .45 automatic Colt pistol casings. It was known that Kevin Sinclair had a Kimber .45 ACP pistol. Mixed among the casings, there was a name tag that said Eric Grant on it. It also had the Leviathon International logo and his company position as an advisor on it. Now, while Thomas was watching Jimmy and Emery investigate the murder scene, Jake's earcom and camera alerted on Thomas's digital notebook. As he checked out the information, he received the GPS coordinates for about 500 yards uphill from them towards the northwest. And as he opened the video feed, he saw a hand patting the top of the head on Jake. When he turned up the volume of the video feed, there was a message. "Whoever is on the other end of this camera," the gruff, masculine voice said, "my name is John Wilson Tate. I'm a forward scout for an expedition funded by Leviathon International. I need help." He then gave his GPS coordinate. Thomas gave Jake the command to stay, and he called over everyone within hearing distance. He replayed the message, and Owen quickly assembled a team to go return John Wilson to the camp. When the team left, others began setting up a makeshift triage tent. Emery took the time to call in the Chinook for transporting the recovered cadavers and John Wilson to the main base in safety. When the team got out of sight, Thomas used his camera and Jake to look for them by commanding Jake to turn around and listen for their approach. When the team arrived, Jake stood protectively over the unconscious John Wilson until Thomas gave him the command to stand down so that the team could evaluate him and exfiltrate him from the vantage point. Thomas gave Jake the command to return to camp when the team began leaving John Wilson's hiding place. He stayed with the team until they returned to the Sinclair camp. Now, once at camp, John Wilson was immediately given an intravenous bag of fluid to help with his dehydration. He was conscious and lucid in thought and speech, even if he was exhausted beyond most men's limits. He laid there on the gurney and was very stoic as the medical team looked over his injuries. He had multiple contusions on his legs, back, and shoulders. He had a large gash on the rib cage that he had packed with mud and moss, and he had received a hard blow on the head at one point that had bled inside the unbroken skin and just created an intradermal bloody scab. His eyes were bloodshot from a lack of sleep. His hands and feet had defensive wounds on them as well as his shins and his forearms. His clothing had seen better days. It was plain to see that John Wilson had been through his own personal hell. After John Wilson was treated and given a mild sedative, Emery asked him for any information that he could give him about what had happened during the catastrophic last moments in camp. John Wilson told in precise detail what happened in a way that only soldiers experienced in battle could understand. Luckily, everyone there but Thomas and Jimmy were former military soldiers and followed along with his account just right. John Wilson told how they had a seemingly uneventful expedition until they decided to camp at their current location for the night. John Wilson told him how just about at dusk, after he had returned to camp to eat his evening meal, the whole camp heard just an indescribable yell coming from around the mountainside to the northeast. At least that is where they thought that the sound originated. He grabbed his rifle. He then went on to describe the incident of the creature charging the camp. He spoke of the creature talking in broken English that danger was coming. Then all hell broke loose, he stated. John Wilson went on to tell about the arrival of the wolf-like creatures that attacked the camp. He told about the carnage and how everyone began firing at once. As the battle raged, he noticed that more of the Sasquatch arrived and were actually fighting the werewolf. Then, out of the wilderness appeared 5 very large humanoids. The biggest one was almost 30 feet tall. The other 4 were smaller, but the smallest one was still around 18 or 19 feet tall. Now those creatures began grabbing up any dead body and eating them, he stated. They ate humans, they ate the Sasquatch, and werewolves just indiscriminately. John Wilson went on to say that he saw the first creature charge the women and carry them off towards the direction that they had found him, away from the camp. The second smaller Sasquatch grabbed Kevin and Eric and followed the larger one away from the battle. When he saw the large one grab Katie, John Wilson said that he began to give them pursuit, but they were just way too fast for him to keep up. He was in the process of running uphill after them while engaging the werewolves when he was hit from behind and rolled down the mountain into a drainage crack where Jake had found him. Twice the giants tried to get to him, but each time he was able to shoot them at close range with his 6.5 millimeter Creedmoor in the face, dissuade them from continuing after him. He passed out intermittently during his ordeal. John Wilson said that the only reason that he was able to survive was the fact that every morning dew from the mountain ran down to a break in a small stream that he used his water bladder from his molly to catch enough to keep himself partially hydrated. John Wilson never heard the Chinook land. He couldn't believe that Jake had actually arrived and found him. He ended his account by stating that anyone not found beyond the 4 that were kidnapped were just completely consumed. He stated that he saw firsthand when some of the operatives were killed. Now, those that survived the werewolf attack were grabbed up by the mountain giants and had their heads and backbones ripped from their bodies, he told him. Then their faces had been bitten off and their bodies were consumed. Some of the men were captured alive and bitten in half and swallowed while still screaming. John Wilson recounted he was reasonably certain that Kate, Mary Ann, Kevin, and Eric were grabbed and carried away for their own safety. John Wilson made that assumption because of the words of warning that were spoken by the Sasquatch that arrived just before the attack. Also, there were other Sasquatch that arrived to help fend off the attack. And once the battle was over, all the cryptids vanished back into the wilderness except for a few Sasquatch who remained to clean up the dead and dispatch the wounded. Even though John Wilson was a battle-hardened Marine, he said that the battle was completely brutal and uncivilized in its horrors. Do you have any idea about the direction that the Sasquatch took while carrying them off? Asked Thomas. Well, I only have an educated guess, John Wilson answered as he was being loaded up in the helicopter. I was following them northwest in a beeline for that mountain just past the first pass over there. John Wilson pointed at the mountain that he was referring to. I was only about 5 feet on the left side of their trail when I fell into that drainage ditch, he stated, before ending with, you shouldn't have much problem finding their trail since all those werewolves and mountain giants followed them after destroying the camp. There was a hell of a fight up there as well. It was still going on when I fell into the ditch and hit my head. The strangest part of the whole ordeal is that I swear that I heard singing or chanting while the fight was at its worst. With that, John Wilson, the 2 medics, and the 3 body bags were loaded into the Chinook and lifted out to the main base. Emery kept one of the medic's medical bags after trading his molly for it, and as the helicopter rose up to a safe flying altitude, the rotor wash blew everything that wasn't tied down around the camp. Thomas looked toward the mountain that John Wilson referred to as the pilot flew the Chinook out of sight. He didn't know what this night was going to reveal to himself and his companions, but they had to be ready for just about anything. As he thought about what John Wilson had conveyed to them, Thomas wondered how much was accurate and how much was misconception of what happened due to John Wilson's head injury. Either way, he would probably know by morning. Everything that he had heard tonight was alien to what he had encountered in Mississippi. His experiences had led him to believe the Sasquatch was just an unrecognized great ape. Could it be that the term Sasquatch referred to more than just one type of hominid? Could there be so many undiscovered large primates living apart from civilization? If so, how did they manage to hide from satellite imagery and air traffic? And as always, his discoveries caused him to develop more questions than answers. The rabbit hole just became a black hole. And while Thomas was observing the mountain, Owen, Easton, and 3 more of the security operatives turned the second Rubicon back up onto its wheels. After unhitching the mangled camper that was attached to it, an inspection showed that the only real damage to the vehicle was cosmetic. After checking the fluids, they found that the oil and transmission fluids had drained out, but the brake and power steerings were still full. A quick check of the owner's manual told the operatives how much fluid that Jeep needed. Another quick search of the camper revealed the needed fluids and 4 5-gallon gas tanks. While the crew was attending the Rubicon, Thomas directed Jimmy to scout ahead in the direction of the mountains where the Sasquatch disappeared and see if he could find their trail. He gave Jake the guard signal and pointed at Jimmy and ordered Jake to stay with him. Jimmy reached down and scratched Jake's head and invited him along with a good look-see. Jack had never played his game with Jimmy before. He hoped Jimmy was as willing to reward his success with ear scratches, just like he was used to getting from Thomas. Anticipating another game, Jake was compliant and followed out ahead. At 160 pounds and almost 7 feet long from nose to tail, Jake exuded confidence that he would win this game. Back in Mississippi, Alabama, Texas, Louisiana, and Tennessee, he had won this game. No other animal who played this game with him in the past had ever eluded him. Even though he has experienced so many new smells and tastes, Jake knows what the game is always the same. Thomas gives him 1 scent. Jake filters through every other scent and picks out the right trail, and away they go. As the two went out to scout ahead, Thomas hoped that they didn't run into anything dangerous. His mind was focused on face eaters, Sasquatches, and werewolf. At this point, he didn't consider bear, mountain lion, or cougars dangerous. Even a pack of normal timber wolves didn't seem as much of a challenge as these hunter wolves he heard about. Chapter 7, Oric. Up in the mountains above the tree line, Oric reigned supreme. His existence had spread across many centuries. Long ago, Oric had quit observing his birth date. His great size allowed him to intimidate any would-be challenger until Gawa had come along. At the height of 54 feet, he weighed just a little over 4 tons. It was Oric who had conquered the Wolven tribes and subjugated them to become his slaves. If he was honest with himself, the Wolven hunters had sustained him for many years now. Advanced age had created physical problems that he hadn't foreseen. His eyes were not as clear as they once were. His hearing wasn't as attuned as it used to be. His joints creaked a lot lately. His hands had lost much of their strength, and he was continually wary of falling. He spent more time sitting on his stone throne these days than he actually spent doing anything else besides eating what his hunters brought to him. His lower back seemed like he had lost the will to hold up the torso. It was his oldest son, Gawa, who first noticed these maladies. Gawa, being the son of his father, had decided that Oric was past his prime. He began his campaign to become the next king of the mountain. He went to his younger brother and convinced them to support him in his effort to dethrone their father. Oric had seen the campaign for what it was. He had also decided that he no longer wished to hold the responsibility of the family's well-being on his stooping shoulders. Oric knew that by birthright Gawa was the natural choice to become his heir to his position. In Oric's opinion, Gawa was the only one strong enough and capable of maintaining control over the Wolven hunters, who seemed to become more obstinate as of late. On the eve of the day in which Gawa had decided to kill his father, Oric called Gawa and his extended family to him. Sitting up in the stone throne that his body had worn smooth over the centuries, Oric announced to all that he was abdicating his throne and that Gawa was to be his successor. In order for Gawa to prove his ability to lead their people, he had to organize a truce for peace between the mountain people and the Sasquatch. This had never been accomplished in his entire reign. His intention was that either Gawa would be defeated by the rebel Da, or that a peace would be ensured for his retirement. As Oric publicly gave Gawa a lawful way to gain his greatest wish, Gawa could no longer try to overthrow Oric. If he attempted to kill his father after his father gave him a chance to honorably take his place, he would become a pariah of this world. Every giant who saw him would be obligated to kill him. It was ancient law. Therefore, Gawa placed his time and energy in solving the problem that was presented to him. It was Gawa's idea to challenge Da. It was also Gawa's idea to let Da defeat him after a hard-fought battle so that Da felt as if the treaty between them was Da's doing. He spoke with Oric about his plan. Oric had agreed that it may work. He assured Gawa that if Gawa would orchestrate his plan and successfully execute it, he would then be king. 2 days later, Gawa traveled down the mountains to challenge Da to a battle for peace. Should Da win, the mountain people would stay above the tree line. Should Gawa win, the Sasquatch people must move down to the plains and completely out of the mountains. Any Sasquatch caught in the mountains after Da's loss would be considered hostile and hunted down and eaten. If Da won, any face eater or hunter found inside Da's domain was fair game as well. According to Gawa's plan, Da eventually won the battle. The peace was agreed upon and terms were given and accepted. Gawa had not only tricked Da into thinking that he had won the battle honestly, but he had also ensured the peace and seized the throne honorably. Oric was enjoying his peace and quiet as he watched the peaceful valley below him, and after a short while he noted a disruption on the horizon. As he squinted his ancient eyes, he saw hunters running back towards his mountain as if they were being pursued by some unseen force. They were running as fast as they could without looking back, even once. Something must be awry for them to be acting in this manner, he thought. He looked towards the back of the pack to see if he could spy Gawa or one of his 4 grandsons among the pack. None of them were present. A knot forming in his stomach as he tried to figure out why the hunters would leave his son in such a haste that they even never looked back to see if Gawa was safe. A feeling of foreboding weighed on Oric's mind. Oric didn't have long to wait before he got the answer that he needed. One of the beta hunters ran straight to him and bowed on his knees and dropped his muzzle to his chest. "You have something to tell me," Oric stated. "Yes," the leader of the pack answered, but remained silent. "You fear to be the bearer of this message, slave?" Oric asked authoritatively. "You will be in greater danger of harm if you refuse to tell me what I demand you to say." "My lord," the hunter began, "I must tell you that in the past 4 days your son, mighty Gawa, and his 4 princes have been murdered by Dene, son of Da, and his warriors." "What?" roared Oric in disbelief. "How is this possible?" Out of anger, Oric grabbed the messenger and ripped him in half, throwing his lifeless body to the ground. For the next few minutes he threw a temper tantrum fueled by anger and his grief. As his old body began to wear down and his breath became ragged, he finally gathered himself up and sat back down on the throne that he had just recently given to his son. Pointing to another hunter, he asked him to explain how his son and his grandsons met their untimely death. Standing well outside of the Face-Eater King's grasp, the hunter went on to describe how the pack had come upon the humans and their machines wandering aimlessly in the wilderness. They were so noisy and created so many interesting sounds and smells that their leader reported them to Gawa. Gawa decided that the expedition was to be captured so that the humans could be eaten and their magics revealed. Upon returning to report their discovery, the pack had come across Da on the trail. He was enraged that the pack was traveling in his domain without permission, so he confronted him. The pack dogpiled him and held him down as their leaders held the nose and mouth of Da shut until his breath refused to enter his body and his spirit left for his journey to the Sky People. The pack reported Daw's demise to Gawa, so Gawa decided that the peace treaty was no longer in effect. He led the pack and his sons down to the human camp. While they were just passing a tree line, the whole pack heard Daw scream in a challenge to Gawa. Gawa was disturbed, but since he knew that he allowed Daw to win this battle for peace, he continued on to the human village. He found Danae at the human camp. Gawa sent in the hunters and a battle ensued. Then other Sasquatch appeared to help defend the human village until the hunters overran the site. All the humans were killed at this village. 3 locked themselves inside a wagon and refused to come out, so Gawa crushed them inside their shelter. After that, the Sasquatch people retreated and the hunters gave chase. Gawa and his sons finished off the human male warriors, but Danae and his younger brother Babu grabbed the 2 women and 2 men who were leading the humans and ran away. Gawa wanted them as well, so he ordered the hunters to track them down. They tracked the Sasquatch and their captives to their lair. Once the hunters found the Sasquatch stronghold, they attacked it, but they were met with strong resistance. Danae was fighting the hunters until Gawa arrived. Then Danae challenged Gawa. The hunters backed away to let the 2 leaders fight. Gawa walked to meet the challenge. Danae ran down the mountain, jumped off a cliff, and attacked Gawa's neck. Danae ripped out Gawa's throat, then jumped to Jawa and eviscerated him with his claws as he slid down Jawa's stomach. The other 3 sons of Gawa attacked Danae together, but he killed them with his bare hands. He killed them together, not one at a time, but all as one. When the hunters saw the mighty Gawa and his sons were all defeated and killed, they rushed back here to bring Oric the bad news. "Where are the bodies?" Oric asked. "Unless they have been moved by the Sasquatch people, they remain where they lay slain," answered the hunters. "Take enough hunters to bring back Gawa's body," Oric commanded. "Then go back for my grandsons. Bring them all back, even if they're just in pieces. We will hold a commemorative banquet in their honor." Immediately, the pack left to return to the site of their fallen king and his princes. None of the pack had any illusions that the mission that they were sent out on was anything short of a suicide mission. But their master gave them a command. Their pack mentality instinctively obeyed despite the probability of personal individual injury or death. Failure wasn't considered an option, as they knew that failure would mean certain death. After the pack was out of sight of the Face-Eater cave, the leader called for them to stop and take a rest break. They had been running for a long time uphill on their return to their home. Now, even though they were running downhill, they were all exhausted. The morning star was about to set. The daylight was just beginning to break the horizon. After finding a familiar cave, they retreated inside to bathe in the inner pool and rest during the daylight hours. Their task wasn't going to run away from them. If the Sasquatch people eat them before they arrive, at least they tried. The hunters would never have the nerve to openly disobey their masters, but in his absence, they didn't find fault with slacking on their job as long as they could do it and not worry about getting punished. And since Oric began showing his advanced age, Alpha became complacent with his duties. Now that he was miles away from Oric, who really wasn't the king, he didn't have an issue with taking his time and ensuring that his hunters were rested before they continued their task. Also, if he gave the Sasquatch time to clean up the battlegrounds, he would have a legitimate reason why he couldn't drag the stinking carcasses of Gawa and his sons back to the highlands. Well, friends, that's a sensational story. It's turning into something that's way different than what we've been reading and hearing about. But it's interesting, so we'll read a few more and see how they turn out. Joe Flippo's an energetic writer, so we thank him for his stories, and it's always good to listen to a good old story around a campfire. So, by golly, next time I see you, I'll read you another couple chapters of this story, and we'll see where she goes. Till then, good night, everybody. This is Clay Steele. Well, good evening, everyone. Good to see you all again. It's like a good old comfortable feeling to be around the same gang and nice fire pit. And, a lot of smiles, and I think people are looking forward to this gathering that we have ever so often. and I'm glad to be part of it. Well, tonight, like we usually do, we're just going to tell stories and share company with everyone and have something nice to drink and relax. Because we have more of that story by Joe Flippo, Thomas Robinette, the Bigfoot Hunter. I think some of us are looking forward to that every week, so tonight we're going to start in with Chapter 8, The Sinclair Party and the Sasquatches. When Katie and Mary Ann first arrived at the Sasquatch domicile, they were understandably terrified. However, after the first night, their terror gave way to their curiosity about these unknown primates. Their introduction to this situation was by no means textbook. The only individual that they knew that they could communicate with returned to the battle after depositing them at the back of the cave. To their horror, he was later brought back to his home by other large males, carefully laid to rest on a smooth area of stone. The females were wailing and crying as if they were mourning the male. Katie and Mary Ann had no idea what the plans for their immediate future held, but they were currently under the care and control of these female creatures. During the daylight hours, they were taken into a deeper cavern where the women slept. This room was plainly set aside for menstruating females. The women spent those times observing the daily rituals of the clan. The way that the females helped each other groom was oddly human-like. The younger ones had their own little clique. Now, the younger ones sat around and took turns running their hands through one of the individual's hair and preening them. When they finished with that one, she chose the next one, and everyone moved to her, and so on until each one was completely groomed. Katie and Mary Ann noticed that the younger females were prone to giggling and looking over to see if their older generation had heard their conversations. After the last giggler was groomed, they all placed their hands around their mouths as if to prevent anyone from reading their lips. Kevin and Oric were with them at night when they returned to the main cavern. They had a shadow of safety in the presence of their male companions, and while they were in the common room, no adult males looked at the female humans. The female Sasquatches sat between them and their males, although the women didn't really understand who the females were protecting. Pre-adolescent children were allowed to approach them after the third day. Their lack of tactfulness and increased curiosity made for funny antics that were very much the same as could be viewed inside any human preschool or nursery. It was often the young females who were the most inquisitive, while the young males were the most likely to approach and touch the humans with their fingers. As anthropologists, Kevin and Oric had already begun noticing archaic rituals and pre-civilization tasks that are currently considered gender role. The males were the typical guardians and hunters of the group. The females were generally gatherers and cared for the young. Now, no fire was necessary in this environment. The heavy hair insulated these animals from the elements and the insects. The family groups combined body heat and respiration kept the enclosure relatively comfortable. It was apparent that where these creatures had congregated for their wintertime habitations was a community-type settlement, where multiple family units lived alongside each other for mutual benefit. The anthropologists could see also the pre-civilized politics at work among the adults. Although there seemed to be no apparent social caste, it was noticed how every male jockeyed for time near Danae when he was injured. There was also an intersexual grooming ritual in the common area where males groomed females and vice versa. The family group also had a pruning ritual where the young males pruned the older members. The males helped prune other males and females helped prune the other females. In this way, Oric noticed that their activity was very similar to other non-human primates like gorillas and chimpanzees. However, they were very respectful of their dead. This was apparent by the way they used moss and water to clean the hair of their fallen leader. As Danae laid on his back, his mate mourned for him. She had never seen her male in such a vulnerable state before. When Babu and Ra brought Danae into their private space, she couldn't believe that her mighty Danae was dead. Even though she listened for his spirit to drum inside his massive chest for the Eternal One, she couldn't hear more than just an occasional soft beat. Danae was gone. How was she to go on without her mate? He was her reason for living. Danae made the sunrise in her world. Only his arms had kept her warm on the coldest days as they slept inside their personal area. He was the one who planted child seeds inside of her. He was her protector and provider of meat. Now he was gone. As she sat there beside her mate, one of the Washi men approached Danae. From his motions and hand movements, he wanted to look at Danae. As he stepped aside, she had hoped that this Washi had the magic to bring back her mate. The Washi began to feel Danae's wrist, and as he did this, he put his ear to Danae's wrist. Then he moved over to listen to Danae's drum beats in his chest. After a couple of breaths, the Washi called out to the other male to join him. When the other male arrived, he listened to Danae's drum beat. Then the two Washi began chattering excitedly. One of the Washi males raised up Danae's chin and opened his mouth. As his companion held Danae's nostrils closed, his partner placed his mouth and nose inside of Danae's large mouth and blew his spirit inside of Danae. The Washi did the same action 3 times. Then his friend did something weird. He jumped up onto Danae's chest and began jumping up and down on it as if he were shaking apples from a tree. These actions were very unusual. The female was in horror. How could these two Washi play on the body of a dead elder? Were they being disrespectful, or was this how Washis mourned? As other Sasquatch people gathered around, they were similarly appalled by this unusual behavior. What kind of Washi magic was this? Were they cursing their leader? These unusual rituals were very brutal and went against everything these people had learned about caring for the honored dead. It was inconceivable that these savages would bounce up and down and play on the chest of their king. However, the old stereotypical fears held them motionless. Suddenly, Babu rushed into the room. He grabbed both Washis and lifted them off of Danae. He had seen enough. They were going to pay for their disrespectful behavior. Just as he grabbed the Washis and was about to bash them against the floor of the cave, something miraculous happened. Danae took a breath, a deep breath. His lungs completely expanded and the lungs drew in air like a huge vacuum. Babu was shocked into inactivity. Danae lived. Danae, his eldest brother, lived. He carefully sat the two Washis down in awe. The king lives. The power of these Washi medicine men must have been great, if they could even reach into the road of the sky people and pull Danae back into his body, thought Babu. No other creature in their world could control death. Mourners around Danae took up an instinctive step backwards as Danae began breathing again. How did this small and bald Washi have enough power to revive the great Danae? Did these creatures use the evil magic that usually kills their kind to revive Danae? And if so, was Danae now their slave? Would Danae be angry with him for halting his journey to the sky people? And would the grandfathers waiting there reject him now? As these thoughts flowed through the family's collective mind, Danae opened his eyes. After another minute, he sat up on the smooth slab of rock and looked around him. Then he made 3 sucking sounds with his mouth, and one of the elder females brought a piece of moss soaked in water to his lips. He sucked the moss dry. He was weak, but alert. He looked around and took in the scene immediately. The Washi revived him from the darkness. This much he knew. He also knew that this Washi had given some of his spirit to him so that he could return to lead his family. Many thanks, brother, Danae's deep and gravelly voice said haltingly. Oric was caught off guard by the words just as he was before. It was amazing that this hominid could speak English, which was a relatively modern language. The look of puzzlement was also present on the faces of the other 3 Washis. In the midst of all that had happened, they had almost forgotten their first contact was initiated by Danae, and that he spoke their language, even if haltingly. You are welcome, Eric answered. You saved us from the werewolves. I return the act with an act of my own. Now we're equals. What happens now? My name Danae, Danae replied. Now you hear, we trade words. How do you speak our words? Kevin asked. Danae listened to Washis coming in our land. Danae watched Washis use their hands. Learn some, Danae answered. You have a different language, different way to speak to each other than these words, don't you? Asked Eric. Sasquatch's mouth for food, Danae said. Hands for words. With that, Danae made a sign for the sun rising. Day, he explained. Then he reversed his action. Night, he stated. Eric was intrigued. As a young child, his uncle was born with a hearing disability. In order to communicate with his uncle, he had to learn American Sign Language. He knew that American Sign Language had a beginning that involved Native American trade language. It was a universal language that all native tribesmen who traded knew. Anecdotal evidence stated that these early humans traded with Sasquatch. But is it possible that humans learned the trade language from these creatures? Now, this possibility was intriguing to him. So he took a chance and made the sign for woman and afraid. One of the older females on the side watching this conversation was shocked. She let out an involuntary squeak that sounded like a squirrel choking. Our people no think, washi talk, explained Danae. Tell no fear. Sasqui no eat washi. Gugwe eat washi. Danae no let that. Gugwe no have language. Gugwe just point and grunt like four-leggeds. No trust Gugwe. What is a Gugwe? Asked Kevin. Gugwe's stinky. Gugwe no washing river. Gugwe like washi. Gugwe hate everything. Gugwe only, Danae circled his ear with his index finger. Gugwe no live in mountains. We try hands, see if that be good, Danae suggested. Over the next hour and a half, Danae and Eric spent communicating, using both words and hand signs when the words failed. Sometimes both had to find ways of telegraphing their thoughts when neither words nor hand signs were doing the job. Now, as time went on, it became apparent that the root language of the American Sign Language was the Sasquatch trade language. Danae conveyed that his ancestors created the language of signs after the first humans became a permanent fixture on this land. It was believed that the Washi were incapable of intelligent thoughts because they had to be taught hand words, like a human may teach a puppy to understand words. Danae's grandfathers believed that the Washis only chatted like squirrels or grunted like bears. And as Eric translated Danae's communications, it seemed as if the preconceived stereotypes that humans had about Sasquatch were also mirrored in Sasquatch culture. Many of the Sasquatch had never seen a Washi before this incident, and the younger ones felt that Washis were just scary stories to get them home before the sunrise in the morning. Kevin and the women were intrigued at how human the ideologies of these creatures were. Eric took time to convey the accepted human creation story to Danae. He then went on to convey the story of evolution to Danae. But Danae laughed heartily at the fact that the Washis were not able to agree on such a simple concept as the eternal one. From an anthropological viewpoint, Kevin felt as if Danae's words were words of the original humans, passed down from across eons of time. He watched Eric as his friend translated what was conveyed as best as he could. Now, only on a few occasions could Eric not understand what Danae was trying to convey. In those times, it was interesting to see how Danae took a little extra effort to communicate to Eric, just as if Eric were a small child. This strategy wasn't meant to be demeaning to Eric, but it was used to help clarify whatever the subject of conversation was not being understood. Kevin had studied the initial contact with other indigenous cultures before coming out to search for these beings. So he had noted the difference in thinking among civilized man and civilized man, and he tried his best to prevent repeating the same mistakes by assuming that primitive cultures were less intelligent than modern cultures. As Kevin listened to the unfurling of the oral traditions of the Sasquatch people, he saw many similar stereotypical ideologies placed upon humans as humans placed upon Sasquatch. Both feared their counterparts. Both stated that trusting their counterparts was a dangerous gamble at best and a suicidal venture at worst. Dene taught them that their young lived on a traditional arboreal life until they came large enough to fend for themselves. Their young learned to climb and walk in the canopy of the trees for safety reasons. There was a tradition that reminded their individuals that their ancestors began as fearful tree dwellers before the first grandfather had led his family out of their fear and learned to access the power of the Eternal One. Now it was very important to Dene that he tell these unlearned, small, two-legged ones the importance of honoring the Eternal One. He was the one who created everything. He was the one who made it possible to find the way across the Rainbow Bridge and into the path of the land of the Sky People. It was strict observance of the honoring of the Eternal One that made each leader of the Sasquatch people strong enough to defeat their enemies and to keep their lands. The idea that some Washies were so unaware that they even doubted the very existence of the Eternal One was both disappointing and disturbing to his very conscience. Dene began to teach these Washies that the message of the Eternal One was one of balance, peace, honor, and love. He taught the oral traditions that these beings held holy. Kevin noticed how these teachings were very similar to the teachings of some Native American human tribes across North America. At this point, Kevin asked Oric if he could ask Dene about their creation stories. Dene agreed and began to tell his story that was handed down from mouth to ear since the beginning of time before time. All of the Sasquatch clan sat at Dene's feet to listen to their sacred history as Dene enlightened the Washies. Never before had the true power of the words of the Eternal One been handed down to any two-legged ones by the Sasquatch who were entrusted with the sacred knowledge. Chapter 9, Dene's Creation Story. In the time before my first grandfathers, there was only one land. We were the children of our mother, the land. There was only one people. The people were weak. They were short. They couldn't hunt or even catch fish. All day the people stayed up in trees for safety and to gather food from them. Now the people were always afraid, so they lived high up in the trees. There were many large hunters in those days. The great bear was an ever-present danger. Great wolves ran in large packs across the land. What the people feared most was the invisible terror that came at night. Many nights the terror would come to the trees and take the people. Now the terror was a giant spotted cat with long teeth, sharp claws, and great speed. No one was safe from the terror. Everyone would go to sleep when the sun went behind the land. When the sun returned in the morning, one or more of the people would be gone forever. There was never any sound when the terror came. The only thing that it left behind was blood. And except for its footprints, the first people thought that it was just a spirit. It also left a strong smell behind. Fear was the only thing that the people knew. One day, first grandfather was in his tree when the terror came to visit his family. That night, the terror took his only son. He watched the terror eat his only son at the bottom of his tree. Anger grew within this first grandfather. He lifted his eyes to the Eternal One and asked him why he allowed the terror to have such power. He shouted at the Eternal One. He prayed to the Eternal One for vengeance. He begged for it. After a long time, the Eternal One heard his cries. The night after the black moon, the terror returned to first grandfather's tree. First grandfather grabbed a branch and broke it away from the tree as the terror began to grow dark with clouds. He cleaned off all the limbs and small twigs and waited for the terror to begin his climb. As the rest of first grandfather's family evacuated the tree, he began climbing down to meet the terror. As he descended the tree, First Grandfather began singing his first war song to the Eternal One. He knew that the Eternal One had heard his song because he could feel his spirit in his hair as it stood up on its roots. First Grandfather asked the Eternal One to give him strength and to power this defeat of the evil terror that took innocent lives. As he jumped from an upper limb to a lower one, the Eternal One answered his prayer and sent a giant flash of light down the tree from the very top to the very bottom. The tree split in half, and one side fell upon the terror. As the terror lay there screaming, First Grandfather clubbed him to death with his branch. His whole family witnessed his defeat of the monstrosity that had taken so many family members. Then First Grandfather did something that no other of the people had ever done. He tore out the drum of the terror and he ate it. All of the others went crazy. They joined him and ate every bit of flesh that the terror had. Then they cracked his bones and ate the marrow. From that day forward, the First Grandfather and his family began hunting the terrors of the land. They couldn't kill the adults, but his family became skilled at capturing the babies and killing them. And as the family ate more terrors, they became terrors themselves. Their lust for blood moved beyond just the terrors. On the first day that the last terror was killed across the whole land, the Eternal One became angry at the First Grandfather and his family. The Eternal One sent a great light through the night sky, and it rumbled the whole land from the ice world all the way down to the water world. The First Grandfather's family scattered to the different parts of the land. Later that day, great cracks opened up in the land. Volcanoes erupted. The wrath of the Eternal One ripped the land apart and separated the First Grandfather's family from ever seeing each other forever. As time passed, the land pieces moved farther apart until the First Grandfather could no longer see the land of his other families. They were separated. Only when the first Sasquatch came across the finger of land from the land of the setting sun did our people even know that there were others like us left in the world. First there came the Gagwais. Next there came the Sasquatches. Following them came the Face Eaters. And following the Face Eaters came the Wolven people. Last, there came the little bald ones. They brought the conflicts from the old world to this world. There was no peace. Everyone did as they felt was right, and once again, the Eternal One punished the two-legged. The Eternal One sent the small, bald, two-legged ones among us. At first, our ancestors tried to live alongside them. The grandfathers taught them which plants were good for food. The grandmothers taught them which plants had spirits within them to stop hurts. Other plants had spirits to prevent the water spirit from living inside our chest, so they shared that with them as well. The elder taught the small ones how to sing to the Eternal One, but something happened. The small bald ones made the Eternal One angry. He cursed them forever. Our people could no longer live alongside them because even their breath was deadly. Any Sasquatch who walked along the trail of the bald ones would become very weak and die. Babies cared for by them didn't grow. Old ones that breathed the same air were cursed, and their spirits refused to live within them. So they went to the land of the sky people. Great sores came upon the bodies of our people who tried to continue trade with them. Even scraping them with shells from the water could not stop the evil spirits. In the time of Grandfather Aro, he tried to kill all of the small, bald, two-legged ones. But after each battle, even the strongest warriors died. Aru decided that our people should not trade with these anymore. He took the people and moved up into the highlands where no small one could come. He ordered that no Sasquatch could venture out into the sunshine because the small ones were about. Our kind adjusted to the darkness out of necessity. After our kind moved up into the highlands, we became strong again. The clear air and fresh water coming from the ice on top of the mountains cleansed our spirits. The Eternal Ones forgave the wrongs of the old ones, and we were happy again. Then the Sasquatch began moving south and east into the rest of the land. They also moved north and west. The finger of land connecting the two lands disappeared. We were alone again after the first bald ones died away. Our people grew stronger with each generation until we were strong enough to even kill an adult cave bear. Eventually, each of the two-legged tribes moved apart until they stopped trading. The circle of breath moved beyond brothers until they were no longer related. Each tribe of people created their own special words. Now, in those days, there were giant, hairy, four-legged ones with great curved teeth. They moved in great numbers. Our people hunted them. Those four-leggeds were gentle, but dangerous and uncontrollable. There were also hairy four-leggeds with giant teeth on their noses. There were great four-legged ones who had the skin of the mountain four-legged ones on their shoulders. Their clan caused the ground to rumble when they ran. They lived in the mountains. There were smaller two-legged ones who ate the no-walkers and built great waters with the no-walkers after they fell to the ground. There were also the terror grandchildren here. We called them Big Tooth. Big Tooth preyed on the slow, three-clawed two-legged ones who ate no-walkers. One day, tiny brown two-legged ones arrived on the waters riding great no-walkers. They were different from the first bald two-legged ones. They wore the skins of animals on their body, and they carried pointed limbs just like the first grandfather made to kill the terror. They could not talk like us. They chatted like squirrels, and growled like bears as well. They only had hair on their heads, and it grew to their waist. In the shadow, we watched these different ones. Their skin was not black as ours, but brown as mud. It was thought that the Eternal One made them from his own mud. Their hair was black like the bear. They were the first ones to bring out spirits from the trees. No one had ever seen such magic in all of our generations. These small ones could take animals that they hunted and sacrifice them to the spirits of the woods. These spirits would lick the meat and the blood and make great smells to come from the animals. These were smells that only the great light from the sky could create. Our people tried to help these brown ones as well. We taught them our trade language. They understood it very fast. They even learned to make the whistles and the pops and the growls that we used to communicate amongst ourselves. And once again, our people tried to help the small ones learn the plant and the medicine. But the Eternal One was displeased about our actions because our people once again began to die. This was in the time of Grandfather Gorak. For the last time, our people went back into hiding. Our family clans spread out as far south as the wet forests and lands of the great water lizards. Many of our people still don't believe that there are great lizards that live in the water. But my father, Daw, saw one when he was a young one traveling the land. They spread as far north as the great land that takes the feeling from your feet. That is the land of the great white water bears and the fish eaters. Then came the snow-colored two-legged ones like you to this land. Our grandfathers listened from the shadows as the brown two-legged ones talked about them coming from across the great waters, the direction of the rising sun. These came in the time of my grandfather Traka. He decided not to help these two-legged ones because he feared that the Eternal One would punish our people again. Then the brown ones began getting sick and dying for helping the white ones. When Traka saw this happening, he ordered all of his people to avoid these two-legged ones that the Browns called the Washis. It was from the brown ones that we learned the powerful magic that the Washis possessed. They had thunder limbs that killed all things with the power of cloud and rumbling and light. Washis only had to point their thunder limbs at anything living and it would die, even from quite a ways away. The Washis were said to be an evil because they came to the land and destroyed the wilderness and tore up the ground and broke up the rocks. Washis dug holes and took our mother's blood and left the empty holes for all to fill into and die. They tried to kill our mother. Sasquatch never allowed the Washis into the people's homes. Washis were forbidden to trade. As Oric did his best to translate the creation story for the others, he had to stop from time to time to think of the best words to use to make the communication understandable. When Danae saw that Oric was having difficulty with some of his words, he would stop, until Oric waved him to continue on with his words. As those around him watched in amazement how easily these washies seemed to understand what was being said, Katie noticed that some of the Sasquatch seemed unhappy that Dene was communicating with the humans. "Ask Dene why he broke his ways to warn us of danger, please, Oric," Katie inquired. Dene understood the question and replied, "I, king of the people. It's my time to follow Da and protect innocents in my land. Washies and Sasquatch all innocent. Face-eaters eat all. Face-eaters no good hunters." "What are face-eaters?" asked Marianne. Dene looked at Marianne. She'd been quiet and he didn't recognize her voice. After looking at her for a short period of time, he responded, "Face-eaters are very big two-legged. One face-eater is big as Dene and brothers. Face-eaters eat everything, even each other when one dies. Face-eaters attack your village, bring wolf hunters." "Oh, what happened to the face-eaters that were here?" asked Katie. "No worry. Dene killed all that come," answered Dene. "But if the face-eaters eat each other," asked Marianne, "then will others not come to get their bodies to eat them?" Worry swept across Dene's face when Marianne asked that question. Why hadn't he thought of that, he thought to himself. Face-eaters were very vengeful. He knew that the wolven hunters had not all been killed. Surely the ones who escaped will go back and tell Oric, the father of Gawa, that his son and grandsons are dead. And when he returns to the battleground to collect his son and his grandson, he will find the Sasquatch stronghold if they don't succeed in hiding it well. Oric may even be able to smell them despite their best efforts to mask their home. Standing up, Dene called for his youngest brother, Babo. When Babo arrived, Dene asked him how the face-eaters' bodies were disposed of. Babo explained that they were torn into pieces and taken to the cave of flying two-legged ones with hairy wings. He stated that they had been dropped down into the pit where the four-legged bones are thrown after the hunt. He assured Dene that his followers had done their best to clean up the battlefield so that the face-eater king could not find his son and his grandsons. "Not even wolven hunters can find the bodies," Babu sighed to Dene. "Take me to where the battlefield is at the Washi village," Dene answered in signs. "Stay here," Dene told Katie and Marianne. "Come here, me," Dene motioned to Kevin and Oric. The crisp night air was slightly uncomfortable to the human men, but they were not in danger of hypothermia, so they followed Dene, Babo, and 5 other Sasquatch downslope toward the humans' former campsite. When they arrived there, Dene told Kevin and Oric not to leave the tree line. He stated that if they moved anything or cleaned up the camp, then Oric would notice that they had survived the attack and would begin hunting them out of vengeance. It was better for them not to touch anything until it was known if Oric had been there yet. As the other 6 Sasquatch warriors spread out to search for any evidence that there had been a return party of any wolven hunters at the camp, they heard a lone howl coming from deep in the mountains. The sound was eerily similar to a gray wolf howl, but Dene knew that the gray wolves didn't venture as high up in the mountains as that howl had come down from. This was a declaration of war, thought Dene. These wolf hunters knew the penalty for breaking the pact agreed on by Gawa and Da. However, since both Da and Gawa were dead, if it was necessary to assert his dominance upon these hunters, Dene knew that they would remember him from the last battle and have fear inside their hearts of him. Da had taught him to be a fierce warrior from the time he dropped down out of the trees. Da had continuously reinforced the fact that one day Dene would have to assert his will on others in order to keep the peace. These lessons were learned through blood and dirt. There were times in his past where Dene thought that Da hated him. Dene felt that a loving father could never treat his eldest son with such aggression and cruelty. However, since Da's death, Dene had come to realize that Da had done his best to train him how to battle every threat that came before him so that he could succeed in leading his family after Daw's days were numbered. The perceived cruelty had conditioned Dene to accept each of these obstacles with the confidence of certainty that he would find the right way to solve each problem, as long as he honored the Eternal One in his life. Looking around, Dene noticed that his warriors had also heard the howl for what it was. But the Washi hadn't picked up the significance of the howl. Although all of his warriors were strong and agile, there were only 7 Sasquatch present, and Dene knew by the worried and determined frowns on each face that they were both willing to fight to protect these Washis. But at the same time, they knew another battle like the last one would be a suicide mission. These warriors were good and honest beings, Dene thought as he watched Babu move within arm's reach of the 2 men. The hunters hadn't returned yet, but they were on their way. It was time to return to the stronghold and make preparations. Now, not long after the first howl, there were several answering howls coming from different distances and directions. When Dene heard these howls inside his domain, he bellowed out an ear-piercing roar that shook the ground. He wanted the hunters to know that he was aware of their presence in his territory and that they were in mortal danger. As soon as Dene finished his roar, each of his subordinate males roared according to their social rank in the family clan. The noise was a warning to the hunters as well as an alert to their stronghold. Those males back there would be busy setting up defenses and placing large boulders near the cliff edge to push down on their enemies. Others would be taking the weaker ones deeper into the mountain. After the territorial roars were lifted by the Sasquatches at the Sinclair camp, answering roars were heard from all over the valley. Every mature male in the family community roared their support back to Dene. As the roars were heard, Kevin and Oric took note of the fact that no other howls were heard. Oric asked Dene if the roars were meant to scare off the wolves. Dene answered that the wolves that howled were not regular 4-leggeds, but were a scouting party of wolf hunters sent out by the Face Eaters to find the body of Gawa and his sons. These scouts would only be an advance party leading the main group of hunters back into his domain. Those hunters would come back to their stronghold for vengeance. They would try to collect blood as payment for the blood lost by their leaders and his son. Dene feared that the oldest Face Eater, Oric, would come down from his mountain throne and try to destroy all of his people. Daw had warned him of the importance of keeping the peace treaty only days before his shell was found without his spirit on the path leading to his precipice where he observed the Sasqui lands. It was thought by Daw that once his reign was over, war would brew and spew over into their land until the Face Eaters learned of Dene's strength. Well, folks, there's another little bit of that interesting story, and it looks like there's a fight a-coming. So next time we get together, we'll be talking about that. And until then, y'all, enjoy your family time, and the beginning of summer's a-coming, and be good to everyone you come across. Well, until next time, this is Clay Steele. Good night. Well, hello everyone. Good to see y'all again. Welcome to the Campfire. You know, we're all just kind of doing the same thing that you are. We're looking for some fun tonight, and looking to hang out with some friends and tell some stories and maybe have a few laughs. Well, we're going to do some more of the same here. And what we're going to do is we're going to read you some of this story. This Thomas Robinette, the Bigfoot Hunter, by Joe Flippo. We worked our way up to chapter 10 and it's starting to get pretty darn exciting. So, get yourself a place to sit, you know the routine, and we'll get started here. The pack is back. Now, after resting and bathing in the hot springs inside the cave for a day, the hunters were refreshed, and they were ready to return to their task. Alpha, the new leader, sent out scouts to check for Sasquatches before venturing any farther back into Dene's domain. Now that Daw was no more, they knew that Dene must now be the leader of the Saqui. That was the only way the Alpha could rationalize why a Saqui could be in a Washi village. Dene, who was said to always have been strange, must be forming an alliance with the Washis, thought Alpha. And before leading his hunters into a trap, he needed to know if there was a trap. As he thought about this, Beta, his newly chosen second in command, approached him. Alpha, Beta began, we need to send out scouts to look over the Washi village to know if any have returned. I agree, answered Alpha. Take 5 Omegas and go scout ahead and report to me what you find. Now be careful, as the Saquis may be planning to ambush us. Gawa broke the peace. We are as guilty as he is because we followed him below to Daw's domain after we killed Daw. Do not lead any Sasquis back to our pack. The rest of us will stay here until you return. If you're not back in 3 days, then I will know that you're dead or you're a captive. Now, if you're captured alive, you must not give them any information. Kill any Omegas that tries before he can. I understand, Alpha, acknowledged Beta as he called over 5 Omegas and led them out of the cave. Tonight, Beta was the leader of his squad. His mini-pack would hunt as they searched for any clue that would help them find their fallen leader and his sons. There were only thoughts of imaged glory flowing through his mind as the 6 hunters left out in a show of bravado. After they got out of the line of sight of the temporary lair, Beta slowed the Omegas down to a slow walk. Tonight we hunt, little brothers, he said. When we bring back meat, we will be the heroes of our camp. However, while we hunt, keep a nose out for signs of the Saqui. Should we bring back a Saqui, we will be even more than heroes. Oric hasn't eaten Sasqui in many moons. But Beta, one of the Omegas stated, Oric is far away, and we are supposed to be searching for Gawa and his 4 sons. Yes, little brother, answered Beta, but if we take Oric, his first Sasqui prisoner, he will reward us more than if we brought back Gawa and his sons. Vengeance runs deep in the veins of Oric. What greater vengeance can he have than to eat Saqui meat after they killed his cherished son and his grandsons? And without saying another word, the advanced scouting party ran off into the night as it hunted for an innocent victim to prey upon. Each member had dreams of the hunt as their noses told them what their eyes couldn't perceive. None of them would settle for rabbit blood on this night. Neither deer blood, elk blood, or even strong and pungent bear blood would sate their bloodthirst. On this night, they were after the king of the forest. In their minds, Dene, son of Daw, son of all Sasqui ancestors, was their quarry. Only his blood could satisfy the vengeance of Oric. Delusions of grandeur flooded their minds, just as adrenaline flooded their veins. As the scouting party roamed throughout the countryside that night, they were on the lookout for any prey that would gain them battle glory. They wouldn't be satisfied with just a meat kill. They wouldn't be satisfied with just a predatory fight with a bear, a moose, or a mountain lion. What they desired was finding some way to gain the gratitude of Oric now that he had retaken his throne. They searched throughout the forest for an easy target. After a while, a new scent floated across the wind. The odor was thick with pheromones, and there was a dominant trait to it. The smell was both human and canine. Could it be that another wolf hunter was trying to take the pack's glory, wondered Beta? Maybe Alpha didn't trust their ability and sent out someone else to make sure that they were obeying his orders. Maybe the other hunter was planning to sabotage their plans. The scent definitely had the smell of a strong hunter. Could it be that there was a lone hunter in these woods that wasn't associated with Oric? According to ancient law, all hunters must be subject to Oric. It's just the way of things. Beta called to his roaming pack. As they answered, each of them turned back and ran to rendezvous with their boss. They also picked up on the odor. After grouping back together, the scouting party began its hunt. As they closed in on their quarry, the odor became stronger. This hunter was definitely an alpha, even if he was a lone wolf. Finally, Their collective noses told them that their prey was just beyond the underbrush. The time for fun and games had passed. Chapter 11, Meeting the Old Man of the Woods. As Jimmy and Jake began their trek up the mountain, Jimmy found himself watching Jake's action increasingly. Although Jimmy had a good nose, keen hearing, and above-average sight, he also knew that compared to Jake's abilities, he was just a babe in the woods. He also took notice of the cautious pace that the big white shepherd had settled into. Jimmy could tell that Jake was picking up on some unfamiliar smells by the way he held his ears in an inquisitive manner. Jimmy also admired the facts that, unlike his hunting dogs, Jake didn't bark or make other vocalizations while in the wild. The white shepherd's coat had a faint glow in the moonlight as he slipped quietly through the trees. His ancestors would have considered Jake a white wolf and maybe even a warrior spirit that was meant to help or protect him. After several miles of searching for signs of any kind of track, Jimmy sat down behind a large pine tree and called the dog over to him. The pine trees had been broken about 8 foot from its roots and was laying behind the tree's trunk. Jake was hesitant on approaching Jimmy, but he came over and he laid down beside him as Jimmy sat to rest for a while. Jimmy pulled off his hat and poured a small amount of water from his canteen into it and shared a drink with the dog. Now, while Jake was lapping up his water, Jimmy rubbed the back of Jake's ears. As the moon went behind a cloud, Jake's ears perked up. Suddenly, he noticed a large, hairy figure inside the underbrush behind the tree. Jake lunged to his feet, baring his teeth and growling. Then he caught a pungent, canine-type odor that was totally unfamiliar to him. But his nose alerted to danger, and before Jimmy could move, Jake lunged at the figure over Jimmy's left shoulder. In surprise, Jimmy jumped to his feet, but he had heard no noise. He had smelled nothing. He had seen no indication of danger except for the dog's response to it. Spinning around in the direction that Jake had leapt, Jimmy heard an audible thump, a whimper from Jake, and silence. Instinct told him that Jake was either dead or hurt. Silence made him think the worst. As he tried to bring his rifle up to bear down on whatever the danger was, Jimmy heard one heavy step behind him. As he turned to face his attacker, he managed to fire off one shot before he fell into a deep blackness. The last thing he saw before he lost consciousness was a large, hairy silhouette, outlined by the moon, and every detail to the palm that was reaching for his head. Thomas had observed Jimmy and Jake's progress up the mountains until the terrain and the night made this picture and the audio unreliable. After attempting to try to make contact with Jake, he finally cut off his computer and he resigned Jake to take care of Jimmy. In the short time that Jimmy had been acquainted with Thomas, he had noticed that Jimmy had developed an affectionate attitude toward his dog. He also knew that Jake was an affection hog, so that those two'd get along just fine. He'd been investigating the ransacked camp one more time when he heard the shot echoing down the mountain. "What the?" Owen exclaimed as he grabbed for his rifle that he had just cleaned and reloaded. "Well, that's got to be Jimmy," Emery stated. He must have found something and he's signaling us." "Well, let's get on up there then," Thomas commanded. Everyone dropped what they were doing, loaded up into the razors, and headed up toward where the tracker and the dog had last been seen. After reaching the tree line, Owen stopped the razor that he was driving. He and Easton got out and looked at the ground for signs of Jimmy's tracks. He had seen Jimmy purposely leaving a marked trail for him in case they needed to find him and Jake quickly. The trail was easy to see in the razor's headlights. After the two men returned back to the razor, they led the others up the mountain. Thomas and Emery had deposited themselves in the back seats behind Owen and Easton, respectively, so they could also see the blaze trail. The side-by-sides that carried this group of men were much more agile than full-size vehicles, but the going was still slow due to the fact that Jimmy and Jake, they hadn't adhered to any kind of animal trail. Their bushwhacking caused some difficulties as the party had to traverse around fallen trees or muddy swamps that the tracker and the dog had easily crossed on rocks or fallen tree trunks. After traveling slowly for over half of an hour, Easton jumped out of the razor while Owen navigated around a broken oak tree. As Easton guided Owen and directed his movements so that the razor didn't roll, he noticed something in the mud. It was a large human footprint that was slowly filling up with water from the mud hole that they were trying to avoid. "Look at this," exclaimed Easton as he handed his phone to Thomas. On the screen, Thomas saw a picture of Easton's foot placed next to the footprint of a human-type animal. The footprint was easily twice as wide as Easton's combat boot and at least 40% longer. "So what do you make of it?" Thomas asked as he handed the phone back to Emery. "Looks like something is tracking our boy," Easton stated. Then he pointed out the tracks left by the creature as it walked on up the trail, clearly tracking Jimmy and Jack. "Do you think it may be a Sasquatch?" asked Emery. "Before today," admitted Thomas, "I would have bet my life on it. However, since listening to Jimmy earlier..." Thomas let the sentence finish itself in his companions' heads. "Send the others back," Thomas instructed Emery. "If this is a Sasquatch, then a lot of lights and noise and personnel will just be detrimental. If it ain't a Sasquatch, then the security detail that we left behind is going to need all the help that they can get. Send word back to the main camp to send more security assets out to the Sinclair camp immediately. The more the merrier." After advising the others to return to the Sinclair camp, Emery instructed the one he put in charge to contact Tom Hennessy at the main camp. Instruct him to send more men and told them to be armed to take out tanks. As the other 4 razors retreated back to the camp, Thomas instructed Owen to continue on up the trail. After about 15 minutes, they came upon an area that had a broken pine tree where Jimmy had stopped to drink some water. "Now look at this," Owen said as he came from around the broken pine tree. In his hand was the broken camera that had been strapped to Jake's head. Blood began to dry on it, but had not done so completely. "Now look over here," Emery called out. "I found the cartridge where it was ejected from Jimmy's rifle." "I found the rifle," Thomas called after walking behind the fallen tree. "It's been bent in half and twisted." He brought out the mangled gun and handed it to Owen. The rifle was twisted so tightly that the magazine couldn't be released from the frame. The scene looked bad. "Poor Jimmy," thought Easton. "Poor Jake," thought Thomas. As the 4 men stood there in their own thoughts, they were shaken back to reality by a deep and gravelly voice. "No worry," said the voice. "Qua no dead. Qua safe. 4-legged, no dead. Come here, me." The impossibly deep and gravelly voice was oddly easy to comprehend. In shock, the men turned around to see an 8-foot-tall, hairy man standing just inside of the underbrush. He had shoulders 4 feet wide, and his forearms were as big as any of their waists. His hands were the size of matured pumpkins and out of proportion to his body, in comparison with a human's hands. The length of his forearms and his shins were noticeably shorter than his upper arms and thighs. As the men stood gaping at him, the creature urged them to action. "Come here, me," he repeated. "You have others waiting. Time short. Must follow me." Still affected by the shock of seeing a giant, hairy man speak to them, the quartet moved to follow the large creature. And once inside the underbrush, the 4 men were seized by unseen hairy hands. Unceremoniously thrown over their captors' shoulders, they found themselves carried up the mountain at an incomprehensible speed. Not once were they scratched by a low-hanging branch nor thorns while they were being swept through the dark wilderness at night. Neither did it look as if their captors were purposely avoiding the underbrush either. The creatures seemed to know instinctively where to run, where to charge through gaps in the brush, and where to jump over logs or rock outcroppings. What amazed Thomas the most was that these creatures were accelerating as they ran uphill. They were running uphill as fast, as if not faster, than a human could run downhill. Thomas had ridden horses as a younger man, but not even a horse mountain bred was able to accelerate uphill. It was also unreal how smoothly these creatures moved. They were like fluid oil passing along the terrain. Not once was he bounced around, not once was he jostled. Now, he couldn't understand how these creatures could run so fast in these dark mountains and not trip up. Finally, the creatures arrived at the mouth of a cave that was along a narrow walking path along the side of a bare rock face. Now, Thomas hadn't noticed the walkway until he was put down. His captors had not even slowed down a step as they came along the trail. Looking around, he could see the Sinclair camp much farther down the slope. The whole campsite was lit up like a small metropolis. Although he couldn't hear any helicopters, he knew that there were ground reinforcements arriving. The caravan of troop transport vehicles could still be seen coming from the direction of the main camp at Paradise Creek. And once the vehicles arrived, Thomas noticed that they were parked with their headlights facing up into the wilderness and circling the camp. Men could barely fit between them, so the security team had made a pretty good fortification. From behind them, the men were startled by a woman's voice calling out to them. "Emery," she squealed with excitement, "you came for us." The men turned around to see Katie Sinclair running towards Emery Letson. When she reached him, she threw her arms around him and held him so tightly that Thomas thought she was going to squeeze the life out of him. From inside the cave, Mary Ann, Kevin, and Eric joined the group standing just outside. Kevin walked over to Emery and embraced him in a tight hug as well. "Now, I was wondering what it would take to get you out of that office," Kevin stated. "I'm sure glad to see you here. Now I can relax, and I know that everything's going to be all right." The relief in Kevin's voice was just almost tangible. Hurriedly, the large, hairy man told everyone to get inside of the cave. The pre-dawn sunlight was just peeking above the silhouetted mountains. "Danger close," Danae said. "If man's below lucky, got one more day." After everyone had retreated to the inner caverns of the cave, the entrance was closed to a narrow slit of light by unseen hands that moved enormous boulders. Everyone except the humans and the warrior Sasquatches were sent deeper into the mountain caverns. Thomas didn't know what to expect yet, but he was either a guest inside this community or he'd been captured by an honorable soul, whatever he may be. As they were instructed to sit down, older females brought the new arrivals wet moss to suck the moisture from. Mary Ann handed the men a canteen full of water, and as the men passed the water around, they listened to Eric, who told them about their ordeal. As Eric relayed each detail, Thomas was amazed at how human these creatures seemed to be. Although he wasn't an anthropologist anywhere close to the caliber of Kevin or Eric, he noticed things that to him appeared to be a window into the ancestry of the human species. He even imagined that these same activities were unchanged since the dawn of time. Unlike human civilizations, these creatures didn't have things like fashion or art or style that repeats itself every so many generations. These creatures have lived under the sky for eons in the same manner as their first ancestors had. They were absolutely adapted to the natural life on this earth. They didn't need fire. That was the difference between them and us, he thought. Now, after almost 3 hours of listening to Eric's monologue, Danae returned to notify the humans that they needed to retreat into the belly of the mountains to rest. He then took the time to introduce himself, his family, and his warriors. When he introduced Babbo, he made a big display showing them his little brother. His other brothers had died as infants until Babu came into the world. By that time, Da was an older man, and it was Danae's first job to keep his baby out of danger, trouble, mishaps. Thomas was about to object to staying the day inside the cave system instead of going back to the Sinclair camp. Seeing his host about to turn and walk away, he started to ask him about that when Danae stopped and turned around. "When light come, Sasquatch sleep," said Danae. "This day different. Sasquatch no sleep. Warriors hunt for hunters. Sasquatch save Umpqua and four-legged from hunters before hunters kill Umpqua and four-legged. Danae, Bring Umquaw and Four-Legged here. Use magic. Heal." Without another word, Danae left the 8 humans alone inside of an inner cavern. A couple of minutes later, Danae and Babu brought in Jimmy and Jake. They carefully laid each one of the injured down. Thomas could see the injuries that Jimmy and Jake had sustained had been attended to, even if their attendants had only used moss and mud to treat them. Thomas took out his backpack and opened up his first aid kit and began treating his dog. Jake had been laying still with his eyes closed until he smelled Thomas. As Thomas began cleaning away the moss and the mud from his lacerations, Jake began whining for Thomas to rub his ear. Thomas spoke quietly to Jake and comforted him as did his best to clean up his wounds. It was pretty cool down in the mountain, and Thomas was afraid that Jimmy and Jake may develop pneumonia if they didn't get warm soon. While Oric and Emery attended to Jimmy, Thomas began looking for something to burn. When he began his search, Katie asked him what he was looking for. He told her about how he wanted to build a fire and heat up the area so that Jimmy and the dog wouldn't get pneumonia. Now, she informed him how the Sasquatch believed that fire was the spirits summoned out of the wood and deemed very destructive to them. She was wary that their hosts would see the fire as either aggression or a curse. He asked her if they could talk to Danae about the possibility of having a fire somewhere, and she agreed to breach the subject using Oric as a translator. After discussing it with Oric, he agreed to help convey their need for a fire. Around mid-morning, Danae returned to the cavern that held the humans. Oric spoke with him about the need for a fire, and he explained how the fire would benefit Jimmy and the dog and how he would be responsible for any mishaps with the fire. At first, Danae was resistant to the idea of a fire. He'd seen how an uncontrolled fire could destroy everything in its path. The two compromised on a small room in the upper area of the cave system. The cavern comfortably accommodated around 15 human-sized people. There was an opening out to the sky on the roof besides the cliff wall for the smoke to escape. 3 preteen Sasquatch males were told to go out and collect some dried wood. They were instructed to break it into sections about 2 feet long, and they were also instructed to not go out into the wilderness, but to collect the wood from the area near the bottom of the cave system where the rain had carried down dead tree limbs during the spring floods. After the confused little ones brought their first armload of dried wood back to the cave, they were told why the wood was needed. When they learned that they were bringing wood to the washies so that the washies could make magic, bring the spirits of the wood out, they were excited. They went about their jobs with pride. They would be the first Sasquatch to ever learn to summon the wood spirits. The 3 males, all on the developmental level of 7-year-old humans, were affectionately called Eenie, Minnie, and Miney. When they had brought enough wood to keep the cave warm for a week, Owen told the 3 that he didn't need no mo wood, and he laughed. When the others heard the comment, they also laughed. So the trio of Sasquatch laughed too. Thomas fished 3 apples out of his bag and gave each one of them an apple as a reward for bringing the wood. The 3 boys accepted the apples as fair trade. Now, as the fire was built and its heat was stored inside of the rock walls, that atmosphere inside the cave became more cozy and more comfortable. The warmth of the air seeped down into Thomas's body. He became sleepy. And just as he was about to go to sleep, he felt a vibration inside his pocket. His phone was ringing. He looked down at his personal phone to discover that the screen was severely cracked. However, he could tell by the number that it was Sarah calling. "Hello, sweetheart," Thomas heard Sarah say when he answered the phone. "What are you doing?" "Well, honey," Thomas begins, "would you believe that I am in the top of a cave system building a fire with wood that baby Sasquatch has brought me while I'm waiting for mountain giants and werewolves to attack us?" Thomas laughed. He had used this technique before. Now, he knew that Sarah isn't going to believe the first thing that he told her anyway. "You silly goose," Sarah joshed. "I'll bet you're held up in some lush hotel room, eating breakfast in bed and running up a room service on that company's expense." Sarah had laughed. Her laughter always made his situation better. The warmth of it warmed his soul then as well. "Well, you caught me red-handed," Thomas feigned guilt to her. "So when are you going to be home?" she said. "I have a surprise for you." "I'm just not exactly sure at this point, honey," he answered. "We have found some interesting things here, but if I had my guess, I would say within the week. I've been working really hard, and I haven't hardly had the time to even call you since I got here. Everything's okay here with me. Jake can't wait to get home so you can scratch his ears." "Well, sweetheart, you better hurry home, 'cause you left something turned on when you ran off." Thomas blushed when he realized the phone was on speaker. He assured her that he'd take care of that when he got home, and he hung up the phone. "What did you leave turned on at home?" Owen asked, feigning innocence and laughing. "We made sure the hose was cut off when we left, didn't we?" Easton asked, and he snickered. "Well, from the sound of it, Thomas," interjected Kevin, "you better have a plan before you get home. That woman's either going to hit you up either for a lot of love or a lot of money, if I had to guess about it." Katie was blushing after hearing this conversation on the phone, and when the conversation had turned since Emery had reunited with her, she had been by his side the whole time. As a matter of fact, both Sinclair siblings were openly fond of Emery. That was a puzzle to Thomas. He couldn't figure out the angle, although he had already tried to reconcile their actions. He felt like they were either very closely related or they had grown up together. Emery didn't look like he could be much older than the two Sinclairs, but there definitely was a familiar resemblance. However, Emery's last name wasn't one that was normally associated with the world-renowned name Sinclair, so he was left at a loss. And while he was sitting there contemplating his thoughts, Marianne approached him and began helping him sort out the rest of the fuel wood according to the size and the length. "What kind of expert are you, Mr. Robinette?" Marianne asked him politely. "Well, what makes you think I'm an expert on anything?" Thomas replied with a question. "Well," Marianne continued, "everyone here is an expert in something. Katie and I are primatologists. We both have minors in botany. Kevin and Oric are anthropologists. It's plain to see that your two goons are security experts. We all know that Emery is an expert on everything. And your tracker over there, Jimmy, is not just a good guide, but is famous for his academics. That leaves just you and your dog. So what are you an expert at?" "Well, miss," Thomas replied, "I honestly ain't an expert at anything. I don't have any kind of degree. I haven't even been inside a college except for one day my high school took our senior class to the local community college to show us our opportunities there. Now, I'm pretty good at mechanics and figuring out how to fix stuff when it breaks, and I am good at hunting and fishing. Other than that, I'm just along for the ride. I see myself as the comic relief, as of late, though." Thomas grinned out of the side of his mouth. "Thomas is too modest," stated Emery. "He is, in fact, the world's premier expert on cryptozoological primates. I have listened to every seminar and podcast that he has been invited to speak on as a guest. It's my understanding that he never asked to participate in any of them, but was willing to share his accumulated knowledge with anyone that would listen with an open mind. As a matter of fact, he was our only plausible chance of finding your expedition when you all became missing." "Okay," Marianne stated. "So you're a Bigfoot expert then?" "First off, nobody is an expert on Bigfoot because Bigfoot is a mythological beast that has a popular cult following. Years ago, I had an encounter with a female primate and her young that they weren't human. But they were too human to just be an ape. Now, I have spent half of my life, every bit of my adult life, trying to figure out what I saw. I've hunted these creatures across 2 decades and now 6 states. And up until this very experience, I have been firmly in the camp of Sasquatch being just an undiscovered ape. I have sat and I have watched them groom each other. I've watched them care for their young. I've had them steal my kills while hunting. I've had them throw everything from acorns to rocks the size of a fist. I've been chased out of the woods by them, and I have had them trade shiny rocks for fruit. What I don't know is what they are or where they fit into the evolutionary primate tree." "Well," laughed Marianne, "if nothing else, you're an expert at blunt honesty. But what about your dog? He's a superb animal that is no doubt well trained. Where does he fit into this scheme of things?" "Oh, that's simple," answered Thomas with a chuckle. "He's the brains of the operation, and I'm the good-looking PR rep. He's my hunting buddy, and he is responsible for keeping me out of trouble. Sarah wouldn't let me run around here alone in the woods at night without Jake." About that time, a female Sasquatch entered into the outer area of the cave. She sat down an elk leg and pointed to Oric and signed for him to share it with the others. And after she left, Owen and Easton used several of the longer pieces of firewood to make a couple of forks and a skewer to hang the elk leg on to broil it. Now, Thomas hadn't realized how hungry he actually was until he smelled the juices cooking on the coals. The smell reminded him of the airplane ride from Mississippi when they ate steaks. As the meat began cooking and the fat dripping off the meat, Thomas took out a travel bowl for Jake and sat it under the elk leg so that the fat melted and ran into the bowl. As Owen cooked the leg, he also cut off excess fat from time to time and put it into the bowl for the dog. As the scent of cooking meat wafted through the air, Jimmy began to move around. Emery took out a steel camp mug from his bag and poured a little of the liquefied fat into it, added some water and a few small chunks of meat, and gave it to Jimmy after he sat up. Jimmy was quiet for a short while he was eating his elk meat and sipping the broth. It seemed like a dream when he woke up inside of a cave to the smell of elk meat being cooked on a wood fire. As a young child, he contracted chicken pox. His grandmother and father had taken him into the sweat lodge and built a hot fire for him to sweat out the illness. While he had to stay inside, his father had told him stories as they ate jerked elk meat, and those were some of his most fond memories. After he ate and finished his broth, he adjusted himself, and he said, "When I first woke up, I thought that I had died and the trickster spirits were carrying me to the center of the land," he said. "Then I heard jumbled up English, and I thought that maybe there really was a devil and that I was headed for the white man's hell. Then I became so cold that I thought that the Norse god Loki had taken me to Helheim. Now I wake up and smell elk meat cooking and thought that I was back in the sweat lodge with my father and my grandmother. But now I see that I am actually in my body again with some familiar faces." When he saw Thomas, he asked, "Where's Jake? Did the Wendigos eat him?" When Jake heard Jimmy call his name, he whimpered. Thomas picked him up and sat him down beside Jimmy. As Jimmy laid there, he scratched the dog's ears, being careful not to touch Jake's lacerations on his head. Once again, Jake knew that he was a good boy. As the sun was fading into the west below the mountains, Dene and two other Sasquatch warriors entered the human's domicile. Each one sat down some of the lost backpacks and the weapons that the searchers had brought with them. Darkness was approaching. Danger was riding on its back. "Soon," announced Dene, "hunters will come. You village they hit," Dene said, pointing to the camp. Then pointing at the ground, he said, "Next hit Sasquatch. Sasquatch ready. Save women. Stay here until war gone. No leave. Washies and Umpqua safe." Standing near the same place where Thomas received his call, Emery received a satellite signal for his phone. He dialed in a coded number and was immediately connected to someone on the other end. Without any pleasant greetings, he informed the other party that there were about to be a raid on the Sinclair's campsite. He ordered the person there to contact the security chief on site and direct him to triple up his guard posts and to consider all bipedal canines hostile. He also directed the other party to consider all humanoids over 12 feet tall hostile, but that there may be allies arriving that were not hostile. "Don't shoot anything until you see it eating other things," he instructed animately. Afterwards, Emery advised the other party that his party's location was about 8 miles north of the camp as the crow flies. He stated that they were on a precipice about 4,800 foot in elevation and to be aware of rocket fire in that direction. He also ordered that all within the camp stay at their battle stations until ordered to retreat. He stated that he would advise of any other intel as it became relevant to the camp. And before hanging up the phone, Emery's demeanor changed. He stopped, being the commander, and began using the terms "yes, ma'am" frequently. He ended the conversation with, "Me too, and I will." After hanging up the phone, Emery instructed Kevin and Owen to take a couple pairs of night vision binoculars and scan the wilderness around the Sinclair for any signs of movement. From their vantage point, the two could see for miles further than the security operative could in the camp. And next, Emery sent Eric and Easton around toward the eastern edge of the precipice to watch for movement there. Each man carried with him a Creedmoor 6.5 that was brought back along to him with their packs. The four men also searched their mollies until they found ear comms. They placed them in so that they could communicate, and Emery found another one in his pack. As the men spread out to monitor the wilderness around the Sinclair camp, Thomas stood in amazement at the precision with which each man worked. Their teamwork was like a well-oiled machine. Each man was just a part of the machine. Within the pile of equipment that was scavenged by the Sasquatch warriors from the razors, Thomas found his AA-12, his PCK, and his M203 rounds. He wasn't proficient in using the grenade launcher, but he was a proficient football player in high school. He remembered that the attendant had told him to aim downrange like throwing a football. Now this meant that the grenade path had a noticeable arch to its trajectory. Thomas found himself planted behind a large boulder looking off towards the Sinclair party's last campsite. He was experiencing an adrenaline rush. Time seemed to stand still for him, but looking around, he took in how the other men had settled down to the task at hand. So he forced his nerves to do the same. Jimmy, who was still too weak to stand, asked Katie and Marianne to help him move over toward the opening in the cave. Although the cave entrance was hidden from the outside by a protective wall of stone, he found a good vantage point to observe the footpath that led up the mountain. He wasn't at his best, but Jimmy Stone refused to stay out of a fight where his friends needed him. As he watched the footpath leading from the cave to the mountain floor, he noticed how silently the Sasquatch warriors passed down to the forest. Even with his well-trained eyes, he often lost the warriors as they seemed to literally melt into the background. These were the guardians of the forest that his ancestor had talked about. Their words were all true. Now, Chapter 12, Oric's Revenge. After waiting 3 nights for the scouting party to return, Alpha decided to take his main force of hunters to the humans' village. He gave Beta strict orders that he and his scouts were to return within 3 nights, or he would consider them lost. In his mind, he decided that if they weren't dead yet, they would be when Oric finds out about their failures to attain their mission success. The time for action had come. Calling his fastest runner, he gave him instructions to return to Oric. And when he arrived, the runner was to inform Oric that the Sasquatch had already disposed of the face-eater bodies in an unknown way, and that he had lost his scouting party to them. If Alpha knew Oric well enough, the giant face-eater would demand to be led to the human village. Oric would demand his revenge. After his messenger was dispatched, Alpha called all of the hunters together and told them that they were going to the humans' village to destroy it and then move on to destroy Danae's stronghold. His strategy was simple. They were to stay inside of the shadows as much as possible. When they had crept up as closely as they could to the perimeter of the village, they would then attack from all sides at once. Silent encircling of the camp was the most dire plan for successfully destroying all the humans. He ordered a no-howling proclamation until after the battle had been engaged. Every hunter would travel in silence. Silently in small groups of 4 and 6 individuals, the hunters left the comfort of their cave dwelling. They were hungry, and tonight they planned to feast. Oric had become impatient, waiting for news of his son's return. After the second night without word about the whereabouts of Gawa and Oric's grandsons, he began the long trek down the mountain. As the sun began to peek over the mountaintops the next morning, Oric found the entrance of a cave that he once used as his primary abode. He hadn't been there in centuries, but the place hadn't changed since he was the last there, except for a thicker layer of dust that had settled along the floor of the cavern. And he sat down on the stone slabs that he had fashioned into his bed many years ago. He hadn't realized just how hard the rocks had become over the years. Then the realization struck him that the rocks had always been that hard. But in his younger centuries, they bothered him less because he was a stronger giant. Oric had just settled into his slumber when a lone wolf messenger ran by his hidden lair. After sunset, Oric arose and began his journey. Although he hadn't been to the human village, Oric could easily smell where the hunters had traveled, even though his eyes were too weak to see their footprints. As he lumbered along, he finally caught up with the last of the hunters from the main pack. He called to the closest one, which ran up to him like a submissive puppy. Oric ordered the hunter to lead him to the alpha wolf. Once the alpha saw his master approaching, he immediately ran to him and reported the situation. Oric was enraged when he heard that the Sasquatch warriors carried away the remains of his son and grandsons. However, due to the impending attack, he held his silent rage inside until the time came to attack the village. He was going to make every human pay for killing his son. He was going to make every Sasquatch warrior pay for killing his grandsons. However, he was going to make Danae suffer before he died. Death may even be too good for Danae. Oric may just make him watch as his hunters kill the whole family. Then, Oric may just bite off Danae's legs and watch his crippled body as it scars over the chewed stumps. While Oric was still planning his revenge, a forward scout came and reported to Alpha that there were more humans inside of the village than there were originally. He also stated that these humans seemed to be expecting trouble and had surrounded their village with the same type of rolling boulders that had glowing eyes as the original washies used. The eyeshine reached them much farther out into the underbrush than the circle of light from the original fire that the washies first used. The scout also reported that the humans had used their magic to float tiny suns above their village. And those tiny suns were shining light all throughout the village and even into the tree line around their village. None of this mattered to Oric. The giant's bloodlust had made him unable to see past his desire to punish. As the stealthy invaders made their way towards the Sinclair camp, they noticed that any activities that they had observed before had ceased. What was once a hotbed of activity reported to Alpha as an anthill that had been stepped on was now more like a winter termite mound. Everything was eerily silent within the perimeter of the village. What humans could be observed were accompanied by leashed patrolling dogs. There were 3 dozens of the dogs. There were half a dozen dogs stationed on each side of the village, with at least another dozen patrolling inside the main body of the area. These were just an annoyance to Alpha. The washi hunters were different than his hunters, Alpha thought. They were just mindless four-leggeds that did what their washi masters told them to do without having to think for themselves. He especially despised them because they reminded him too much of the control that Oric held over his people. His ancestors had to submit to the face-eaters to survive, but they refused to cower down before them, as these four-legged ones did to their masters. His hatred was primal. His dismissal was voluntary. The only comfort he allowed himself was the fact that before long he would be able to rip them all apart. The smell of their blood mixing with his fur would be delicious, he thought. Oric sat silently in the background as he watched the wolf hunters silently surround the village. He was also curious about what magic these washies had that allowed them to control suns. Had they really been able to reach out into the sky far enough to grab their own stars? How could they hold them without burning up their hands? More importantly, how could he gain this magic so that he could grab the sun and hold it within his hands? If he could do that, Oric decided that he would be omnipotent. Could no one but the Eternal One hold the sun in his hands? Should he achieve this, he would be the king of the world. The more he contemplated this, the more his greed for power fueled his ego. Oric thought about the washies as he waited for his hunters to surround their village. How had such puny creatures learned to do such great magic, he wondered. He had been in these mountains apart from them for many years. The last Washies he saw had used four-leggeds to pull their belongings tied to sticks. How had these small and bald creatures learned to power their tents with the sun? Why did their tents groan so loudly? Were they being forced to work like the Washies forced the four-leggeds to carry their things? How could something in such constant pain or agony not die? These Washies must be evil, thought Oric. They're not even concerned that their actions are creating so much agony upon their beast of burden. It was beyond Oric's comprehension how such tiny creatures could cause such blatant harm to other things around them and not show any indication of concern for the constant growling and huffing of their creatures. Oric wasn't concerned with the welfare of the beasts of burden within the Washi camp. Rather, he was interested in learning how to gain such power to exert over others. Well, guys, we got a big battle coming, sounds like. It'll be an interesting story next time I see you. So come on back. We'll do the same thing again. Bring some friends. Bring some family. They'll enjoy it too. This is kind of a story for all. Well, until then, folks, be good and have a nice time. This is Clay Steele. Good night. Hello, everyone. Good evening. Glad you're here again this evening. Seems like some of you just show up for most of these here campfires we have. And that's a good thing. You're probably getting as much fun out of this as I am. Well, I've got me a cup of coffee and I see a few people with some mugs rolling around the campfire here. There's a lot of conversation tonight. And looks like everybody's ready for some stories. Well, I'm going to read you some more of that story by Joe Flippo, one of our listeners. He's wrote this pretty interesting story about Thomas Robinette, the Bigfoot hunter. And we're a pretty exciting spot on that thing, and if y'all want to just get seated around the campfire, those of you that want to listen up. We're on chapter 13, by the way. There's a big battle about to happen. In fact, that's the name of this chapter as it begins tonight. It's The Battle Rages On. As the Sinclair camp was reinforced with security operatives, Tommy Hennessy established contact with Emery Letson via satellite phone. When Crystal Stone burst into his office a few hours ago, he had been anxious for action. Since the Chinook returned with the medics, John Wilson Tate, and 3 cadavers, his only communications from the search party had been a quick coded message sent to his phone from the acting security commander of the Sinclair camp. The transmission was short but clear. It read as follows: Sir, Mr. Letson informs you to bring reinforcements. Prepare to kill tanks. Bring all available operatives ASAP. Now immediately, Tommy Hennessy began barking out orders to his subordinates. The retired Major General had no qualms about how he stated those orders either. His first order was to double up the main base's security detail until further notice. No one was to sleep that night. His second order was to prepare whatever available assets were present to relocate to the Sinclair camp. He didn't know what to expect, but he knew that if Emery Letson ordered him to prepare to kill tanks, then he was up against the wall and pushing hard. In the years that he had known Emery Letson, he could only think of maybe 3 times this statement was issued. He had underestimated the opponent the first time, and it almost cost the lives of every operative under his command. However, he learned from his mistake, and the second and the third times these came up, he had overcompensated, but he won the battles. Now, he enjoyed overcompensating. As Emery states so often, the more the merrier. Now, within the hour, 100 all-terrain armored troop carriers were armed with double-barreled tank-killing miniguns and supplied with ample ammunition to fight quite a prolonged war. Along with the miniguns, each carrier was equipped with a belt-fed M249 saw, and the operatives carried 6.5 Creedmoor rifles with M203 grenade launchers. RPGs, those are rocket-propelled grenades, were also issued. The operatives sent inside these carriers were all battle-tested and hardened soldiers. This was just another day on the job for them as they prepared to fight another impossibly resilient enemy. The heavy small arms issued was a promise of a good time for them. Each operative had been personally selected because of his past combat experience and how he or she dealt with the stress that they had endured. Many of these had developed predatory instinct due to their combat experience. Now, Leviathon International gave them a legal and a productive way to focus that instinct. Now, Tommy Hennessy, he was in the thick of his preparations when Crystal Stone rushed into the office. Now, without waiting to be addressed, she handed him a satellite phone. When he put it up to his ear, he heard Emery Letson on the other end of the phone. Emery informed him of the party's location on the precipice, which was northwest of the camp. He informed him as quickly and precisely as he could of the situation and what Tommy could expect to encounter at the camp. Emery told Tommy that he had spotters out on the mountain looking for the invaders to arrive. Then Emery stated the details of what the Sinclair party had encountered. Emery was precise about who the enemy was and who the allies were. He instructed Tommy to get the AC-130U aircraft into the air to help maintain communications and observe and record the battle. They would communicate through radio signals from EarCom Channel 3. Emery told him about the face eaters and the hunters. Tango spotted, 6 click north of Sierra location, came the almost inaudible broadcast across the earcom. Looks like someone kicked over an ant bed full of wolves. Transmission confirmed, Oscar 1. Emery answered Owen as he took out his binoculars and he began to scan the area north of the Sinclair camp. Multiple tangos spotted, 5 clicks west of Sierra location. Easton transmitted another call over his earcom. They're splitting off into multiple factions over this way. Transmission confirmed, Echo 2, Emery responded. Now there's movement on the eastern flank, Kevin whispered across the earcom to Emery. They're over on my side as well, Eric reported before Emery could acknowledge Kevin's transmission. Now these transmissions were also heard at their former camp. Keep your eyes open and watch for any indication of impending attack, Emery directed his spotters. Sierra Camp, he addressed the camp. This is Echo 1. Tangos are danger close. Using his telephone, Emery called the coded number that was designated for the AC-130U aircraft that was circling high above the area. He confirmed that they had heard the transmissions and were relaying the intel to the security chief on side at the Sinclair base. Emery instructed the crew to open up a clear radio channel on EarCom Channel 3 so that the Sinclair camp security, now they could hear the short-distance communications between him and his spotters that were out there. And after that was all established, the feed was also connected to Tommy Hennessy back at the main base. Well, Dene approached Emery. He told Emery that he was planning to send out scouts to watch the wolf hunters as they closed in on the Sinclair camp. But he wanted to know if they would be attacked by his personnel in the camp. Emery touched his earcom microphone button and hailed the Sinclair camp. After receiving his response, he told the security chief of the plan to send in allies. He explained to him that the allies were Sasquatch and they were not to be harmed. He also informed them that he was sending a member of the Sinclair party back with them. After receiving his response, Emery connected with Eric and instructed him to return to the cavern. When Eric arrived at the cavern, Emery advised him that he was going to the Sinclair camp with the Sasquatch scouting team to act as an interpreter between them and the operatives. Once Eric was given his directive, Babu picked him up, and a group of 20 Sasquatch silently evaporated into the night. Eric contacted the Sinclair base to inform the security team that the Sasquatch party would be approaching from the northwest direction with Eric Grant. These were allies and they should be treated with absolute tact and respect. Eric was once again amazed at the speed, the stealth, and the silence with which these Sasquatch warriors traversed their world. While traveling to the Sinclair camp, these warriors, although spread out, passed effortlessly through the ranks of the wolf hunters. 3 times during the trip, Babu sat Oric down behind a tree and pointed to his lips for Oric to remain quiet. 3 times Babu returned to Oric with a canine-type jawbone in his hand. The 3rd time, Oric asked Babu if he could keep the discarded jawbone. Babu placed it silently into Oric's hands as he lifted him up and carried him into the tree line next to the camp, just outside that circle of light from those big tall light towers. Once all the Sasquatch warriors congregated at the northwest corner of the Sinclair camp, Oric walked up to the security boundary and hailed the security operative that was nearest his location. The service shepherd had already picked up the Sasquatch scent and was acting real nervous. And when Oric materialized out of the underbrush, the security operative was taken by surprise, even though he was told ahead of time to expect Oric to arrive in that vicinity. And once Oric was identified, he notified Babu that the Sasquatch warriors could enter that circle of light in safety. After the driver, the nearest carrier, made an entrance for the entering allies, the Sasquatch entered and were led to the center of the camp by Oric. There they were met by the camp security commander. Oric advised the CO of the surrounding enemy positions and then greeted him. Once the greetings were finished, Oric handed the camp commander, former colonel of the U.S. Marines Andrew Geist, the Wolven hunter's jawbone. He asked him to have that body part sent back to the main camp for a DNA analysis and storage. The jawbone was packaged, put in a cooler, and sent back to the main camp via a support helicopter. The Sasquatch warriors were captivated by the whole scene of the camp. The Washi magic was just more than they had expected. Never in their lives had they been so close to the Washis. As they were curious about something, the group would ask Babu to get Oric to explain what they were interested in. And the greatest amazement came from the flashlights that were mounted in front of the operatives' Creedmoor rifles. Also the laser pointers used with the red dot system interested him. Now Oric was in the middle of explaining how the thunder limbs actually worked when there arose an ear-piercing howl that was louder than any rumbling that was made inside the camp. Immediately, the Sasquatch warriors simultaneously returned their challenging roars. As a response to the Sasquatch challenges, the forest around the Sinclair camp came alive with the haunting howls of the wolf hunters as they began their almost supernatural howling. The hunters encircled the whole camp. Sasquatch and Oric arrived at the very last possible moment. Off in the distance, above the howls, the challenge roar of the remaining Sasquatch warriors stationed on the mountain stronghold could be heard. Babu thought that some of the howls must be either female or adolescent males because of the higher pitch in their sounds. Maybe even the Washis were challenging the hunters, he thought. Now, as the twilight faded into the early hours of the night, the hunters' howling became more intense. Oric knew that the hunters were working themselves up into a frenzy. Babu stationed his warriors throughout the camp behind the armored carriers by creating a defensive wall between the Washi warriors and any hunter that may jump through the fortified defense. In the silence that had fallen upon the former Sinclair camp, the security operatives began hearing quiet chanting. The Sasquatch were singing their battle songs to the Eternal One. The chants created an odd sense of calm among the operatives. Although the words were not understood, the tone of the songs were both unique and they were harmonizing. The feeling of something magical was in the quiet singing. Now the rhythm gave everyone within the hearing the sense of acceptance of what was about to happen. The calming effect fortified whatever nervousness was upon the wind. The sounds were unfamiliar, yet oddly intimate. It was as if some ancient special message that was bound somewhere deep within their ancestral memory had awakened and was comforting the soldiers, both human and Sasquatch. The sting of death had been lifted. The fear of defeat conquered. Without warning, a giant tree trunk was hurled into the camp. With Oric's action, The woven hunters unleashed their fury into the camp. From every direction, the hunters charged at once. The circle of light that flooded into the underbrush was no longer a deterrent for them. The mighty Oric began his attack, and he unleashed his hounds with one signal. Howls turned into deep guttural growls as the hunters attacked. However, the security operatives weren't caught unaware. That log hadn't touched down onto the ground before the order of fire at will was given over the earcom. Everyone knew the battle plan, and their job was clear. The ear-splitting noise of the first volley of fire into the surrounding forest caught the Sasquatch warriors off guard. Never in their entire lives had they heard such a loud sound as was created by 100 miniguns opening fire upon the surroundings. It was louder than 1,000 waterfalls. The warriors regained their composure quickly, to their credit. When the first hunters began launching themselves into the camp, they were ready for them. The initial wave was just a few scouting hunters to test the strength of the fortifications. Those hunters were killed quickly. The next wave were more intense. The attacking hunters never attacked the same place twice, as they tried to find a weakness in the carrier barricade that protected the Sinclair camp. Each time they attacked, the Sasquatch warriors were there to repel their attack before the humans could react. Oric noticed this fact first, and he directed his hunters to divide up into 4 groups. His first group attacked the south side of the barricade, as he hoped all the Sasquatch warriors charged to the southern side of the camp, and as the warriors engaged the hunters, Oric sent the other 3 groups of hunters to attack their assigned targets. They didn't catch their quarry distracted. The security operatives opened fire on the attackers within their field of fire as soon as the attackers launched themselves into the perimeter of light. Leviathon International had a reputation for hiring the most maverick of operatives, and each one hoped for a chance to engage an enemy regardless of its size, shape, color, or species. Many of these individuals were pulled from other assignments to be dropped into this mission without any advance notice. Now the enemy made the mistake of underestimating the inferior number of operatives. No one had given the fire at will order this time. It wasn't required. The miniguns and the RPGs opened fire as soon as the targets were acquired. M203 rounds exploded throughout the forest. 5 times the hunters were repelled. 5 times they returned. On the 6th charge, Oric ripped up a large oak tree and threw it through the barricade of armored carriers to the northeast side of the camp, kind of creating a hole in the barricade. The Sasquatch, although battered, bloody, and bruised, rushed to fill the hole as their enemies flooded into the camp. Minigun operators nearby moved their guns to cover the gap, but were unwilling to fire on any wolf hunters that penetrated the barricade for fear of accidentally shooting an ally. So they focused on slowing the stream of invaders who entered into the circle of light. Other operatives inside of the fortification carefully sniped woven hunters when the opportunity presented itself. Emery relied on the crew inside of the AC-130U airplane circling overhead to keep him up to date on the progress of the battle on the ground. Dene, although chomping at the bit to join the battle raging at the bottom of the mountain, restrained himself from leaving. His primary responsibility was to protect his life-givers. Should they be destroyed, his whole familial lineage would seize upon this earth. He was unwilling to risk that, even if it meant that all of his greatest warriors perished in the Washi village. He listened to the battle below. Through the tremendous noise of battle, he still was able to hear the battle cries of his subordinates. Not one was lost so far. Dane's ears listened extra carefully for his little brother's roars. He had reared Babu since his mother had died when Babu was 3 summers old. She and the other females were catching swimmers that lived under the bank of their river when she inadvertently reached into a nest of poisonous water no-legs. They swam up her arm and attacked her before she could even scream for help. Her spirit had already begun its journey to the land of the sky people before another female found her. Her death began a long time of sorrow for the family. Da never was the same after the cleaners took her body away. Andrew Geist had just completed the inspection of the M1938 122 millimeter howitzer M30 cannon that the Chinook airlifted into camp when the first assault initiated against the camp. He was reluctant to use the cannon against such small adversaries because he only had a limited amount of ammunition. Besides, the operatives under his command were doing a bang-up job of holding their own against these cryptid invaders. Their Sasquatch allies were also filling up any gap that may have otherwise been exploited by the hunters. However, now when that large oak tree trunk had vaulted into the camp, taking out 4 carrier vehicles, he knew that he was going to have to use that cannon after all. As soon as the dust settled from the tree trunk, he ordered his crew to set up the canyon on the fracture in the barricade. Now, just within seconds of the crew adjusting the cannon to cover the assigned area, a 30-foot tall, hairy humanoid stepped through the trees. Adjusting for the distance, the crew fired the first shot at the creature. The round hit high up into the chest of the giant. The round punched back the shoulder of the giant and knocked him off his feet temporarily. He immediately rolled over and scurried quadrupedically back behind the tree line. The 8-man crew restarted the reloading process and waited for that giant to return. Lying on his back behind the line of conflict, Oric was shocked to feel the growing pain in his right shoulder. How could such puny creatures have such powerful magic, he thought. His rage boiled as he realized that the Washies made him look weak before his hunters. And he rose up to his full height and roared at the Washi village. The Washies responded by pointing their thunder log at him and summoning another blast of thunder and lightning towards him. Only his reflexes moved him out of the way as he heard the spirit of the wind whip past his head. Its angry whistle was meant to plant terror into Oric's heart, but he refused to allow that. He was going to destroy that thunder log if it was his last act on this mountain. Standing to his full height, Oric joined his remaining hunters as he made his final charge toward the camp. As he ran, he uprooted trees and threw them at the camp. He had no specific target other than that thunder log that he was attacked with. Twice more the thunder log summoned thunder and lightning. Once he felt the spirit of the wind dig deeply into his chest. His fury fueled his rage as he continued onward to the camp. Then the thunder log belched thunder for a 4th time. The spirit of the wind hit Oric directly in the front of his left kneecap. His leg refused to hold up his weight, and Oric fell face first to the ground. Fountains of life flowed out of his devastated knee with each pounding of his life's drum. Adrenaline dumped into Oric's body as the pain swelled up to almost unbearable levels. He knew that his time was coming to an end as king of these mountains. He knew that he was losing his attack, but he wasn't going to let these puny Washies or their allies go unpunished for killing his sons. In one last surge of anger, Oric charged into the Washi camp using his hands and his uninjured leg. Nothing was going to stop his vengeance. Suddenly, as he was almost within reach of the thunder log, a flash of light exploded in front of him. Immediately afterwards, he felt pain all down his back as he realized that the Eternal One must have struck him from the sky. His realization immediately traded the pain for almost perfect numbness. Oric tried to move his body, but it didn't respond to his demands. He was able to look around, but even his eyes were beginning to darken. Everything that he saw began to have a pinkish hue to it. Then the pink turned dark red. And the last thing that Oric saw in the woods that pre-dawn morning was blackness. Cold, unfeeling blackness that would follow by the realization that he was already dead. His last thought was that he always felt he would die in his sleep. When the AC-130U pilot saw the M30 cannon was not able to keep that mountain giant down, he ordered his crew to arm their 105mm cannons and the 40mm Gatling guns. Their primary mission was to observe and assist in the communication between the Sinclair party up on the mountain and the security operatives down at the Sinclair camp. However, once the pilot saw that 122mm M30 Canyon was slow in reloading, he made a snap decision to enter the fray. The Giant had dodged the second round fired for the M30 cannon, but he was hit in the chest with the third round. Then when the fourth round struck him in the knee and dropped him prostrate onto the ground, the AC-130U opened fire with his Gatling guns. The rounds were already on their way to the target when the co-pilot notified the pilot that the 105mm cannon was armed and ready. The target was acquired, and the cannon fired its projectile into the base of the Giant's skull as it laid on the ground inside of the barricade. There was total chaos when the Woven Hunters saw the demise of their master. Their alpha leader howled their retreat, and as quickly as they had attacked, the hunters retreated back into the darkness of the wilderness. The invaders left their dead and wounded behind in their haste to retreat. The noise of the conflict faded, just as the last invader escaped into the darkness. The sound of the silence was alien to the combatants after such a noisy and intense battle. Both sides had taken heavy casualties. Andrew Geist ordered every able person to take evaluation of their posts, note who didn't survive, report all injured, and to begin preparing for the next attack. Oric, who had been at Babu's side for the duration of the battle, made his way around the camp to assess the damage taken by the Sasquatch warriors. Out of the 20 warriors that arrived with Babu, only 3 others were alive. One was just barely able to make that claim. Uga was his name. He was an older warrior who had fought besides Babu's father Da, since Da was his age. He was also Da's older brother. As Babu bent down to hold the hands of the old warrior, Uga motioned for Babu to drop his head closer. Oric heard soft tongue clicks, some grunts, and some growls made by both warriors. Tears fell as Babu lifted his head. Babu stood up after the conversation was over. He bent over at his waist, put his hands round Uga's neck, and quickly ripped his head off of his body as tears flowed down his face. Babu then raised the head toward the sky so that the dead eyes could see the pre-dawn light. The quick brutality of the violent action stunned Oric. He quickly signed to Babu, asking him what Uga had done that made Babu angry enough to rip off his head. Babu explained to Oric that Uga was Da's older brother. Uga didn't want to die worrying about a hunter capturing his body on the way back to the stronghold and eating his head. Uga was afraid that his spirit couldn't see the way to the land of the Sky people. So Uga made Babu promise to remove his head and to show his eyes the way home into the light. Babu was bound by the ancient law to honor the last request of his elder warrior uncle. He told Oric it was the first time he had been called upon to do that task, and it was a great honor to be bestowed with the job. But his uncle was like a second father since the death of Da. The hard-fought victory was not celebrated as the security operatives began the process of cleaning up their battle stations. Cleanup crews were flown in from Paradise Creek to help with the removal of the cadavers. The bodies of the hunters and the Oric were also loaded into the Chinook and transferred back to the Paradise Creek base. They would be sent to the research and development laboratories of Leviathon International, where they could be studied, their DNA sequenced, and a final report would be released for internally shared knowledge only. The battlefield was completely swept clean of bodies by the time the sun had peaked above the horizon. The security detail also assisted Oric and Babu to return the dead warriors to the base of the mountain stronghold, where Danae watched the process from the safety of the shadows of the cave opening. Oric and Babu stood with the other 2 Sasquatch warriors and watched as the security operatives left them with their fallen comrades and returned to the base. After the 3 Sasquatch warriors and Oric were left alone, Danae called on some of his younger warriors to follow him down to the place where their honored dead were deposited by the Washees. Emery spoke with Danae in private and joined him as he led his younger warrior down the footpath. On his way out, Dene gently lifted Jimmy and Jake up in his arms and carried them down to rendezvous with Babu's party. And when he arrived, he gently sat the injured Umpqua and the dog down. Emery joined Oric, and the two of them went to retrieve a razor to transfer Jimmy and Jake back to camp to be medevaced to Paradise Creek and then be treated. When Dene arrived to greet his little brother, Babu dropped his eyes to the ground in an act of submission. Dene held up his right hand, palm forward, without saying a word. Babu refused to look up until Dene huffed. Then Babu looked up just long enough to see the offered palm. He also raised his palm and touched Dene's outstretched hand. Only then did he show Dene Uga's head that he had still had in his hand, and he was holding by the scalp. Silent tears rolled down Dene's imposing face when he recognized the face. Uga was his most honored mentor since the death of Daw. In the short time that Dene ruled, Uga's wisdom was his cornerstone to the success that he enjoyed. Dene ordered his young warriors to take the honored dead back to the stronghold so that the females could take care of the bodies and mourn their dead. Once Emery and Oric arrived back at the main Sinclair camp with Jimmy and Jake, Emery made sure that they began receiving proper medical attention immediately. Andrew Geist gave Emery a situation report of the camp and asked for further instructions as to when to vacate the village. Emery instructed Andrew to have a team supply his razor with 3 days' rations for 6 people. Add 4 Creedmoor 6.5 rifles to the supplies with plenty of ammunition, grenade rounds, and the silver grenades as well. Emery instructed Andrew to clean up the campsite and return all assets to Paradise Creek as soon as possible, and to add a long-range radio pack to their supplies. He stated that he planned on returning within 3 days to the landing zone for exfiltration. After finishing their conversation, Andrew insisted that the duo eat a good meal before they ran off back into the wilderness. He sent an order to the mess hall to fix a cold meal for each of the Sinclair's party members. Oric refueled the razor after Emery returned from the mess hall, and they returned to the precipice stronghold. Mid-morning in the wilderness was tranquil. The two men had noticed how the indigenous fauna continued their normal lives as if nothing unusual had happened between sunset last night and sunrise in the morning. The two men noticed that as they put distance between them and the camp, everything just appeared to be deceivingly peaceful. They would notice drops of blood along the trail on occasion, and these were deposited by retreating wolf hunters. The blood was never plentiful in one place, but the fact that it seemed to be continuing along the same general direction that they were traveling was disconcerting at first. As the men discussed their implementations, Oric suggested that maybe the blood had dropped while the security team returned the Sasquatch dead to their family. They were hypothesizing on the subject when they noticed that the forest went quiet. Their razor hadn't scared off the fauna. Something was amiss. Well, Chapter 14, Exit All Hunters. Oric is dead. Alpha saw him die with his own eyes. No other face-eater was present, so Alpha was truly in command of his hunters for the first time in the years since Oric had enslaved them. The realization that the face-eaters could now battle each other for the right to rule the mountains meant that all he had to do was return to the face-eaters' village and report to Oric's youngest son, Qual, excuse the hunters, and before the face-eaters could regroup, the hunters could migrate north into the ice kingdom of the water bear and be rid of their servitude. Alpha howled for his subordinates to follow him as he ran off into the mountains to return to the cave where the hunters rested the day before. He could hear the howls passed back down the valley to those in the rear. Alpha and his depleted pack quietly crept past the precipice where the Sasquatch stronghold was located. If Dene caught the pack in his domain, he would surely destroy what was left of the invaders. Alpha had personally killed 2 of the Sasquatch warriors that stood against him when he infiltrated the Washi village. Those warriors were a surprise. Never in his life had he known Sasquatch and Washis becoming allies. There was something ominous about the development. If the Washis recognized the Sasquatch people, then the freedoms of every hidden tribe of two-legged people was in danger of being revealed. This had to be brought to the attention of Qual. Once all the wolven hunters returned to the cave, Alpha gained every hunter's attention, and he explained to them how they were in the position to escape to the north. He explained his plan to migrate north to the ice kingdom of the water bear to escape the face eaters. All present were in agreement with Alpha's plans. All they had to do was stay silent and allow Alpha to make all the choices. The pack rested, they licked their wounds for the day before returning to the face eater village when the sun went down. Now, immediately after arriving at the face eater village, Alpha tracked down Oric's younger son, Qual. He told Qual about the death of Oric, Gawa, and Gawa's sons. Qual, an unimaginative individual, demanded to know what happened to his father after Alpha finished his account. Once again, Alpha told the account of the battle Gawa had with the Sasquatch at the Washi village. Then he told about how Oric was angered when the news was returned to him. And after that, he explained that Oric commanded the hunters to return to the Washi village and take his revenge on them for the death of Oric's family. Just as Alpha had surmised, Qual called all of his extended family together. Qual, as the next heir to Oric's throne, was obligated to announce the death of Oric, Gawa, and Gawa's 4 sons. He was bound by ancient law to inform his family that the throne was open for conquest by battle. He stood before the crowd, and he stated that the battle for the throne would begin the next night up on the mountain summit above the throne. The ancient rules dictated that the battle would be hand-to-hand and melee only. Finally, he decreed that if no one opposed him up on that summit, he would become the next king until someone challenged him. Qual dismissed Alpha and the hunters for the evening. He commanded them to hunt for the feast that would follow the battle for the throne. The hunters made their way to the servants' quarters. Quietly, the pack spread word of Alpha's intentions, and the females and the elderly packed up their things, while the children ran around excited about the possibility of a new home to be found in the Ice Kingdom. Silently, the pack moved out toward the northern country and freedom. By the time the face eaters realized that the hunters were gone permanently, Alpha hoped to be days away from that sparse dwellings where they currently lived. He knew that if he led the pack safely to the Ice Kingdom, he would solidify his dominance and his leadership. The very first night was the most crucial to Alpha's plan. He sent hunters to cover their tracks after the pack moved through an area. The hunters used their tails to sweep the tracks and cover up the main migratory trails. In places where they couldn't hide the trail, the hunters ran around and made a multitude of false trails that all circled around to the place where the trails intersected. It would take anyone tracking that convoy days to work out the true path, given the travelers' precious time to escape. In narrow paths between mountains, the pack pushed rocks down the walls to create avalanches to make the path unpassable once they had passed. The second night was very stressful for the pack because the weather turned bad way up in the mountain. Heavy snow and Arctic winds blew hard all night. Their only choice was to look for an abandoned cave large enough for all of them and small enough to allow their body heat to warm the air. That night, 8 hunting parties went out searching for food. Only 5 parties returned, and only 3 of the 5 brought back kills. However, the 4 elk that were brought to the cave was enough to fill the bellies of everyone there, and the full bellies helped the young ones and the elderly to sleep. Not a word was spoken during this time. Everyone ate according to their place within the pack. Those hunters who brought back their kills were rewarded with the heart or the liver of their kill. The other in the hunting parties got the lungs and the other organs. Finally, as the sunrise peeked over the eastern mountains, the pack laid down to rest for the day. Now on the third night, Alpha led the migration through 3 mountain passes during the silent snowfall. They were halfway through the narrowest pass that they had traversed during their entire trek when there came an echo of an enormous scream echoing through their pass. Alpha knew that the scream was the challenge of a Sasquatch king. The sound was distinctive from the scream that Danae used. But Alpha knew the message. He had to keep his pack moving, or they were going to be attacked from who knows where. The first scream was answered by 6 other screams coming from 6 different directions and distances up into the slopes. With each scream or the howl, the pack increased its collective travel speed. Alpha looked back to check on the rear of the convoy to see the rear guards pushing back to catch up the main group. There was a giant rumble behind them. The rumble was more terrifying than the anger of the face eaters. Nothing but a curtain of white snow was visible behind the hunters as avalanches from both slopes descended upon their back trail. Howls from up ahead warned Alpha of impending danger. The loud screams were followed by more rumblings as the ravine in front of the hunter convoy was closed off by sliding snow and rocks mixed with evergreen trees. Alpha knew that his group of emigrants were in serious peril. They were trapped like squirrels in a hollow log. Terror began creeping into Alpha's heart as he realized that he had set his whole focus on the enemy that may pursue and neglected to send out scouts to search for the enemies that may be waiting up ahead. Alpha realized too late that his people were doomed. Those screams weren't screams of challenge. They were screams of triumph. The next screams would release the spirits above them, and they would be buried by snow and rocks and trees. No screams came, just rumbling. Beta and his pack picked up stragglers as they retreated. In the confusion and chaos of the retreat, those that were too slow to keep up with Alpha slowly gravitated toward Beta's pack. And by the early morning hours, Beta had accumulated 26 followers, including his original members. This was a substantial pack, even though the numbers were much inferior to Alpha's pack. Beta decided that since his factions were all of the young hunters, that he would do better if he refused to rejoin Alpha's pack. It was easy to gain the loyalty of these younger hunters because of their inexperience and willingness to follow any older wolf. Beta planned on letting Alpha's group draw the Washi toward the Face Eater village, and while he and his pack made their escape toward the northwest. There they could hide inside the lower mountain passes until the Sasquatch forgot about him. Then he would lead his young pack southeast and raid other hunter camps to acquire mates for his young hunters. He would also need a queen to rule by his side. Lights in the forest brought Beta out of his ambitious thinking. His pack hid inside the underbrush as Washi guided their magic machines through the dark forest. There was a strong scent of Sasquatch blood accompanying the Swashis. The hunter pack left the Washi convoy pass and followed them at a distance to see where they were going. The traveling was easy for the pack as the Washi pushed through the underbrush. Beta wanted to attack the Washis, but they were being led by 3 large Sasquatches. Beta also knew that his young pack was no match for even one of these Sasquatch warriors. The hunters stayed their distance as they watched the caravan of Washis stop just southeast of the Sasquatch stronghold. Beta watched the Washis place the dead Sasquatch warrior onto the ground as the wind blew into his face. His nose told him that his eyes couldn't detect, and he was glad that the wind was in his favor when he saw Danae reappear and greet the Sasquatches that brought the Washis to their home. He had never seen any of the hidden 2-legged tribes interact with the Washis. Maybe they weren't normal Washis, Beta thought to himself. He hadn't decided what they were before the caravan circled around the pile of Sasquatch warriors and returned the same way they arrived. The last thing that Beta needed then was to be discovered so close to the Sasquatch home so soon after a battle. He was about to pull out when he saw 2 Washis walk towards them and uncover another magic machine and drive it back toward the Sasquatches. Inside the machine, Danae put the injured Umpqua and dog into the magic machine. He and his pack had almost captured them earlier. The pack had surrounded them, subdued the dog, and grabbed a hold of the Umpqua when Danae and his warriors came into view. Beta lost 3 of his pack before he and his remaining hunters escaped the Sasquatches. They also lost their captives. Now that Oric was dead, Beta had no reason to attack the Washis. There was no personal gain for his pack, so he decided that he would just move on the first chance the pack could utilize. The pack was still waiting on a chance to escape when he heard the strange buzzing of the Washi machine returning. The pack was concerned when they noticed their trail had been discovered by one of the Washies, and they were being hunted. Beta's pack wished to attack the two Washies, but something carried on the wind. A familiar, but a forgotten smell perhaps, warned Beta that these Washies were different. Some instinct warned him to stay away as they ran off. Chapter 15. Observing Sasquatch. By midnight, all of the bodies of the fallen warriors were cleaned and displayed in the clan's community space. The Washies were not allowed to participate in the cleansing rituals carried out by the female members of this community, but they were allowed to observe and take note of their similarities between civilized humans and Sasquatch ritual burials. The bodies were cleaned with water and moss and laid out on the central floor in the main cavern. After a time of chanting and mourning, every Sasquatch present watched as the oldest female began the ritual of tearing off body parts and distributing them to the mourners. The mourners accepted them and immediately began to eat the offered flesh. As professional academics, the expedition tried to maintain their objectivity while observing and respecting the unexpected turn of events. "You don't approve of our ways?" Dene asked Oric as he observed how the Washies poorly hide their disdain. "It's not that we don't approve," Oric answered. "It's just that in our culture, our way of things, our dead are honored and buried. Some of our people eat their enemy as a sign of contempt for their enemy. Well, we honor our dead by bringing their bodies into our bodies so that their spirit can always come to us in the sleeping world that is below the sky world," Dene explained. "No greater honor can be given to our ancestors than to continue to carry their children among us." "Now, that's a very interesting way of thinking," Oric commented. "It's very foreign from our ways." "There is a system to how you decide to give out the body," remarked Emery. "How's it determined who gets what piece?" "In our way," answered Dene, "to give the lungs to the life-giver of the dead because she gave the dead their first breath of life. If no mother lives, then the mates of the dead warriors share them because they give life to the warrior's little ones. The oldest neigh, that is what we call a male offspring, gets his father's heart so that he can carry his courage with him in battle. If he has younger ba, then they get his arms and legs so that they can carry his strength and speed with them for the rest of their lives. If the warrior has a rock, she gets his brains so that she can have her father's wisdom with her while she lives. Other relatives share what is left. It is an honor to the dead to be eaten by many. Their spirit lives in many lives then." "Well, how do you prevent sickness from coming to you from eating your own kind?" asked Marianne. "Well, our holy woman sings over the shell of the dead warrior. If he is pleased with her singing, he will bless her family. If her singing displeases his spirit will cause the spirit of all who ate the shell to travel to the land of the sky people with him. It is the way of things. The females clean the body of the dead so their spirits are pleased and don't do that." "Dene," asked Thomas, "how is it that you eat your dead as an honor to them, but when you see the face-eaters eating your dead, it is an insult?" "Many things hard to say but understood," Dene answered. "When Sasquatch eat warriors who died in honor, it is to invite their spirit to live more inside my body. When face-eaters eat warrior, it is to make warrior into mud and be forgotten like four-leggeds. No spirit can find way to land of sky people through mud. Eyes no more can see, ears no more can hear, so spirit needs use living eyes and ears of family to start their journey in right direction." "I have questions," Thomas interjected. "Ask," answered Dene. "I come from a land far south and east of here. It's the land of the water lizards that your da told you about. I've seen them too. We call them alligators. Anyway, in the land there are other two-leggeds, but they're different from us, different from your people, and different from face-eaters. These two-leggeds have some who can talk, some who cannot talk, some that have strong smells, and some who can climb trees, but others who don't. Can you tell me why so many Washies claim to see such different two-leggeds?" Grunted Dene. "In the time before my grandfathers, there were many tribes of two-leggeds living close in peace. The mother had many children, and they are all different but equal. Some called out to the Eternal One and asked for wisdom, but many more refused to do so. The Eternal One gave much wisdom to those who asked for it. The ones who were happy living in the tree, he let stay in tree. Those who asked for strength got strength. Those who asked for spirits got them too. Do you mean that the different tribes are different two-leggeds, or all part of one great family with many brothers? Asked Thomas. No brothers, no sisters, no uncles, no aunts, answered Danae. Ancient law says that no Sasquatch should marry other two-leggeds, like the little brown two-leggeds or the washi or the umpqua. No Sasquatch marries face-eaters or hunters. Only equal, not same. Do you mean that as a Sasquatch is forbidden to marry outside his or her tribe? Katie asked while processing what she was hearing. Informed Danae. A water no legs and a flying two wings can be mates. But where will they lay their eggs? He asked in return. Different tribes have no half-leggeds. If tribes join, no little two-leggeds live past first cold. Many no can breathe in the spirit. Without their spirit, their body won't suck, no live. While the Sinclair expedition spoke with Danae, the females began cleaning up the common areas. They used water and moss to rub away blood and scraps which were taken with the broken bones, deposited in the deep pit inside the cave system. The team watched in silence for a long time before anyone spoke. There were many things to observe that were simply just prehistoric, gender-specific duties of a successful, pre-civilized culture. When it was apparent that there would be no more dialogue for the night, the expedition returned to the cavern, allotted to them, after saying their goodbyes. And once back inside the cavern, Owen and Easton began preparing a fire to heat up the room. Everyone was discussing the things that they had heard and seen since the attack on the Sinclair camp. Both women opened their expedition journals and began writing down their thoughts as the men sat by the fire, discussed their conversation with Danae. There's something that I just don't get, Owen spoke up during a break in the discussion. Well, what is that? Asked Emery. Danae never asked us about our world once during the conversation, answered Owen. Yeah, that is odd now that you mention it, Easton said. You would think that Danae would be just as interested in knowing about our world as we're interested in knowing about his. Well, maybe it's not accepted social norm for them to ask about our culture, Eric speculated. I don't think that's it, stated Owen. Danae seemed to be either thinking about something else or making plans while we were talking. It's almost like he was telling us intel to gauge our responses to his statement. There was definitely something else in his mind. I just don't know what. Well, Thomas conjectured, maybe he's just in mourning. You know, his father's dead. His father's oldest brother was his mentor after his father died. So he may feel as if he has lost all his father all over again. Or his mind could be on the fact that his community is a little bit weaker since the majority of the best soldiers have been killed or maimed within the last month, and winter is setting in soon. After all, he is a young male who has the responsibility of feeding nearly 100 family members this winter, and all he has to help him is eeny, miny, and miny, and he ain't got no mo. Thomas couldn't help but snicker at his own joke. You may be onto something there, Thomas, Emery stated after thinking about the situation for a while. Maybe Leviathon International can help his people survive in return for them allowing us to send a team here to help educate their people. You know, you may mention that to him, but if I was him, I would refuse your offer, Thomas stated flatly. Why is that? Asked Emery. Well, answered Thomas, look at how their history's been. Every time they reach out to some other modern peoples, they get some kind of disease that their bodies can't fight off. They begin to die. Think about how the Europeans impacted the Native Americans when they brought smallpox to America. How the Europeans affected the Africans, the Asians, and even the Middle Eastern cultures when they finally intermingled with them. Can we really afford to do that to these people who are our friends and our allies? I see your point, Kevin said, but what can we do to prevent that without trying to forcibly vaccinate the whole population? We all know that there's no way all of us together could force even a small Sasquatch to do anything. Well, there's no need to force anybody to do anything that they don't want to do, answered Emery. Remember the motto of Leviathon International? Liberate the oppressed, help the weak, but at the very least do no harm. Of course, stated Eric, but How do we know that we haven't already communicated some pathogen to them? Well, the sad truth is we don't, Emery answered, but we all have taken our modern vaccinations that earlier modern humans didn't receive. We bathe and we maintain a high level of cleanliness compared to earlier cultures, and we are contentious of our hygiene in ways that modern human past civilizations weren't even aware of. So I think that this interaction has a good probability of being a success. Now, what these people need to coexist with modern humans is a way to understand our technology. It's too bad that they don't offer an exchange student program for cryptid communities. Everyone laughed at that idea except Emery. His mind was already working on a solution. While everyone was sitting around the fire talking, Eenie, Minnie, and Miney peeked their heads into the cavern door. The Washies were a source of their unquenchable curiosity since they brought wood to the cavern for him to summon the wood spirits. Now, Eenie was the oldest of the trio, and usually had all the answers to his younger two boys' questions. But even he had never seen a tree that made big rectangular leaves. In his 6 summers, he had worked hard to be a good helper for his family, because he knew that answers were easier to get when he was acting like a grown-up Sasquatch. His helping taught him where to find the best berries during the year, how to find water in a dry creek bed, how to sneak up on four-leggeds, how to watch a brown four-legged without it chasing him up a tree, and where babies came from. Last, his helping showed him that the Washies really could summon spirits from the woods. The spirits also made the cavern warm like the summers. Hermione, he was the middle sibling. His curiosity always matched his older brother's curiosity. While he also had to watch out for his baby brother, Minnie, he was earning from Eenie. The 3 juveniles were the only pre-trained members of their family community, so it was natural that they stayed together. It would be embarrassing for them to tag along with their younger cousins to the nursery area and climb around on the climbing structures, since they had been navigating the forest and trees for at least 2 whole years already. The older teenagers were too cool to let them hang out with them because neither one had ever killed a rabbit or a squirrel yet. But before they could do that, they had to at least learn to catch swimmers with their hands like Dodd showed them. Otherwise, they would have to be forced to eat berries like babies when the teenage cousins went roaming around the wilderness all night. Katie looked up from her notes to see the 3 adolescent Sasquatches watching her write in her journal. She waved at the boys and they scampered back out the doorway in embarrassment for being caught. A couple of seconds later, they were all back at the doorway. When they peeked around the opening, they saw that Katie was watching for them. She smiled at them. Well, they smiled back. Once again, they ducked out of the doorway. Now, on the 3rd time around, Katie waved for the 3 adolescents to enter the cavern and join her by the fire. At first, the trio didn't want to approach the spirits in the wood, but after watching the Washies, Eenie decided that they would be safe. Curiously, he entered the cavern with his posse in tow. Although he had some trepidation, Eenie took comfort in his brother's complete trust in his judgment, and he carried on until he came to sit between Katie and Mary Ann. The other 2 squatted behind him, and he watched as Katie gave a piece of paper to Eenie. Now, Eenie didn't know what to do with the paper, so he began to taste it. And before he could get it into his mouth, the laughing women stopped him. Mary Ann placed another piece of paper onto the floor and took a pencil and drew a circle on it. Eenie accepted the pencil from Katie and tried to draw a circle, but he broke the end off the pencil, pressing down too hard. He also tore his paper, which caused him some distress. And before he could cry, Katie gave him another pencil from her pack and showed him how to press down on the paper lightly and to draw. After several more attempts and much more torn paper, Eenie learned the right pressure to use to draw on the paper without tearing it. The more difficult job was learning how to draw a circle like Mary Ann had drawn. His circle looked more like an egg. However, after several attempts, he watched Mary Ann as she drew several more circles. Now, his attention to detail helped him to replicate that circle exactly. He swelled up with happiness as both women praised his ability to copy that circle. Next, Katie drew a triangle beside one of Enie's circles. Now, that triangle was easier for him to copy, and after 3 tries, he had a pretty good triangle. He then took his pencil and drew triangles next to his circles. And he was doing that, Marianne drew a square onto another piece of paper. Now, Miney sat down on the other side of Marianne and watched as she drew the square. He wanted to draw like his older brother. Well, Marianne gave Meanie a piece of paper and a pencil. She took his hand and showed him how to press lightly onto the paper and draw without breaking the tip of his pencil. And like Meanie was a quick learner. He watched as Marianne moved his hand to draw the first square. Then he began making his own squares. And to Marianne's surprise, Meanie drew almost perfect 90-degree corners on his squares. He was clearly motivated to do his best by her praise. Before long, he had a page filled with different sized squares. Now, Minnie spent his time rotating between watching his older brothers draw. His amazement at their ability to summon washi magic was just awesome to him. It didn't take too long for him to be offered a piece of paper and a pencil. And when he got his gifts, he moved away to the back corner of the cave. He sat alone with his paper. He quietly worked alone as the two women helped his two brothers with their shapes. After about 20 minutes of drawing by himself, he brought the paper to Katie. When she saw it, she was surprised. On his paper were all three shapes, accompanied by rectangles and X's. He also had made shapes which looked a lot like multiple X's that could have been interpreted as the teepee structures that Sasquatch build in the wooded areas down in the lowlands. After Katie praised Minnie for his good work, she gave Minnie another piece of paper. He took it back over to his corner and he began working on his next group of drawings. The three adolescents, while they seemed happily occupied with their drawing, they spent a long time inside that cavern with the washies drying with their pencils and their papers until there came a whoop echoing through the cave system. It was loud as it echoed. The boys immediately dropped their drawings and pencils and ran out of the cave. When Minnie left, he carried off his pencil. A few seconds later, he ran back inside the cave, handed it gently to Katie, then ran back out. Everyone inside of the cavern around the fire watched with interest as the three adolescents drew on the papers. And after they left in a hurry, Katie and Marianne took the time to write the names of each boy onto the pages that drew on. Then the women shared the pages with everyone else. There followed a polite and professional discussion about the ability of the three adolescents and an estimation on each boy's developmental and creative level. It was agreed that each of them could easily be as intelligent or even more intelligent than modern human children on the same developmental stage. Their attention to detail is much greater than par for human adolescents of the same age, Marianne stated, as she showed Kevin and Eric the drawings. It is interesting to see how well they learn to draw simple shapes, Kevin answered. But I would be interested in seeing how well they could express their ideology on paper. Maybe tomorrow we can get you two to see if they can draw pictures of their world for you. Now that would indeed be interesting to observe, Eric agreed. Also ask them to draw what they have seen on one paper. Then ask them to draw what they are afraid of on another sheet of paper. Now that would be interesting to see, agreed Thomas. I've always wondered what a booger could be afraid of, and maybe this will show us. Well, one thing is for sure, Marianne stated. These creatures are definitely more like humans than apes are. I believe that they are archaic human at the very least. It may even be that they are a parallel hominid species that is currently on an equal but separate evolutionary path as modern humans. Think about this. What would modern humans look like if we never developed technology? What if our ancestors never started making clothing out of other animal hides? Well, we'd probably look quite a bit like them, Thomas answered. Those who were too weak to survive the cold would have died off quickly. And those who were hairy would have become dominant because they were better able to hunt food in the colder parts of the year. Well, that's also my opinion, Eric agreed. The strong would survive to breed stronger offspring, which would survive to procreate even stronger offspring. The consumption of red meat would give their bodies the nutrients needed for a highly developed brain. They may even be smarter than us. I mean, think about it. How much garbage has a modern man stored inside his mind? I mean, I can mention the Mona Lisa, a pyramid, Pythagorean theorem, or any other of a myriad of other cultural and historic facts, and Immediately, all of you then can picture them in your minds because we've stored those facts there. Now imagine what we would be like if every memory cell in our brains were filled with practical facts about how to survive. Maybe they are what we would have become if we had maintained an uncivilized culture. Well, maybe so, Kevin admitted, but I like to think that it was our civilization that made our species the most intelligent species in our world. I mean, come on, Eric. I mean, you've seen other cunning cryptids over the years we have been friends with, and you've never felt like they were smarter than our species. Remember the jaguar people in the Amazon? How about those wolf hunters we just ran into? Not even the reptoids living inside the earth are as intelligent as humans. What makes you consider the possibility even exists with these cryptids? Well, I admit that it's all speculation to this point, but think about this. These archaic people have had a longer history than our species. Their trade language was invented to talk to modern humans who they thought were unable to understand language as they knew it. So what they did was no different than scientists teaching chimpanzees and gorillas the same type of sign language. Even that idea wasn't originally thought up by human, apparently. Though they were practicing a religious concept of what we call God before our species was even another branch of the evolutionary bush. From the similarities of their religious views, there could be a valid argument that the First Nations could have learned the ideology of religion from these creatures and then expanded on it throughout the generations until these theories were thought to be their own. However, as you've also studied the ancient cultures of North America, you can affirm that the religious core of each isolated tribe is basically the same. It was once the hypothesis of academics that these ideologies were just the religion of nature and that any sub-civilized tribe would naturally develop these religious views along the same lines. What if they didn't, though? What if they all learned about the Eternal One and Mother Earth and Brother Moon from the Sasquatch and corrupted their stories until they became what they are today? Well, I have to admit, said Thomas, that I could see how that happened, especially in a time when men didn't have any kind of scientific thinking. They would naturally turn to spirits and such to explain microorganisms. Thinking about the story about how the Sasquatch believed that we were so evil that they couldn't even breathe the same air or cross the same trail, we know that viruses can be passed through the air. Dysentery can be communicated through the water. Smallpox could be transmitted through unwashed blankets. If I didn't have a concept of microorganisms, I could very easily see how I could believe in the evil of a disease carrier. Well, you make valid points, Thomas, for someone who doesn't claim to be an expert in anything, Emery admired. Well, thank you for the compliment, Emery, answered Thomas. I just like to sit back and contemplate things and try to figure out what makes sense. Well, what do you think about this, Easton? Asked Emery. Well, first of all, Easton began, when I joined Uncle Sam's Misguided Children, I thought that I was an intelligent person. After 25 years, I learned the only thing that ever got smart about me in life was apparently my butt, because you guys were talking way up over my pay grade. I'm just sitting here enjoying the fire, listening to some very entertaining and thought-provoking conversations that I thought were about simple shapes. Now I'm just wondering if God is a Sasquatch and we were kicked out of the garden because we were just too busy playing around instead of doing what we were supposed to be doing. Everyone laughed at that comment. Not to damper the mood or change the subject, boss, Owen addressed Emery, but how are we going to exfil from this situation? I mean, we're being treated civilly, no pun intended, but I can't be the only one who has noticed that we're under some passive surveillance and non-aggressive supervision every time we leave the cavern. Yeah, you're right, Owen. We can't just try to sneak out and disappear. I think that would be detrimental to our expedition here as well as our currently amiable relationship with their culture. I'm working on an exfil plan, but I haven't come up with anything yet, and I am open to suggestions. Now, that's a conversation I can follow, Easton answered. I've been thinking about the exchange student idea. What I would suggest is that we should tell them that we wish to leave with the intention of coming back with another group of people who are fluent in sign language, or maybe even some lingual scholars for the purpose of learning more about each other's cultures. We can send people here who can teach them about why they got sick around our people, how fire works, and what causes them to contract pneumonia, and how medicines can help them stay healthy. They, in return, could let us take some of their younger members back to Leviathon International, where we could study them without them being made to feel like lab rats. We could teach them English. We could read them our history, or at least cleaned up version of it, so they could come back and teach others what they learned. Well, that sounds close to my idea, Emery said. I think if Oric and I can talk to Danae, it may work. The only thing I would say about that, Thomas observed, is that it may be difficult for their people to understand our technology. It would not be unakin to an alien species coming and asking us to exchange groups. They can study us as archaic, but we wouldn't understand their technology for generations. The last thing these Sasquatches need is for us to come in with good intentions and ruin their lives. I think we should consider this before we offer any kind of an exchange. Remember how the Native Americans were affected by the technologies of the Europeans? Well, that's a valid argument, Thomas, Emery answered. We'll have to work out the details. The situation is basically the same as if the Flintstones meet the Jetsons. Leviathon International has protocols in place to help minimize the negative interactive influences while maximizing the positive. And at this stage, we need to decide on a culturally acceptable way to breach the subject with Danae. I think we would be best off if we left with the invitation to return as welcomed guests, Oric said. I think that if we show them appreciation and respect, we should be able to leave as friends. What I don't know is if these people have the same thinking as First Nations peoples, who allow hospitality while visitors are freely living within their camp. But after they leave, they can be considered fair game after an hour or two. These Sasquatches seem polite enough, but we should consider all variables that may be relevant. I think that the best path to take, said Marianne, is probably to ask Danae to let us take one of his tribe's orphans. Maybe even more if we can afford to do that. Well, we already have a rapport with Eenie, Meenie, and Miney, Katie stated. If they are orphans, then maybe we could take all three of them so we don't divide the brothers. Well, now that's a really good idea, Emery answered. Oric and I will discuss this with Danae when the clan wakes up for tonight's activities. However, we need something of equal value to offer in exchange for them coming to Leviathan as our guests. Well, this might sound crazy, Thomas answered, but if I wanted to convince Danae to do something, I would go ahead and make a goodwill gesture and see if he would agree to let the boys come with us for a definite amount of time. Also, if the boys get homesick, they should be able to come and visit their own people any time that they wish. Remember, these ain't monkeys with hooded noses that we're talking about. These are sentient children who also have to learn who they are within their own culture. These boys are way more than knuckle draggers. At least that's what I think they are. I could be wrong, though, but these boogers back home seem more like great apes than people. Danae's family unit seems more like people than apes. Well, that's a point well made, and I agree with Thomas, Katie interjected, but what do we do, or what can we do, to show a goodwill gesture to this community? Well, my idea would be this, answered Thomas. To get Leviathon International to cut out a group of elk from a main herd near here and herd them into this valley. There would need to be some numbers crunched to see how many could successfully live in this area without depleting the natural resources, but someone should be able to carry that out easily enough. Make sure that the Sasquatches see our people herding them in here. Emery walked outside onto the ledge without saying another word. Within seconds, Thomas could hear him on a phone conversation with someone. He could tell that his idea was taken into consideration when he heard Emery state that he didn't care if he had to pay $50,000 for each animal. He still wanted 100 animals delivered here by tomorrow evening. Then he gave the coordinates to the valley below the ledge where he stood. As before, his hard-nosed boss persona gave way to a softer, more compliant attitude as he ended the phone call. Katie looked at Thomas, mouthed one word to him that explained everything. The word was crystal. Thomas's assumption that the feelings between Crystal Stone and Emery Letson went both ways was confirmed at that very moment. "What's the boss's decision?" Kevin asked Emery when he returned to the cavern. I decided to send 100 elk from the closest herd that we could find to be trailed into here overland by tomorrow evening, Emery answered. Kevin. That isn't what I'm talking about, smiled Kevin. What do you mean? I mean, answered Kevin, how long is Crystal going to let you just keep running around unsupervised before she pulls in the strings? Emery's face flushed slightly at the jest. Well, we can talk about that later, Emery smiled. But now, I need to get some rest. Well, there you go, folks. That's another couple, 3 chapters there, and a little more of the information. It was a heck of a battle, and now they're past the battle and trying to figure out what they're going to do. So, hang around. We'll tell some more stories, or show up next week. By golly, we're going to do this again. We always do. Well, until next week, this is Clay Steele. Good night. Well, look, it's good to see all of you tonight. Seems like just yesterday when we were all here around this same campfire ring and telling stories and having fun. Gosh, we do this several nights a week, don't we? Well, I'm glad, because it kind of breaks up the monotony, and it's good to see y'all. Kind of makes us feel a little more attached to the world. And tonight is going to be a great night for us to tell some more of that story by Joe Flippo. It's getting weirder all the time. It's chapter 16 and 17 tonight. Thomas Robinette, the Bigfoot hunter. You know how it is, and you know where we are. If you've listened to some of our earlier stories, this will make sense to you where we're at right now. So let's just get into the story. Chapter 16, The Talk. Now later that evening, Danae made an unannounced appearance in the cavern where the people were resting. Oric addressed him in a trade language, and as he stood waiting for an answer, Danae walked over to the area around the fire and sat down with his legs crossed as he observed the humans doing. Now it was clear that he had something on his mind and he wished to communicate it, but his actions showed that he was antagonized as to how to breach the subject. Many things have taken place in short time. Danae signed this to Oric. The Sasquatch have no way to know if it is good for the Sasquatch or bad for the Sasquatch. I know all of the answers since I am Alpha, but there are some things Danae does not know. Well, maybe as Danae's allies, this is Oric signing, we can help Danae understand. We're not evil Washies, we're good-willed people. Once, answered Danae, Da told me that Washies could not speak. Washies could not think as Sasquatch. Da said that Washies were not like people, like the Sasquatch, but smaller, lesser, two-leggeds that have no spirit, only reactions. Now Danae knows different. Many Sasquatch do not know differently, even now. They wish to throw away Washies here and leave this place because they feel that the Washies have polluted this home. It's not our intent to pollute your home, Emery said after Oric explained what had been signed. We should leave, Oric signed to Danae. Danae is embarrassed, he answered Oric. Danae is new leader. Da began his journey to the sky people only 2 full moons before his brother died in battle. Many Sasquatch warriors died in battle in such short time. And those who trusted me to lead our Sasquatch will be angry with me. Danae must feed the life givers, the old ones and the young ones, all cold time. Many best hunters died in battle with wolf hunters. Old life givers say Danae bring evil to our home by saving evil Washies. Danae not think Washies here are evil. Many unknowns, few answers. Danae wants to be allies with the good Washies, avoid the bad Washies. Without allies, Sasquatch dies now. With allies, Sasquatch no longer stay, Sasquatch much longer. Well, what if there's an answer, Thomas asked Danae. that made it possible for Danae to feed the Sasquatch and remain a Sasquatch without changing anything but what you know about Washies. Grunted Danae. Danae would listen to think about this. Actually, Danae, Emery spoke, I have a solution that may be in the best interest of both of our people. Speak of this, Washi Emery, Danae encouraged. Emery motioned for Eric to sign what he was about to say. And it went as this. We are from a private company. Our company helps to ensure that there's no conflicts between Washies and other people. Now, I was wondering if you would be interested in cooperating with us to help our company learn about your people as we help your people learn about us. What would it take to get you to trust us as friends? Now, if I can bring elk to this valley to help your people eat during the cold time, would you agree? I want you to think about this, and I want you to give me a serious and an honest answer. But Danae must feed Sasquatch, exclaimed Danae. Battle sounds have scared away all four-legged. There is no food for us. We will have to leave this place. For many cold times, this has been the home of the Sasquatch. This place has been the safe place for the old. This place has also been the playground of the young. This place has been the first place that Sasquatch see when entering this world from life-givers. Danae does not wish to leave here. Well, if we provided you with elk to hunt, will you stay here? Asked Kevin. The Sasquatch would stay. Danae would be friends with the Washies until I traveled to the land of the Sky People, but only to these Washies here. Well, how about this? Asked Emery. Let's say you can get 2 hands of four-leggeds that whistle. How much will that help your people? 1 hand nights of food will 2 hands feed my people, Danae answered. Tomorrow I can have that many here, Emery stated. But if you will agree to allow us to take the eldest young males who brought us wood with us, when we leave, we would like to leave some people here as a temporary trade to learn about your ways as we teach him our ways so that he can return and share what he learned while he was with us. No, stated Danae. Sasquatch needs other Sasquatch or Sasquatch die. It is the way of things among our people. No Sasquatch can live a long time before their spirit takes the journey to the Sky People. Okay, offered Emery. What if we agreed to take him and his 2 younger brothers? They would remain together all the time and can return home whenever they get homesick. And while they're with us, we will teach them our ways. We'll teach them our stories. They will learn to understand how to know if a Washi is good or Washi is evil, and we'll teach them when to hide from Washis and when to interact with them. In exchange for this, we will bring other Washis who can communicate by the trade language to learn about your people. And because we'll be bringing our people here, if you agree with us to do this, I can promise you that I can bring 2 hand of elk for each finger on both of my hands. We call that number 100. If you can find a way to bring 100 elks here, Danae will agree because Danae thinks no one has that many elks. Danae welcomes your Washis. Only your Washis will be allowed to come as long as they respect Sasquatch's ways. If it pleases you, Danae, Eric interjected, I would personally like to come and live among your people and learn their ways. I also can share my knowledge as I see the world, and with help we can both build a bridge between our peoples without recreating the mistakes of the past. Well, it's not good Washi to be alone among Sasquatch, Danae stated. Washi Eric must pick a life giver to come with you. Each warrior who comes must bring his mate with him if he has one. This will stop the young life givers from wishing to be Washi Eric's mate. I will bring my mate, Eric signed to Danae. Then he lifted up his gaze from their conversation and addressed Katie. Katie, he said, Danae has only agreed to let 3 pairs of humans come here at the most. His terms dictate that you and I return as the intercessors for the expedition members. Wow, sighed Katie. Of course I'll be happy to come. I'll be an honor to interact with the females of this community. I didn't know that she was your mate, Danae signed to Eric. Yeah, and that's understandable, Eric replied with a smile. She doesn't even know it yet, but she's already chosen me. Washi life-givers must be very much like Sasquatch life-givers in their ways, Danae signed. We call them the opposite of us, Eric said, because they usually do the exact opposite of what we tell them to do. Washi life-givers must be exactly like Sasquatch life-givers, Danae exclaimed with a smile. Maybe there is hope for our people to be allies and friends after all. I'll tell you what, Danae, Emery answered to Sasquatch. If you allow us to leave tonight, we will be back within 3 nights to deliver at least the first part of your elk. At that time, if you still agree with our terms, we will leave anyone you allow to stay and take the 3 brothers with us. If you decide not to agree, then we leave as friends. Now, does that sound fair to you? Danae grunted in agreement. Sounds fair. Danae will take you back to your village down where the hunters died. Within 5 minutes, everyone was packed and ready to leave for the Sinclair camp. Danae led the Washis to their abandoned razors, trotted alongside them as they made their way to the battered campsite. The journey back to camp was interesting to Kate and Marianne because, well, they'd been inside the caverns during the battles. They hadn't seen all the damage that had been inflicted on the surroundings. Although there were large pools of dark coagulating liquids in random places, the bodies of the dead combatants had been removed and the area had been cleaned up to some degree. After about a half hour, the group arrived at the camp and found a medium-sized military-style tent left behind by Tommy Hennessy with dry wood, extra fuel, dry clothes, cots, and bedding, and food enough to last the expedition at least a week. Now, the wrecked vehicles had also been taken away, and there were 2 4-wheel drive Jeep Rubicons left beside the tent with the keys in the ignition. On the driver's seats of the 2 Jeeps, there was a map showing where the base camp was located in relation to the Sinclair camp, and 2 analog compasses to supplement the GPS-linked compasses that were made into the dashes of the Jeeps. Now, both Jeeps were quickly uncovered. Everything was checked to make sure that the vehicles were operational. Last, Owen and Easton began preparing the 2 vehicles to leave camp. After seeing the group was safely at their camp, Danae silently left without saying a word. One minute he was there, the next minute he had vanished, as if he had never been there. While everyone went about fixing different things in the camp to make it more comfortable, Emery plugged his satellite phone into the charger that was left plugged into a USB port in one of the Jeeps and began calling in to check on the status of his order of elk. He was pleased to find out that Crystal already had 2/3 of the elk transported into the base camp. She was in the process of arranging handlers to herd them towards the Sinclair camp when she answered her phone. She went directly into her situation report, and Emery had all of his answers without even having to ask his questions. After giving Emery a status report and taking care of her professional updates, Crystal gave Emery an update regarding Jimmy and Jake. Neither one had life-threatening injuries, although Jimmy had a contusion on his forehead. Jimmy would recover, but his recovery would last another couple of weeks, according to the doctor who was treating him. Now, Jake was checked out, and after receiving treatment, including some random stitching, was back to bouncing around like an impatient puppy. Crystal had taken it upon herself to personally care for Jake while Thomas was away. Although he enjoyed her company, she could tell that he wanted to be reunited with Thomas, so she arranged for Jake to return with the delivery of the elk. Crystal informed Emery that the first part of the herd should be arriving by midday the following day, by the latest. So she suggested that he take the time to rest a little, take a shower, get a good meal. After repeating yes ma'ams, Emery hung up his call. Emery then informed Thomas that Jake would be reunited with the party when the herd of elk arrived midday the next day. Thomas did miss Jake, and the news was welcome relief. Now, the explorers spent the rest of the night taking turns using the portable shower and resting around the campfire after supper, sort of like we do. Thomas took it upon himself to build the campfire up after the meal had been cooked on it, and he went over to where the firewood was stacked and picked out 3 logs about 4 feet long and about 10 inches in diameter. And after choosing those logs, he went back and found some smaller limbs around 3 inches thick, and made spacers out of them by carving out crescent moon-shaped gouges. Then he raked up all the shavings into a pile and carried the first log over to the campfire. Owen and Easton saw what Thomas was doing and then got up to give him a hand. As Thomas placed the first 2 spacers on each side of the coals, Easton brought the second log over and sat it down. Without being instructed, he used a hatchet that was left behind by one of the soldiers and chopped off 2 lines of bark about 2 inches wide and 180 degrees from each other. Thomas placed 2 spacers on the top of the first log so that Easton could place the second log on top of the first one and the bare inner wood facing down. By the time that Owen had arrived with his third log, they were ready for it to be placed on top of the second. Finally, Thomas went back for the shavings and spread them under the first logs onto the coals, as Easton and Owen stuffed small twigs and pine cones into the spaces between the tops of the 2 logs. This fire caught easily after the campfire coals were scattered along the bottom log and in between the bottom and the middle logs. Now this is what I enjoy almost more than anything, Thomas said, to nobody in particular. Being around a good warm fire on a cool night deep in the woods can solve a lot of life's problems just by separating yourself away from them for a minute and just listening to the wood pop. Well, I agree, answered Owen. I've been in a lot of sticky situations where I had to hide out and get warm so that I didn't freeze to death. Something about even a small fire in a dark place can be comforting. Kind of like that night over in Panshir Valley, Easton began, but he stopped short for explaining. Yeah, that's right, Owen answered. We built a lot of small fires in the Valley of 5 Lions before we left Afghanistan, and I was beginning to wonder if we were ever going to see any sizable amount of water again. Yeah, answered Easton. When those people called us Barmanu, I thought they were just being friendly. Yeah, well, what does Barmanu mean in English? Queried Thomas. We always thought that the locals were calling us wild men because we were fearless and would tackle anything, Easton said. Yeah, added Owen, but it wasn't until we came across one that we realized that they were actually calling us the Pashto version of Bigfoot. In other words, they were saying that we were big, ugly, hairy, and stinky. Do you think that those dogmen will come back? Queried Marianne. I don't know, Thomas answered. Part of me wants to think that Dene and his warriors ran them off for good, or at least for a couple of days, but my gut tells me that we may not have seen the last of them, especially if we bring in a large herd of elk. Well, that may well be true, Emery spoke up as he brought a folding chair out of the tent to sit on. I think that it would be wise to sit up in a rotating guard for the night. Well, there's 6 of us here, Kevin said. We can sit up in pairs for 3 hours, each starting at 2100. We can all get a good rest if the night is quiet. We can let the women sleep throughout the night as they shouldn't be needed anyway. Well, that sounds fine with me, Thomas answered. I don't mind taking the first watch. Being out here by this fire is comfortable to me as being back home by my campfire. Well, then I will share the first watch with you, Emery stated. Owen, you and Oric plan on taking the second watch around dark 30, and Kevin can share the third watch with Easton starting about 0300. In this way, we'll have alert and professionally trained eyes on each shift. Yeah, that sounds good to me, answered Kevin. I think I'll go into the tent and tell the girls what we're doing, then head off to Dreamland. Somebody wake me up about 0245. Within 15 minutes, everyone had turned in for the night except for Emery and Thomas. Thomas took his time to clean up and put away all the chairs that were left, except for the one occupied by Emery. Then he went over to the woodpile and picked out a log about 30 inches in diameter and rolled it over to the fire across from Emery. That log's going to get mighty uncomfortable after a while, Emery stated. Hell, that's the point, smiled Thomas. I don't want to get too comfortable. Now, why is that? Asked Emery. Well, began Thomas, when I first began to investigate and look for boogers, as we call them down south, I'd sit outside at night in my backyard and burn a campfire by myself. It was my way of unwinding for years before I saw my first one. After me and my first wife got our divorce, I spent even more nights out there alone just by burning dried oak and hickory, listening to the flames pop the wood as it swelled. I got a lot of calls locally during that time, and I honestly think that a couple of boogers recognized me and began showing up at the boundary of my yard at the tree line just to watch my fire. I saw eye shines many times, and often multiple pairs. One day I went to the store and saw a beautiful Lazy Boy recliner that I just had to have. I bought it and had it delivered to my house. Well, that's when I got this bright idea to take the old pleather recliner that I had already out to my campfire and sit in it and watch the fire. I figured that the pleather would be pretty much waterproof since it didn't have any tears in it, and I wouldn't have to get rid of it because I still enjoyed that chair. Well, that evening I went out there to my campfire and built a good one, just like the one I built tonight. I went into the house and got me a Crown and Coke and went back out and sat back onto my recliner and watched the fire. I didn't even take a sip of my drink before I went to sleep, feeling the heat off the fire and the cool night air mixing around my chair. Well, about 2 o'clock in the morning, something woke me up. Thinking back, I think it was a fact that everything actually was silent. Maybe I heard a word sound or something, I really don't know, but I woke up. Looking out across my fire, I saw 2 boogers inside my mowed yard boundary and under a willow tree. They were an adult female and a pre-adolescent female. They were slowly making their way towards me. And I don't know why, but I think that they were just curious to know if I was sleeping or just being still, but that's just conjecture on my part. When I saw them within 40 feet of me, I stood up and pulled the back off my recliner and threw it into the fire. Between the pleather and the sponge cushion on the back, my fire blazed up high and fast, making its own wind as it did. These 2 females stood absolutely still with their mouths gaping open as widely as they could. I looked at them and yelled, asking them, "What are y'all looking at?" and picked up the bottom and threw it into the fire as well. The fire rose up again and they took off in 2 different directions, shrieking like the devil himself was after them. I decided right then and there that I was never going to get comfortable enough to go to sleep around a fire again, as long as there was a chance of even a young booger getting around. You see, I don't know what their intentions were, but I remembered the Ostman story about him getting carried off by an old male, and I wasn't going to get carried off by one. "Wow," exclaimed Emery, "that's an amazing account. Was it the last time you saw boogers, as you call them, on your property?" "Oh, no," answered Thomas. "Matter of fact, that young female became obsessed with the goings-on at my house. She was always out there in the dark, waiting to see if she was going to get to watch my fire after the sun went down. She has even divided out my garbage by color, material, and whether the containers might contain food or not. I used to leave the TV on Nickelodeon Kids channel at night with the window blinds open so that she could watch it while I slept. I can't tell you how many times I've watched greasy nose smudges off my windows where she put her nose there and breathed it while watching the channel. I eventually put the TV out on my sunroom table so that she could watch it. Once she got used to watching it through the full-length window, she never put her nose on my window again." "Well, that's interesting," Thomas Emery said. "You really are interested in how they think about things. I've never known of anyone else who stopped to consider what their side of the story was. Most people see cryptids and they automatically think that they're the victim and the cryptid is the automatic aggressor. You don't, do you? The world would be a much better place if more people thought like you did." "Well, I appreciate your compliment," Thomas answered, but it seems like everyone here has seen the dossier on me and knows a lot about me, and I'm at a disadvantage. I don't know anyone's story past what you told me about them, and asking questions seems to be a taboo in my mind here in this situation." "Well, I'll tell you about myself, but if you learn about anyone else here beyond how they relate to me, it'll be you hearing it from them," Emery confided. "As you know, Leviathon International started after World War II. However, it really started back in World War I. You see, General John J. Pershing, old Black Jack himself, was in charge of the American Expeditionary Force, the AEF, in Europe in World War I. And before his main force landed in France in June of 1917, Pershing sent a secret scouting party ahead into France. The party was rowed in from commercial vessels and dropped off near Boulogne weeks before Black Jack arrived himself. The team consisted of 8 men. They were of different nationalities so that they wouldn't be thought to be associated with each other. Now, there was no exit strategy for the advance party of scouts. They were told that once inserted into France, they would be able to easily reconnect with the AEF after Pershing arrived with the main force. Their job was to infiltrate and observe. Each man was given enough money to survive off of for 2 weeks in France. Anyone carrying more money than that would arouse suspicion because spies were thought to be abundant in France. After the scouting party had been in country in France for about 10 days, they found that they had traveled a good distance from the coast. They came to a small town by the name of Locon. As night was falling, they began to look for a place to sleep that night. Nowhere was available in the town. So they began to head north on a road that is now a section of D-845. Out in the field near the Rue Pierre Lalande, they came upon an old homestead with a small enclosed barn. The leader went to the door of the house and knocked. When a young boy answered the door, he asked if there were any adults around. The boy, who looked to be about 12 years of age, told the leader that he was the only one who lived in the house. The leader asked the boy if he could sleep in the barn for the night. He even offered to pay the boy some money for the barn if rent was necessary. Well, the boy seemed pretty excited to have a guest, so he agreed to let the leader sleep in the barn as long as he promised to keep the doors locked all night and not leave the barn until after sunrise the next morning. He explained to the leader that a local area had strange things happening at night, but he didn't want to seem like a foolish child in front of this full-grown man. He said that he would prefer to have the man staying inside his house for safety reasons. That was when the leader told the boy about his friends. The boy was even happier that there were more men than just one. He invited them to all stay with him inside the house. Seeing that they were welcomed, the men came out of hiding and entered the house. They noticed the boy barely had food to feed himself, so the men brought out food from their individual packs and shared food with the boy. The boy hadn't eaten so well in weeks, and in gratitude, he offered to let the leader sleep in his bed, and he volunteered to sleep in the barn to keep a nightly vigil while the men slept. The leader declined, but said that any of his men who wanted to sleep in the house was welcome to do so with thanks. After eating, the leader, who was a marksman with a rifle, and his spotter, went out to sleep in the loft of the barn while the other men slept in the house. The next morning, after the sun came up, the leader went to the house to wake up his men who should have already been up and ready. When he got to the house, he saw that the door was open. He pushed it wide enough to go inside and drew his pistol. The inside of the house was like a scene from a horror movie. All of his men were dead. They had been murdered in the most grotesque way possible. Each man had his throat torn out, he was eviscerated, and the heart and the liver were missing from all of them. The leader's spotter followed him into the room with his pistol drawn as well. They found the young boy slumped into a pile in the corner under the mattress of his bed. The outer side of the mattress was soaked through with blood and bile and urine, but he was still alive when they checked him. On the boy's arm there was a bite mark along just the middle of his right bicep. He had a high fever, and he was sweating disproportionately to what he thought was physically possible. As the leader and his spotter tried to decide what to do with the boy, he began mumbling and crying for his mother. The leader bent down closer to the boy and tried to hear what he was mumbling. Suddenly, the boy's eyes erupted open and he snapped at the man's ear. Now, the man was quick enough to avoid losing his ear, but not quick enough to prevent the boy from grazing his shoulders with these canine teeth. Before the leader could respond, his spotter shot the boy in the top of his head. The boy made one last effort to bite the leader as his spotter severed his head from his body with his combat knife. In a look of disbelief, the leader asked the spotter why he acted in such a violent and callous manner. The spotter, a Cajun from Louisiana, told his leader that the boy was a vampire that could walk in daylight. Because there wasn't any water in the house, the spotter licked his handkerchief and rubbed the leader's wound. He cleaned the scratches on the leader's shoulders best he could and told him that he may be infected with the disease that the boy had. He explained that the boy must have a disease similar to both rabies and what we call celiac disease now, because his body can't absorb much nutrients. The disease caused the body to crave blood, which could be easily digested and absorbed by the faulty cilia in the boy's intestines. The spotter watched the leader for days before he was convinced that the leader wasn't infected. Now, I know this sounds crazy coming from a guy who chases Bigfoot around, Thomas interjected, but I find it hard to believe in vampires. However, since I have clearly seen what looks like some kind of dogman or werewolf in the last few days, I'm beginning to believe that anything is possible. Please forgive my interruption. Well, most people would tend to agree with you, Emery confessed. However, that's not the end of the story. You see, that leader was changed in a way that wouldn't be noticed for several years. What was supposed to be a 2-month scouting recon turned into a 1-year ordeal. He began having nightmares about strangers talking to him in his head. At first, he kept the voices to himself, but when they began telling him to kill his spotter, he woke his only friend up and told him everything that had been going on since he was bitten. The spotter took his team leader up onto the roof of their hideout and waited for the sun to rise. They sat watching it in silence as the voices within him ordered the leader off of the roof. Then, they threatened his life if he didn't remove himself from the roof. When that didn't work, they threatened the lives of his wife back home and his 4 children. Nothing worked. So they began begging him to come down as the sun peeked out over the horizon. The voices died in agony as the sunlight rushed over his body. After everything was silent, the leader told his spotter what happened to the voices. The spotter smiled at his leader and told him that he had been exorcised of his demons and he should be all right. It was when the spotter smiled at his leader that the leader noticed his extended canine teeth. At first he thought he was just hallucinating, but as they kept talking, he noticed that they were still the same. He asked the spotter about them. Well, the spotter told him that he was also a vampire, but he wasn't the same as the boy. Without any more explanations, the spotter rose and ran off of the roof of the house where they were sitting and disappeared down the road, leaving the leader where he was all alone. Eventually, the leader returned to General Pershing and gave his report. He also showed Blackjack his scarred shoulder. Then, about 2 years later, the leader was in battle and he was shot. He was hit with a shotgun slug directly on the sternum. He was knocked down by the blast and thought he was going to die. He laid there in the trench where he was shot in agony until something miraculous began to happen. His ragged wound began to heal right in front of him. And within minutes he was feeling better than he'd ever felt in his entire life. First he thought he'd died, but even after standing up and walking to a medical tent, getting checked out, he found out that he was indeed still alive. He went and served with Pershing for the rest of the war. Now, skipping along ahead in time, this young leader was promoted to the rank of Brigadier General by the time World War II was initiated. He'd also learned a tough lesson. The spotter that cleaned his wound all those years back used his saliva to clean his wound on his shoulder. He had inadvertently infected the leader with a very mild case of the disease that he also carried. The disease was unable to take control of the young leader's body because of his great genetics and strong immune system. Not only was he healthy and alive, but his body was able to regenerate itself rapidly, and he aged at a very retarded rate. It was during his campaign in northern Africa during the war that the young Brigadier General first met others like him. He was sitting at supper one night when he began to feel something buzzing in his head. First he thought he was just mildly intoxicated, but then he remembered that he hadn't been able to become intoxicated for decades. He left his supper on the table and went for a walk. He noticed that as he walked in one direction, the buzzing got louder in his head. When he turned around and walked in the opposite direction, the buzzing kind of diminished slightly. Well, he continued following the buzzing inside of his head until he came to a dark alley. Inside that alley, there was an African man feeding on a young African woman. She had lost her tremendous bout of blood. The brigadier general yelled for the man to stop, and the man turned on him. What should have been an easy meal for the predator ended with his demise and the loss of his head. That was the day that the brigadier general decided that at the end of the war he would return to destroy any others that caused his head to buzz. And as they say, the rest is history. Leviathon International was created to deal with these and other cryptids. I have to admit your account is very amazing, Thomas said. But how do you know that the story is true? Have you ever asked the general if he can show you the scars? I would think that'd be the best way to convince anyone about the cryptids were real. I don't have to ask him to show me the scars, Emery answered. I see them every time I take a shower. And after saying that, Emery lifted his shirt to show Thomas his chest and his shoulder. And sure enough, there were the scars, as he mentioned them, along with a few others that he didn't mention. Now, as you can see, Emery stated, I have a very obvious reminder as to why we are relevant in this world. Wow, exclaimed Thomas. What is your relationship to Kevin and Kate Sinclair? Well, Kevin and Kate are my youngest progenies, Emery answered. I am their third great-grandfather. My youngest son was their second great-grandfather. His son was their great-grandfather, and his eldest son was their grandfather. I have literally reared them to take over this company one day, should I die before them. However, it seems that I have passed along some of my enhanced DNA to my progenies, although at a little lesser degree than I'm affected. I have watched them grow from infancy to become wonderful adults. To me, they will always be my little babies, but I also can allow them to grow up and become successful adults. When I do that, I get to enjoy my success as a progenitor as the generations below me increase. Well, you are really blessed in that way, Thomas opined. Many men would sacrifice their right gonad to trade places with you. There are pros and cons to living this way, Emery said. When I lost my first wife, I prayed to die alongside her. When my eldest son died, I thought that I was cursed beyond salvation. However, as I continue to live, I have understood that we each are given a task to complete while we are upon this earth. And my task is to make sure that humanity continues. That's both noble and terrifying at times. Even though I have no fear of death, I do try to prevent feeling unnecessary pain. Now, that day that you met me at your house was the first time I had been beyond the walls of my Leviathon International compound in many years. However, I made a promise to my progeny that if they ever needed me, I'd be there. And if they ever became missing in the field, I would find them. And if they were killed, I would return their remains to home. Sometimes just that little bit of hope is enough to keep a person's wits about him, even in the most dire of circumstances. I saw the questions in your eye when we first found Kate and Kevin. I also noticed how you never asked those questions. At the time, I felt as though you had other reasons to distrust me or reasons why I should be wary of you. However, as I have come to spend more time with you and got to know you as a person, I have come to realize that my mistrust was unwarranted. For this, I ask your forgiveness for my pridefulness. There really is nothing to forgive, Emery, Thomas had said. I can admit that I've asked myself what I've got myself into here, but it wasn't because I distrusted anyone here. It was more that I doubted my ability to be of service to you. To be honest with you, when I quoted my price to join you on this adventure, I figured that you would have laughed and left. That's what I expected. Even now, sitting here listening to all your team of professionals, I still don't see how I've contributed beyond just being an extra set of eyes, ears, and being a dog handler. See, I'm just a man who's seen something that he couldn't explain at some time, made a choice to find out all that I could about it, and then share what I've learned with others, because I would have done anything in the beginning to find someone with the answers that I found out through lots of hard work, blood, sweat, tears, and mostly ignorance. Even if I were interested in proving that Sasquatch exists to the scientific community, My thinking is that those who should be made aware of them already know all about them. Now, I can verify this from first-hand experience, Emery assured Thomas. Every sovereign country in the world knows about various bipedal hominids that live within their borders. It's not only their job to know about them, but also to maintain the peace between those species and modern humans. I never knew what an interest about these creatures would expose me to, said Thomas, but these Sasquatch are more like self-aware humans than non-human primates that I've encountered in the past. It seems as if the word Bigfoot is a catch-all word to include multiple types of species and either non-human apes or archaic humans. It really is a disservice to all of them not to be understood separately as individual species. Well, I couldn't agree with you more, Thomas, answered Emery. That's why I want to offer you a permanent place with our company. You may not realize your worth, but you stated it plainly and better than I could if you're thinking about how to convince you to join us, which is what I was actually building up to. You see, you've actually laid eyes on these different species of animals. You've taken it upon yourself to learn the differences, the various behaviors of different subspecies of whatever these cryptids actually are. And unlike most people, you don't just see a monster and run away out of ignorant fear. You observe, you remember, you record, and then you share your findings with others who are interested. Now, I've watched every seminar that you gave publicly. I watched your body language as much as I listened to your words. I researched every possible fact that I could, and I've found that everything that you say is not only possible, but indeed plausible. I know for a fact that there are military experts who would sacrifice their whole careers just to be able to sit and watch what you have seen. Nobody, and I do mean nobody, has ever talked about any Bigfoot species' way of thoughts or how their mind works. They're not a mystery to you as they are to others who claim to be Bigfoot experts. I surmise that most of those people are just reading things on the internet and going out and harassing the local breeding populations and running back to their vehicles like teenagers who are playing pranks. I won't even legitimize their mimicking of calls and that they heard by commenting on that. I do appreciate your offer, Emery, Thomas said, but before I give you a definitive answer, I really need to discuss this with wife Sarah. However, as long as she can live with whatever compromise I can uphold, she knows that this subject is my passion. She wants me to enjoy it as long as I don't let it replace her and the boys. You know, they're my top priorities. Well, that's the most honest answer I could ask for, Emery agreed. Easton silently exited the main tent with a percolating coffee pot while Thomas and Emery were talking. After digging through the rear of one of the Jeeps, he found some coffee grounds and some creamer. He filled up the pot with water from the back of the Jeep and walked over to the fire after grabbing a few styrofoam cups. I see it's been quiet so far this morning, smiled Easton. Then he said, Eric will be out in a minute. I woke him up as I came outside. Well, I didn't realize that we'd been out here this long, Thomas stated. Time does go by quickly when you have good company around a fire. Well, I figured since you were out here with Emery in the dark, he would have told you some of his stories by now, then you would have had your hair standing on end. Easton laughed. I've had a lot of guard duty in the past 5 years where the only thing kept me awake was thinking about his stories. Eric exited the tent. He grew up with Kevin and had his own share of scary stories to keep him up at night on guard duty, if he'd actually stood on guard duty. When he heard Easton's comments, he couldn't help but to think of one of those nights that he and Eric had spent with Emery outside of the Swiss town of Malls, trying to track down the creature known as the Leviathon. What their first expedition found over there was both horrifying and unforgettable. They lost 11 of their original expedition crew of 25 before they discovered that the legend of Leviathon was more ancient than civilization in the Swiss mountains. Then there was the time they were investigating the Leshy in Siberia. That experience was extra creepy to Eric because their expedition could never catch a Leshy. The locals rumored that the creature could change shapes and sizes from as small as a blade of grass to as large as a full-grown tree. He was also interested in mischievousness, although he wasn't thought to be malevolent. He would wear his clothes backwards, call out people wandering around in his forest, and if he lured an unsuspecting person into his cave, he would tickle them to death. Now, those stories were always the creepiest to Oric. After a short chat, Emery and Thomas retired to their tent to get some much-needed sleep. Thomas was asleep almost before his head hit his cot. He had been running wide open since the expedition landed and they met up with Kevin, Kate, Oric, and Marianne. Being separated from Jake was a huge blow to him as well. That dog had always made him feel secure in the woods at night, even if he was without a flashlight. As he slept, he dreamt about his family and Jake. So many things were about to change for him. He was successfully completing his professional responsibilities to the satisfaction of his employer and was offered more opportunities to learn about cryptids all over the world. He would be able to build Sarah the house that he always wanted her to have. The boys would have greater opportunities as well. However, as Thomas thought about his good fortune, he couldn't help thinking that something ominous was looming just beyond the horizon. Well, there you go, folks. Promises of more excitement to come. Well, I'm glad y'all were here tonight and want to see y'all again. That'd be a lot of fun to see you next time we're here around this campfire. And until that time, think about the good times. They're important. And until then, this is Clay Steele. Good night. Well, good evening, everyone. Man, oh man, them mosquitoes are bad tonight. Well, they are this way every summer. We get these mosquitoes, and there's not much you can do about it. You get bit, but I've got this bottle of this bee itch stop right here in my pocket. It's this little bottle. This stuff works like magic. Takes the itch away from all these pesky biters. It also works on bee stings and wasp stings and even spider bites. And just about anything that irritates and makes your skin itch. Right? And you can get a bottle on a website. It's beitchy.com. That's beitchy.com. And send it right to your door. Well, folks, tonight we're in the final episode of Thomas Robinette, the Bigfoot Hunter. I know you're all sorry to see it end, but the author, who's also one of our listeners, Joe, tells me he's working on more stories for us, so if you might be hearing more of him. In fact, we have a special short story written by Joe that we'll be telling you here tonight. And that's where we're headed now, so get you something in your mug and find you a place to get comfy, and let's get into chapter 18, the final chapter. Thomas Robinette, the Bigfoot Hunter. Thomas was dreaming of Jake when he realized that the face licks weren't part of the dream. He woke up to find his dog standing by his cot with his front paws on Thomas's pillow. Seeing Jake filled Thomas with joy. It was like he was reunited with Sarah and the boys again. He rolled over and he scratched old Jake's head, and while he was doing this, he felt where Jake was receiving several stitches behind his right ear. Now, these stitches were holding the wound together as they should, and the dog was healing well. Jake wouldn't need them for more than a couple more days at the most. Well, Thomas swung his legs over to the side of the cot and put on his boots. He decided not to undress when he went to rest because he knew if something happened, he'd need to mobilize quickly. Looking around, he noticed that everyone else was already outside of the tent. Pulling up his boots, he went outside to join them. He counted 35 cow elk and 3 bull elk. Jake ran up to greet Crystal as she and Emery were drinking coffee and conversing privately. And after she rubbed his ear, Jake returned to Thomas's side. "Now that's a good shepherd," a voice said behind him. "Would you want to sell him?" "Thanks, but no thanks," Thomas said as he turned around. Standing behind him was Jimmy Stone. "Well, it's good to see you, Jimmy," Thomas exclaimed as he offered his hand to shake. "I thought you'd be down for a while." "Not this man," smiled Jimmy. "I got too much to do and too many more things to lay around and let ugly nurses give me sponge baths." Thomas laughed. "Well, it's good that you're up and at it, but are you okay, really?" Thomas asked. Absolutely, Jimmy said. I think I was mostly scared a bit that I had lost your dog to those hunters. I don't know how I would have explained that to you. Your dog really kept his head about him and saved our bacon up there. Well, what did happen? Well, we were tracking those dogmen, Jimmy said. We came to a place where we stopped to get a drink of water out of the canteen some ways up the mountain. I was sitting on a tree trunk and I was looking at some wolf tracks when I went to offer Jake some water. He snarled at something behind me. At first I thought he was snarling at me, but he leapt over my shoulder at something and was growling. He got hit pretty hard by something. I found out almost immediately that what he was attacking was one of them wolf hunters. It was about to snatch me away when dog intervened. Next thing I remember is being hit really hard from the back, being carried under something's arms. We were traveling a while because I was blacking out and waking up off and on when I heard a whistle. I thought someone was calling their dog until all hell broke loose. I was dropped to the ground and kicked aside like a sack of apples. After a short but loud struggle was going on over me, another big pair of hands picked up both Jake and I off the ground and carried us up to the cave where we met up with you. One of the grandmothers brought out some moss and chewed it while I put it on Jake's head. After that, I passed out. When I woke up, a younger grandmother was feeding me something like a juice or something. When I swallowed about 3 times, my mouth went numb and I just passed out. It tasted like how magnolia seeds smell. And you know the rest. Wow, Thomas said, that's one terrifying and amazing encounter. If you ever need to talk about it, feel free to contact me. I'd love to listen to your encounter again just to see if you remember any more details. Maybe so sometime, but for now I'm just trying to forget the whole thing, Jimmy says. A little while later, as Thomas sat around the fire with Jimmy drinking coffee and scratching the dog's ear, they heard the sound of a herd of ungulates moving through the underbrush. Why, the second herd of elk was just beginning to meander into the clearing and join the first group. After counting the second group, Crystal informed Emery that they now had 70 total elk collected there. The herders were accompanied by an off-road 4x4 utility-type military vehicle that carries both extra armed personnel and ranch hands who set out building a temporary corral around the clearing, enclosing the elk before they realized that they were trapped. On the side nearest to the campsite, there was a double gate erected along with a livestock chute that could be used to separate out the individuals from the herd. Now, Thomas watched the workers efficiently complete their tasks and built 2 watchtowers for the guards be able to observe the surroundings. He knew that things were about to change for the Sasquatch people. They were about to be introduced to things that were as foreign to them as alien technology would be to modern man. However, knowing that the Leviathon International Corporation would be there to buffer their first contact made his mind rest easier. He hoped that with people like Crystal and Jimmy Stone along, they would make sure that the culture clash wouldn't be disrespectful as it had been when the Europeans and the indigenous people from this continent first met. The future was bright, and the days would come as they always did. Now that things were wrapping up here, he looked forward to returning to Mississippi and Sarah. When the sunset lowered down behind the western horizon, he heard now that familiar lonesome whistle come from the ridge, far away to the northwest. The old man of the forest had seen their promised herd of elk. Thomas would see his friend again soon. And after the last answering whistle was heard, coming from across the valley, in response to Danae's summons, Thomas let out a long howl to let his friend know that he'd heard his call and he was expecting a visit. Well, there it is. It's been a good few weeks listening to this tale, and we're kind of all sorry to see it go to an end, but we do have another short story tonight by Joe, like I told you, and I'm going to tell it to you. It's called Smoky Mountain Boaters. I think you're going to enjoy it. But first, I need to put on a little more of this bee-itch oil on my arm where I just got another bite. Another one of them mosquitoes got me. Man, they're really biting tonight. Well, I'll pass this bottle on around and let y'all try it. It smells really nice, and it's made with all natural ingredients. No chemicals. None whatsoever. It's safe to use on humans of all ages. Boy, oh boy, this stuff really works. Okay, let's get on with it. Smoky Mountain Boogers. Well, this is another Thomas Robinette Bigfoot Hunter story by Joe Flippo. Now, the call came in just like any of over 1,000+ calls had before. The voice on the other end of the line was a man in his early 30s. Years of experience told him that the man was apprehensive about making this call. The calls all start out about the same. Hello, Mr. Robinette. You don't know me. I heard about you on a podcast on YouTube. You know, the Hidden Corners. I hate to bother you this evening, but my name is James Barron. I was wondering if I could talk to you about a Sasquatch. I promise I'm sane and sincere. Well, hello, Mr. Barron. Nobody here thinks you're crazy. What's going on with you today? Be honest with you, Mr. Robinette. I'm told by everybody that it's a black bear, but I don't think it is. I think it's a Sasquatch. Okay, Mr. Barron, I answered. Why don't you start from the beginning? Yes, sir, he said, with a hint of relief in his voice. First off, Mr. Barron is my dad, so please call me James or Jimmy. My sister and brother-in-law, Andrea and Lowell Brewer, and I have about 2,800 acres just outside of Flintstone, Georgia, where we run a couple hundred head of cattle. This year we have lost 6 calves and a full-grown steer to what I believe to be a Sasquatch. My brother-in-law, Lowell Brewer, is convinced that it's a black bear. Well, it could be, I stated. Why don't you think it's a bear? By the way, call me Thomas or Tommy. Well, frankly, I don't think that a bear can twist a full-grown black Angus steer's head around 360 degrees. All we have are black bears over here, and they run off when people approach. They act mostly like feral dogs. Well, I have to admit that I can only agree with that statement, Jimmy. Black bears slash with their claws. They don't grab and twist unless they use their mouth, and that doesn't go all the way around. Can you help me, Thomas? I'm at my wit's end over here. Jimmy's voice accented his exasperation. Well, I can't promise you anything, but I'd be happy to check it out for you. And today's my wife Sarah's birthday, so I can't leave on this weekend, especially since I just flew back home yesterday. But I will contact you on Sunday, and we'll make plans to drive over. Let me get something to write with, get your contact information, your address. After writing down the pertinent information, we said our goodbyes and I hung up the phone. Chapter 1. It was early Monday morning when I left out for Flintstone, Georgia. Yesterday I'd contacted Jimmy Barron and received information that he had made arrangements for me to stay at a hotel in East Ridge, Tennessee, and that was about 30 minutes away from me. I arrived at the hotel. It was a Super 8 on Ringgold Road. I checked in, received a key and a smile from the clerk, then I went on to my room. After freshening up a little bit and resting from my drive, I called Jimmy and told him where I was, and I asked him to meet me for lunch at the La Potra restaurant. There I formally met him, and we ordered our food over nachos and salsa. Would you like to fill me in on all the details you left out Friday? I asked Jimmy. He was a tall, lanky, dark-haired guy with Coke bottle glasses and a crooked smile as the food was set down by the waitress. Well, really not much to tell, Jimmy answered. Basically, we found the dead steer after losing several calves. The steer wasn't torn up, but he had his head twisted 360 degrees, like something had twisted his head to choke him to death. Now, no meat was taken, but the animal had some kind of really oily piss all over it. There had to be at least 2 gallons of it. Didn't make sense to us. Lowell, that's my brother-in-law, found what he thought was a large bear track. They were funny, though. There wasn't any indication that the rear paw had stepped into the front print. No claw marks around the ball of the front track or anything. The only real damage was done to the steer's hind end. It was ripped out and had blood all around the area as if it had bled to death. That's quite possible, I informed Jimmy. Then I added, the old ones didn't call them boogers for nothing. Well, I ate in silence as Jimmy continued to fill me in on the topography of the property. Basically, it was a fenced-in mountain with several foothills where the cattle grazed most of the year, and in late summer they roamed up to the top of the mountain where they grazed on grasses, indigenous fruits, occasional blackberries. "If you'd like," Jimmy stated after our food was finished, "we can head on over to the property now." Well, the ride over to the farm was pleasant for a hot July day. The air conditioner in the truck Jimmy drove was determined to keep the moist heat out of the cab. I watched out of the window into the forest that we passed, looking for the real telltale signs of any booger activity. If the signs were any indication just driving down the road, there was a healthy breeding population of old men of the woods present in this part of Georgia. I noticed everything from boundary markers to tree twists and broken limbs that were dead giveaway to the trails that they used for anyone with the right knowledge and an open mind to see. Well, before too long, we entered a long private driveway. It led to a large 2-story farmhouse in an open yard that had a menagerie of chickens and guineas and ducks wandering free range around the yard, looking for an unlucky insect to devour. I noted with interest that the driveway led past the house and continued up into the mountains. It looked well kept, despite the torrential rains that can travel through this part of the state. Sitting out on the front porch were the owners of the house. Lowell Brewer was an average Irishman with a shock of brown hair and beady eyes. Sat in the porch glider with his wife, Andrea. She was a beautiful Cherokee woman, long black hair, big brown eyes, olive-colored complexion. Running around the yard were 3 boys, all under the age of 8, but older than 3 or 4. "Well, that's Lowell and Andrea," Jimmy said, "and they live here on the farm with their 3 hellions, but I also own half of the farm, see? My sister owns the other half since our parents died and left us these acres and house." Getting out of the truck, I was glad that I didn't bring Jake with me, although I knew he would have enjoyed the trip. And after getting home from my last excursion, I noticed how that dog had been moping around. I thought he might have been getting sick, but he perked up when we got out of the truck at home, and I honestly couldn't bring myself to tear him away from the boys so soon after their sweet reunion. Looking at their boys, I smiled to think about my sweet wife Sarah wrangling Jake and our 2 hellions, as Jimmy described these boys, back home not 5 hours away. As we walked up to the driveway to the house, I noticed that there were dogs barking in the backyard. Now, this is another reason why I was glad to have let Jake have this trip at home. Jake was well trained, but definitely the alpha where dogs were concerned. I noticed that the dogs in the kennels were walkers. The largest one looked to be about 70 pounds. There wasn't but one dog that was almost half the size of mine, and he was a bloodhound laying at his master's feet. It wasn't until 2 mountain curs ran out from under the porch and started barking at us that the bloodhound grumbled at them and stood up to give out a loud and deep bellow, so very famous with the breed. "Now, old Red won't bother you none," Jimmy said. "He was Daddy's old coonhound. Now, those 2 mountain curs are Buddy and Leroy. You say their names and they expect you to rub their ears every chance they can mooch it off of you. Now, we use them to help herd our cows. It's the walkers in the back that you need to watch. Individually, they're all okay, but as a pack, they can get that mob mentality, and they can attack pretty quick. Lowell uses them to hunt bears and hogs. Brumley, their alpha pack dog, snapped at my sister once, and she made Lowell keep 'em kenneled from that point on. God help any of those animals if they decide to snap at one of those kids. The other dogs are Rail, the Segundo, Hatcher, Flippo, Crazy, and Fred. They're all top-notch hunters, but put them together and they're just unbeatable." Chapter 2. Andrea left the porch and ran to hug Jimmy when we were halfway to the house. Then, as if given the starting shot of a horse race, the 3 boys raced and knee-tackled their Uncle James. Lowell was the last person to arrive to welcome us to the farm. "You must be this Sasquatch expert Andrea and Jimmy seem to be talking about all weekend," Lowell said, without offering his hand in welcome. "Well, hello, my name's Thomas Robinette," I said, "but I've never claimed to be a Sasquatch expert. Or a researcher either, for that matter. Then what exactly are you? Lowell asked skeptically. Well, Mr. Brewer, I'm a hunter who saw a Bigfoot down in Texas about 18 years ago. And I use my skills in the woods to help others find a peaceful solution to strange or terrifying encounters on their home place. Well, to be upfront and honest with you, Mr. Lowell started. Mr. Robinette is my dad or grandpa. Just call me Thomas, I said. Jimmy noticed that I didn't give his brother-in-law the option to call me Tommy. A brow arch from Jimmy behind Lowell's back caught my attention. Well, to be honest with you, Thomas, Lowell began again, I think this whole idea is a bunch of horse shit. I don't think any alien or imaginary Bigfoot or fairy or Indian little people stole my calves or killed my steer. I don't believe in old green eyes either. Those are Andrea's livestock, not yours, Jimmy was quick to correct Lowell. Or if you want to get technical, they're ours, said Jimmy. That's why it wasn't your decision to ask Thomas to come out here in the first place. So you can just get off your high horse and go back onto the porch if you can't be neighborly. And without another word, Lowell Brewer went and sat down on the glider that he had just vacated earlier. Well, I apologize for Lowell, Thomas, Andrea said sincerely. You are welcome here, and you are permitted to be anywhere inside our main fence that you wish to go. I even put it in writing in case you decide you need to be here at some oddball hour of the night or morning and we can't be reached. And with that, she produced a notarized statement just to that effect. It was signed by both Jimmy and Andrea, had the same day's date written on it. Thank you, Mrs. Andrea, Thomas said. Jimmy promised to show me around the mountain today. So, Jimmy and I then went around the side of the house to one of 4 Razor side-by-sides that was bought to transport people and supplies across the farm. As we began our trek across the property to see what we could find, Jimmy took the time to point out any storm damage or man-made anomalies. It was plain to see that their father had been a good steward of the property. And how long have you owned this place? Thomas asked Jimmy. Well, we've been here all our lives, answered Jimmy. Then he added, my grandpa bought this property from his great-uncle back in 1935. And my dad was reared on this land, as were Andrea and I. Have you ever had anything weird happen in the past? Thomas asked. Well, that's the funny part, Thomas, Jimmy said. There ain't been any reason to suspect that we have had boogers here until just the last calving season. We had 80 pregnant cows, and when it was all said and done, we had 74 calves and 6 bawling mamas who had to be milked. Their calves were dropped because we found the placentas and the afterbirth fluid on the ground, but the babies had just vanished. At first, I thought maybe someone had been stealing the calves before they could have their ears tagged, but then that steer come up dead, and Andrea and I began considering a possibility. After we heard about you on that Hidden Corners podcast, we were impressed with your knowledgeable surmisings and contacted that Clay Steele feller to get your contact information. Well, it was well after sunset before Thomas and Jimmy finished looking around the lower pasture. And right at sundown, they stopped for a 30-minute break just to stop and listen and hear the animals moving about, and some waking up for the night shift and some getting ready to head back into the woods for a good night's sleep. And not hearing or seeing anything, the two returned to the farmhouse to catch Andrea up on their discovery. She'd be interested to know that there had been multiple clear signs that a family of Sasquatch had moved into the area recently. There was even enough convincing evidence that there may have been also a nursery on the property down by that large creek that provided the water for the cattle. After filling Andrea in over a hot supper that included everyone but Lowell sitting at the table, Thomas asked Jimmy to carry him back to his hotel for the night. Today was a long day for me. What with the traveling here and all, I plan on getting a good night's sleep and returning tomorrow evening for an all-nighter on the mountain. If that's okay with you, Jimmy. Well, you're the expert, Jimmy surmised. What you think is the best way to go about this is how we'll do this. Let's get you back to your room, and I'll come by after work tomorrow evening and pick you up. Supper's on us tomorrow again. When they arrived at the hotel, Thomas said his goodnights to Jimmy, exited the truck, and went up to his room to get some much-needed shut-eye. The sun was almost to the top of the western peaks when the sentinel heard the voice of the side-by-side in the distance. From his perch, 2,500 feet above and half of a mile away, he watched the two bald, two-legged ones looking around the lower pasture areas. It did not escape his attention that they were looking at every boundary marker, trailhead, and source indicator that was in their area. Not only did they understand what they were looking at, the duo was finding the resources as well. As he watched in silence, his first thought was to run and tell the alpha, his father. His second thought was that if he did that, then he would have to admit that those calves he took weren't deer that he skinned out before bringing them home. This would mean a manger thrashing for sure, but his duty still pressed him to say something. As he looked over his shoulder, he saw how peacefully his mother and siblings and grandparents and his young uncle were sleeping. Now, those uptight wolves had really stirred things up a couple of moons ago when they tried to steal his baby brother. Father, although asleep for now, was still injured from his vicious fight. His uncle's wife had been killed and partially eaten in the heist by the dogmen. It was an afterthought of the enemy's leader to catch up his little sister and try to escape. Only her shrill screams and the excellent hearing by his father and uncle had saved her from becoming another meal for them. By the time his uncle, his father's younger twin brother, arrived to help, the alpha had dispatched all three of the kidnappers and was fighting their mates in a losing battle. His uncle arrived to see his alpha standing over the child, snarling, clawing, and punching, and just fighting off them three wolves. He hadn't arrived with much time to help because he entered the clearing and the three females had just tackled him to the ground. He used his massive body to cover the child, and he was clearly tiring out when his younger brother charged in, ripping out arms and pulling off jaws until his tirade left the three enemies mangled and dead. The fight already concluded by the time he and the others arrived on the scene. Grandfather and uncle, after seeing that the child was safe with mother, carried the alpha back to their cave. And that began his responsibilities as another hunter for the family. At first, he liked the idea that he had adult responsibilities. But when he realized that there was more to hunting deer than just waiting for uncle to scream to jump out of a tree, his excitement turned to frustration. Frustration led to well-intended mistakes. Now those mistakes led to him watching those cattle giving birth and him swiping the calves. And it wasn't until the two-legged with the storm stick made thunder and lightning at him that he realized the severity of his mistake. It was his uncle who killed the grown steer after he lured it up to the top of the mountain with the heifer mating call. That action was what led to the two-legged ones looking for their resources. The sentinel was shaken out of his thoughts by the strong hand of his uncle on his shoulder. Without saying a word, the sentinel pointed a crooked finger toward the two investigators down in the lower pasture. A low growl escaped from the uncle's lips as he motioned for his nephew to go rest a little while he watched the action below. Some deep instinctual urge told him that there was nothing amiss with the way those two were looking at the trail markers that he'd made down near that lower pond. As he watched the nonverbal body movements of the two men, he could almost understand what they were talking about. He was about to get up, make his way down closer to see if he could get a better vantage point, when the two-leggeds got back on their bloodless beast and rode it away as it screamed in agony. It was almost dark. It was almost hunting time. Uncle was plenty hungry after his long nap. The disruption of the walking wolves had caused a lot of disturbance in the ecosystem. All the normal food animals moved on to other safe food sources. Tonight, uncle and nephew would find a large heifer and kill her, rip her into manageable pieces and bring them home so everyone could get their fill for the first time until these seasonal plants begin to produce. Cow meat tastes a lot like other deer meat, but it had a deeper blood richness that uncle had come to appreciate. Although Alpha had forbidden anyone from taking cattle from that lower pasture, Uncle wasn't opposed to snatching one from across the mountains from their home. Alpha knew he was guilty of those kills, but since it wasn't happening under his nose, he just looked the other way. And now that Alpha was hurt and recovering, food was a necessity. Getting it was a free-for-all event. Well, Chapter 3. It seems like I had just laid down to rest my eyes when my cell phone ringer alerted me to a call. I looked at the alarm clock on the bedside desk to see that it was 4:06 a.m. Well, I'd only been asleep for 4 hours and some minutes when the call came in. Groggedly, I answered Jimmy's call. "Hello," I groaned. "Thomas, I hate to call so early, but something's happened." Jimmy's voice was bordering on panic. "I'm on my way to get you. I'll explain when I get there on the way back to the farm." And without waiting for me to answer, Jimmy hung up the phone. Now, 10 minutes later, I was ready and waiting in the parking lot for Jimmy to arrive. I only had to wait around 5 minutes before I saw him turn into the parking lot and pull up just long enough for me to jump into the truck and close the door. "Well, God, what's so urgent?" I asked Jimmy. "We had 3 more cows killed about 30 minutes before I called you out on the upper pasture. We could hear it even inside the house." Jimmy's voice held a lot of anxiety. We commuted the rest of the way to the farm in silence. When we arrived at the farm, every light in the house was on. The floodlights on the corners of the barn were casting their lights all about the yard, and the lighting around the dog kennels was blaring all their brightness all the way across the yard to the back porch. Jimmy drove right up to the kennels where Lowell was there preparing to release his Walker hounds. Each one had been adorned with a Kevlar hunting vest used to track bears and hogs. And sensing the coming hunt, the dogs were amping themselves up, and you could almost smell the adrenaline in the air. "What are you doing?" I yelled at Lowell as I jumped out of the truck. "I'm killing me a bear," Lowell answered without looking up from his preparations. "You can't turn those dogs loose," I yelled at him. "You'll lose every one of those dogs if a booger gets a hand on them." "To hell with all this booger nonsense. I'm hunting a bear," Lowell yelled back before releasing the dogs. Andrea opened the back door holding her youngest son, Roy, in her arms. "I just hung up with Fish and Wildlife. She said they have an officer on the way." "Keep everybody inside," Lowell barked back at her. "I ain't waiting on no damn warden to get here. I'm heading out." "Jimmy, you better stay here and wait on the ranger," I said. "You know the land better, and I can go with Lowell and help him. Follow us up the mountain when the warden arrives." "Yes, sir, Thomas," Jimmy answered. Then he turned back to Andrea, and I motioned for her to go back inside so he could close the door and wait for the game warden on the porch. Andrea returned after a couple of seconds and handed Jimmy a Mossberg 12-gauge shotgun. She quickly closed the door behind her as she shut her brother outside. "For the last time," I pleaded with Lowell, "lock those dogs back up while you still can." "It ain't happening, Robinette," Lowell screamed in frustration. "Either get on the side-by-side or stay here with the women and wait for the game warden. Either way, I'm going up that mountain behind my dogs." I jumped onto the passenger seat of the Razor and barely got my belt buckled before he had taken off. Once he started, the dogs ran out ahead of us straight up to the spot where the cows were slaughtered. Arriving on the scene of the massacre after a harrowing 8-minute drive, we found where there was evidence that 3 cows had been slaughtered. There were only heads, large pools of blood, and pieces of cow parts laying around. All the heads had been twisted off of the cattle. The hocks were discarded and twisted off as well. It was plain to see that no bear had killed these cattle. Lowell said nothing, but the look on his face was evident enough that even he believed that this wasn't the work of a bear. There came a loud roar from the underbrush about that time. The dogs went into a frenzy. The dogs circled themselves and barked until Lowell gave them the order to chase whatever was roaring. Once the dogs lit out, there was a loud crashing through the undergrowth as something big pushed saplings out of the way in its escape. The pathway was wide enough that Lowell could drive the side-by-side up it in pursuit of the animals. Fortunately for us, the animal intersected the logging road that led up the mountain we began traversing it up to the top. Sporadically, we would hear what sounded like the dogs baying something, only to hear the chase continue after just a minute. It sounds like they're heading for the old chert pit, Lowell realized. We can go on up the main access road and get there ahead of them, maybe. Well, without waiting for me to answer him, Lowell whipped that razor around and headed back down to the intersection with that main access road. Now, it took us about another 30 minutes of riding hell-bent for leather to get to that chert pit. But when we arrived there, the dogs had already corralled the old man of the woods in the pit. Chapter 4. Uncle was frustrated. The cow hunt hadn't gone according to his plans. First off, the third nephew gave away their position by giggling out loud. It was his first hunt. Second, father wasn't strong enough to hold the first cow while he broke her neck, so he had to rip out her guts, which gave her time to alert the others. Now, if they hadn't needed more than one cow, that wouldn't have mattered. But the second cow was already bawling, and that brought over the bull. Uncle did kill the bull, but it took quite some effort. And while he killed the bull, father dragged the first cow across the clearing into the wood line, where he tore the carcass into manageable pieces for the nephews to carry back to the cave. Second and third nephews took the pieces and left with grandfather to deliver the pieces home and return for the rest. Uncle had almost finished tearing up the bull and had already sent first nephew off with a piece of it when he heard the dogs barking in the kennel below. He looked off the side of the mountain to see the small two-legged one opening up their kennels. He knew that if he took his kill and went back to the cave, the dogs would follow the blood trail straight to their home. The young and the weaker family members and the alpha would be in a lot of danger. He knew he had to stay behind and make sure those dogs didn't attack his family like those walking wolves had done a few moons ago. Uncle patiently waited for the dogs to come closer to him. The dogs were turned loose as their alpha jumped onto his bloodless animal and followed them up the trail. He knew from past experience that if one of the small ones were hurt or taken, there would be many hands full of their family coming to get him. He didn't like the thought of that aggravation, so he hid in the wood line near where he killed the bull and waited for the dogs. This pack of dogs wasn't as much of a concern to him as the little two-legged ones were. Dogs didn't carry thundersticks or cause pain from a distance. Aggravation, disappointment, and the failure to get away was heavy on Uncle's mind as he waited for his enemies to come to him. Never before had he put his family in danger. This time was different, and he was prepared to pay the consequences of his actions. After all, he was the younger brother of Alpha. His father was Alpha before his older brother. He had learned the same lessons as his brother, and hadn't he saved his brother's life only 3 moons ago? It was time for him to accept this challenge with the same confidence as he had faced other challenges. If things got bad, well, he'd just kill these dogs, their alpha, and carry them home as well. Times are hard right now. Meat was meat. Survival was his life, and he planned on living for a lot of other summers after this one. He prepared for battle as he heard his enemies approach. Now, it wasn't a problem for Uncle to get the dogs to chase him. It also was relatively easy to stay just ahead of him, enough to lead him to where he was going to kill him. He knew about the old chert pit at the top of the mountains. It was a place where he met his extended family and friends from time to time to plan a hunt. He also knew that there was only one way in and one way out for the dogs. He had learned a long time ago to climb up the back wall and roll over the crest to disappear back through the underbrush. The old little two-legged ones with the white hair had made this place over time. When he left and never returned, Uncle assumed that he became too weak to work like his father, who had white hair, past his prime. The younger two-legged ones never left potatoes or any other tubers along the trail for the family to find during the hard times of the years. Those days were easy days that he remembered from his past. And now he has a different problem besides finding food. The pack of tracking dogs were getting closer. He knew he had to quit thinking about the past or they'd be on him before he could realize it. At that moment is when the first dog ran into the clearing where he had been disemboweling and tearing apart the cattle. The first dog was a large bloodhound that was flapping his ears to stir up the scent. Behind him were 2 mountain curs. Those smaller dogs seemed to be just along for the run. And coming along at a slower pace were 6 more tracking dogs. They were the real threat. Uncle had seen them chasing black bears off and on, as well as hogs, and he knew the real fight would be with those in the back, wearing the orange vests. Uncle was getting ready to roar when the small 2-leggeds could be heard riding their beast up the trail. For the life of him, he couldn't figure out how such a grumbling, miserable animal could exist without killing itself. In all his observations, he could never figure out what that thing's legs looked like. As best he could figure, it crawled like a strange snake on unusual tails that left their unique marks slithered onto the ground. At night, its eyes shone like the big circle in the sky, but even brighter. He watched as the 2 men observed the areas where he killed the cows. He waited until they were about to walk over to his side of the tree line before he roared his challenge to the dogs. The reverberation of his voice was so loud and strong that the first 3 dogs made a beeline for the farmhouse. However, the pack of hunters began bawling back their answer to his challenge. With eager excitement, they circled their tails and waited for their master to send them on a pursuit. The signal wasn't long in the waiting either, for he knew that chase was on, and he ran off leading them away from his ancestral home. Chapter 5. The walkers already had that booger up against the back wall by the time Thomas and Lowell reached a vantage point above the chert pit to look down into it. Amidst all the snarling and growling, there was a lot of posturing by both sides of the fray. The booger was down on all fours and would rush a dog when it got too close to him in hopes that he could grab one and dispatch it. "Well, that ain't no damn bear," exclaimed Lowell. "Now, that's what I've been trying to tell you this whole time," answered Thomas just as emphatically. "Call off the dogs." Lowell took out his signal whistle and called for the dogs to return to him. But in the excitement of the fray, none of the dogs heeded their training, whether because of the adrenaline or lack of hearing. Lowell kept repeating his whistled commands until the booger grabbed the first walker. His massive hand clamped down on the dog named Crazy. With his other hand, the booger grabbed the back end under the doomed dog's tail, twisting the dog in the opposite direction, and just broke that dog wide open. Immediately after the booger did that to Crazy, he pulled the backbone apart and threw that dead dog down. "What the hell?" screamed Lowell as that booger began grabbing the other dogs, one at a time, and repeating the same action. Lowell grabbed his Marlin 4440 and jumped down off the side-by-side. Before he could aim at the booger, Thomas grabbed the barrel and tried to pull the gun out of his hands. What ensued was a fight for the rifle. Finally, Lowell slung Thomas off of himself and stood up. From the ground, Thomas pulled out his .45 ACP Smith & Wesson M&P shield, and he pointed it at Lowell. "I'll kill you before I die on this mountain for your own stupidity," Thomas yelled at Lowell. "We don't know how many more are headed this way or already behind us, and I ain't letting you shoot that booger." There was a tense moment where it seemed that Lowell was going to shoot it out with Thomas. But luckily for the both of them, Jimmy and the game warden showed up, and the game warden, Bobby Lee Price, jumped out with his pistol drawn and yelled for both men to drop their guns. "That hairy bastard's killing my dogs," repeated Lowell as the booger finished off the last dog. "If you shoot that animal, I will arrest you," Warden Price stated. As he said that, the booger ran up the side of the pit, grabbed the edge, rolled himself over the lip, and vanished into the underbrush on the far side. "We need to have a talk, gentlemen," Warden Price said. "But first we need to go back down to that house and call my supervisor, because we have a real shit show here this morning. Mr. Brewer, I'll ride down with you to your house. The last damn thing we need right now is a shooting to handle on top of everything else." We didn't stop to pick up the dog carcasses on the way back down the mountain. Warden Price said it was a scene for investigating later when his supervisor arrived. Well, it took 30 minutes to navigate down the access roads back to the farmhouse. While we were heading down, I called into Leviathon Corporation and reported what was happening to Emery Letson the founder of Leviathon Corporation. He was a cryptid troubleshooting organization that handles situations just like this one for government cleanups, and that I'd been recruited to assist not too long ago. He wasted no time in agreeing to send in a group to clean up the problem Sasquatch. Well, by 7 o'clock, the sun had breached the eastern horizon above the mountain. The Fish and Wildlife Supervisor, Dusty English, showed up with a couple other senior wardens. The group of men, after filling or refilling thermoses of coffee, followed us back up to the chert pit in their four-wheel drive vehicles. To everyone's surprise, except mine, all the carcasses were gone. The only clue of the massacre was bloody pools sporadically scattered out along the floor of the pit where the bugger had thrown down the dispatched dogs. I guess the old man went and got help to carry off the dogs, Warden English stated into his handheld recorder. He and the other wardens were combing the area and making their own individual recordings of their observations. Well, about an hour later, I saw several black vehicles pulling up the driveway to the farmhouse. "Jimmy," I said, "we need to go down to the farmhouse. I think there are some people that we need to see." Without another word, Jimmy drove me back down to the farmhouse, where Andrea was pouring a platter of coffee cups, all full of steaming chicory coffee, for anybody that just arrived. "Hello, Thomas," boomed the loud voice of Marshall Black, the security coordinator of the Leviathan team. "How's things here?" he asked as the two men shook hands. "Things are hopping here," I answered. "Bring everyone over here so I just have to say this one time." After shaking hands with Owen, Flippo, Easton Gray, and the rest of the detail, we all thanked Andrea for a cup of coffee and stood in the front yard catching the crew up on the events that led to their orders to come here to the farm. "Let's go meet these wardens and pull rank," said Marshall after I concluded my report. "We're authorized by the DOI, that's Department of the Interior, to take it from here." The Leviathan Corporation crew followed Jimmy and me up to the massacre scene. "Now, is this where the dogs were killed?" Owen Flippo asked. "Yeah, it is," answered Jimmy. "There was 8 of the best bear dogs in this country slaughtered here, just like they was puppies." "Dogs don't have a chance against the Sasquatch, Mr. Barron," Easton Gray commented. Then he added, "Who was this dumbass that turned the dogs loose? I would have figured Thomas would have stopped that before these dogs left the yard." "Well, that would be my brother-in-law over there with the wardens," answered Jimmy. "And you got the gist of it both times. Lowell's a dumbass most of the time, and Thomas did tell him to lock those dogs back up. He refused to, and Thomas almost shot him when he pulled out his rifle to shoot at that booger while it was killing the dogs." "Well, that was probably the biggest service Thomas has done you here," answered Marshall. "If he had shot that bugger, your family would have no end to the misery these animals can cause out of revenge. Your livestock would be killed and carried off. Your kids could be. Your sister could be, too. Now, you may already have problems, but this is salvageable as long as you follow up with Thomas as is necessary." Now, at that time, the game wardens were led over to our group by one of the detail members that I hadn't met yet. He introduced the wardens by name to Marshall Black and only introduced Marshall's as the boss. Marshall showed the game wardens his DOI, Department of Interior credentials, and gave his supervisor Emery Letson's number to contact for verification. After a stream of "yes, sir," and "I understand" statements, the game wardens walked to their vehicle and left promptly, taking Bobby Lee Price with them. "Why don't you two follow them down, Thomas?" Marshall Black instructed Jimmy and me. "We'll stop in and have a conversation after we've finished up here." Jimmy and I did as Marshall Black requested and went back down the mountain to the farmhouse. We sat on the back porch and listened as there was sporadic gunfire during the day. At the end of the afternoon, just before dark, the Leviathan Corporation team came down the mountain with their larger flatbed trucks, canvas wrapped and battened down. Marshall Black's vehicle, driven by Easton Gray, stopped at the house while Owen Flippo's vehicle led the group of remaining vehicles off of the property. "Well, Thomas," Marshall said, "our job is done here. It was a real shit show for a bit up there. However, we've eliminated all the hostiles. The threat is dealt with, so these people should be able to get back to their normal lives. After stating that, he produced several copies of non-disclosure agreements, NDAs, for each of the adults to sign. He instructed Thomas to have a good conversation with them before they signed the agreements, so that each person knew individually what to expect should the agreement be breached. He also informed them that they found evidence that the killers of the family's cattle were probably dogmen that were in turn killed by Sasquatch. After that, he left without a parting goodbye. Thomas spent the rest of the evening listening with Jimmy and his family. After dark, he and Jimmy went to take one more look over the property. They retraced the tire tracks of the Leviathon Corporation's ATVs. They found the skirmish sites. There were 3 in all. That's what they were doing when they came upon a well-used path that led to a cave on the western side of the top of the mountain. "Should we go in there and look around?" questioned Jimmy. And before Thomas could answer, a loud and deep guttural growl came from inside the cave opening. "I don't think so," answered Thomas. "I suggest we get the hell out of here without going too fast or being too curious about what made that sound." As the 2 men quietly walked away, 2 pairs of glowing red eyes looked out of the opening in that cave to see that the 2 men were leaving in peace. The Alpha had lost a brother today, but the clan had also lost the threat of the remaining dogmen that were encroaching upon their land as well. Alpha knew he wasn't in any shape to fight these 2 men, so as he watched them leave in peace, he was more than happy to live and let them live. Well, there you go. It's another good story by Joe Flippo, Thomas Robinette. I'm hoping in the future that I got more of these to tell you about. We'll just have to wait and see. Well, it was a good evening, except for them skeeters. Doggone it. But we know how to handle that now. So anybody got a story to tell, now'd be the time. I'm done for the evening, and I'm out of here. So I'll see y'all next time, which might even be tomorrow night. You never know. Well, till then, be good to everybody. Be good to yourself. This is Clay Steele. Good night. Hey folks, Clay Steele here. You know, I spend a lot of time outdoors around this here campfire. If you're like me, you get downright annoyed by all those pesky mosquitoes buzzing around. They're just looking for a free meal. Nothing ruins a good night under the stars faster than slapping and scratching at bites. And that's why I keep the B-itch stop. I keep it handy. One swipe and that itch is gone. No more burning, no more scratching, just good old relief. Made right here in Nevada with all natural ingredients. It's safe for the whole family. So if you're tired of being a mosquito buffet, do yourself a favor and get you some B-itch stop today. And this is Clay Steele. Watch out for them bugs.